Good afternoon. This is the regular meeting of the Santa Barbara City Council, January 13th, 2026. Would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Certainly. Councilmember Harmon?
Here.
Councilmember Santamaria?
Here.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Friedman?
Here.
Councilmember Gutierrez?
Present.
Councilmember Jordan? And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Thank you very much. Okay. With that, we have a couple of ceremonial items. If you'd read the first one, please.
Certainly. Item 1, Human Trafficking Awareness Month.
Okay. Okay. So it's Human Trafficking Awareness Month, January of 2026. Whereas human trafficking is a form of modern slavery wherein victims are exploited and forced into labor that may include sex acts and other services through coercion, force, and/or fraud. And whereas due to its isolated and discrete nature, many people are unaware that trafficking exists in their communities, even though more than 28 million people around the world are victims of human trafficking. And whereas trafficking victims face severe cruelty, it's a heinous crime that tears at our social fabric and violates what we stand for as a nation. And whereas increased education about how to identify human trafficking, along with increased knowledge of in-state resources and services for those affected by criminal exploitation, can help decrease the number of future victims. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force is committed to creating legal frameworks for investigating human trafficking and prosecuting those who engage in it. And whereas the Santa Barbara County Human Trafficking Task Force has worked diligently to bring awareness to the fact, sadly, that human trafficking occurs closer to home than one might think, with California ranking #1 in the country for reported human trafficking cases. And whereas Human Trafficking Awareness Month is an opportunity to recognize the critical role that all Santa Barbara residents play in preventing, reporting, and adjudicating these heinous crimes. Now, therefore, I, Randy Rouse, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor of the city of Santa Barbara, do hereby proclaim January 2025 as Human Trafficking Awareness Month in Santa Barbara. Congratulations, Michaela. Yep. Would you like to say a few words?
Mayor Rouse, members of the City Council, members of the community, thank you so much for your recognition of January as Human Trafficking Awareness Month. As you know, human trafficking is about vulnerability. Vulnerability to exploitation due to housing instability or homelessness, vulnerability to abuse due to basic needs being unmet, and vulnerability to harm regardless of how safe a community may feel. Santa Barbara County has been dedicated to this issue since 2013, and our team at Kingdom Causes, Inc., or KCI, has been a part of the county's most recent 3-year strategic plan to address human trafficking countywide in 2022 and 2023 through now. And as we look ahead into 2026, we are helping bring that plan to a conclusion in September. And this month, in January, we'll be launching a team to form the next phase of our team's anti-exploitation efforts in Santa Barbara City, which is a 3-year action plan focused specifically on Santa Barbara City youth to prevent and provide early intervention for youth vulnerable to commercial sexual exploitation of children, or CSEC. As many of you know, there are many local organizations working daily in our city to care for children and teens impacted by commercial sexual exploitation. Amy Tobias, who stands next to me, is a member of a team at Noah's Anchorage, which is part of the Channel Islands YMCA Youth and Family Services, who works day in and day out to support youth over and under the age of 18 every single day to prevent human trafficking and sexual exploitation. Data shows that the average age of entry into commercial sexual exploitation is 12 to 14 years old. These are critical years in a teen's life when they are forming a sense of belonging, meaning, and identity. Part of the work that these organizations do daily is work alongside teens to create stability, connection, and consistency, to reduce that vulnerability, and to instead provide them with a place to do homework, build life skills, or just rest and be themselves. Our KCI team will be launching this action plan committee later this month and will work with key partners to form the plan we will tackle for the next 3 years. This will include pilot projects, education efforts, and ideas for further partnerships. We would like to invite each of you to be engaged with this action plan in its early stages. You have the chance to be involved with a project that, for the next 3 years, will work to strengthen our city's ability to care for our youth and teens and empower them to live the lives they dream of. We invite you to join our Neighborhood Action Collaborative meetings, which meet virtually monthly, to hear more about what we're doing in the community, to read the monthly update emails you'll receive from our undergraduate student fellows, and to partner with us to educate your districts. You can reach out to Jeff, you have his email address, for any opportunities or any interest in meeting with us. Thank you again.
Thank you. Next ceremonial item, please.
Next ceremonial item is Employee Recognition Service Award pins.
Oh, that'd be you.
Yes, that would be me. Thank you, Mayor. I'm pleased to present a number of city employees with service awards for the month of January. I will go ahead, I don't believe we have any here with us today, so I'll go ahead and read all of them, and then we'll just applaud at the end. So we'll start with 5 years of service. We have Luke Vorster, police officer, Brian Rodriguez, street maintenance coordinator in Public Works, Giovanni Rodriguez, senior wastewater collection system operator in the Department of Water Resources, Alejandro Vela, a senior wastewater collection system operator in the Department of Water Resources, and Nora Rosales, operations specialist. For 10 years of service, we have Devin Johnson, who is a public safety dispatcher 2 in our police department. Aaron Markey, our Creeks Restoration and Clean Water Manager in the Sustainability and Resilience Department. And Luis Cabello, a senior grounds maintenance worker in Parks and Recreation. With 15 years of service, we have Christina Murillo, police sergeant. Carl Helomacek, a police officer. Sorry, that's a name I had to pronounce that one out. Bren Bruce, Public Safety Dispatcher number 2 in Police Department. Kevin Masterson, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3 in the Department of Water Resources. And Jennifer Hollywood, Community Outreach Coordinator in our Sustainability and Resilience Department. 20 years of service, we have Tom Shapiro, Assistant City Attorney 5 in the City Attorney's Office. Beth Lazarus, a police officer. Eduardo Castillo, Water Distribution Operating Technician 1 in the Department of Water Resources. Matt Sanchez, Water Distribution Project Coordinator in the Department of Water Resources. Thomas Welsh, Wastewater System Manager in the Department of Water Resources. Jasper Allen, Wastewater Treatment Plant Operator 3 in the Department of Water Resources. And Jace Turner, Librarian 2 in our Library Department. And last but not least, we have for 25 years of service, we'd like to recognize Mark Corbett, a police officer, and Alma Chaidez, library technician. And I'd like to give them all a round of applause.
Thank you, Madam Administrator. And now an item that I'd like to present myself would be our council's opportunity to recognize the extraordinary service we had during the local last rainstorms. And over Christmas and over New Year's, we had record-setting events. And what we saw was amazing service. What we saw was a lack of problems. We saw Public Works. We saw Fire Department, Police Department, Parks and Recreation pulling all those fronds off the streets. We had our communications staff. We had administration. All these things, we had a couple of leaks out at the airport, but they worked on that too. And what it meant was all those people on our staff worked through the holidays, worked through the night. I know because I was communicating with a few Public Works people on Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, let alone on New Year's. They were out there. I was down at the Laguna Channel and it was pumping water out like crazy. I was down in Gutierrez and just driving on a wet but no water standing in the street. Incredible work by Public Works. Part of that credit also I'll give Congressman Carvajal's office a shout out because he helped bring in some of the FEMA funding to do some small improvements that helped that out. We've got some more stuff coming up later on in the year. But for right now, I'd like to recognize our staff for an amazing job. So with my council colleagues. I know it was a complete disappointment to CNN and MSNBC, both of whom called me, and I said, we're good. And they went, so, Santa Barbara, not San Bernardino. And it was kind of one of those things where obviously I was talking to New York, but they're very palpably disappointed that we have the staff that we have. So well done, and thank you very much. Appreciate that. And with that, we will move on to changes to the agenda. Madam Administrator.
Staff has no changes to the agenda this afternoon.
All righty.
Mayor Rouse, I don't know, maybe you may have missed, I wanted to make a motion to adjourn not adjourn the meeting, but take a break after items 1 through 13th and reconvene at 5 p.m. for item 14 to allow more members of the community to participate.
Okay, is there a second to that motion? Second by Sneddon, so. Thank you. And as before we vote on that, I'm going to explain kind of what happened. One of my jobs as mayor is agenda management. And part of that agenda management is utilizing staff as efficiently as possible and ensuring their ability to handle the assigned workloads and their daily duties as well. And we hope they're not overburdened with extraordinary scheduling. The council values public participation as evidenced by our maintenance of remote support, and on occasion, we plan for evening meetings. On December 16th, we had a very robust and lengthy meeting about the rent control subject in general. We're going to talk some more about today, part of which is the topic we're going to be agendized for. Given the volume of new staff time to consider these changes, I am mindful the staff begins their days at 7:30 in the morning, and we should be mindful of their time as well, many of whom live an hour's drive away. So that was my consideration for today's schedule. Council has the ability to, as Ms. Santamaria did, to move to change that. And there is a first and a second. So with that,
Question to the motion.
you have a question to the motion?
Yeah, before we vote on it.
Okay. Do you have a question? Any questions on the motion?
Yeah. Are you done?
No.
I did jump. This is actually for the city attorney. I'm fine with going to 5 o'clock, and the reason is, one, there was differences in the media. It was originally reported at 5, then 2. And an issue like this, there are a lot of people that can't make it right now, so I do agree with that. But there's a lot of people in the room right now because it was published at 2 o'clock. So I'm wondering, Mr. Doimus, if there is a way that we could have with the public comment for those who are here when this item comes up, for those who are in the room right now, allow them to take public comment, continue the item, so they could go home, continue the item till 5 o'clock, like my colleagues suggest.
Correct.
And then have the staff presentation at 5 o'clock, and then whoever else wants to speak at 5 o'clock, so that the people who are already here, who read the media reports, don't have to wait till 5 o'clock. Can we do that?
Sure, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, yes, you do have that option when there's a motion right now, so we'd have to either table the motion and wait to that item comes. But yes, you can allow public comment, so you can go to that item, open it up for public comment, and then do exactly as you suggest, reconvene the matter at 5 o'clock for staff presentation and deliberation and additional public comment. If you want to make in the motion too that we'd open public comment for those who do not speak at 2 o'clock earlier, you can do that so you don't have a duplication of it.
Okay, so we should handle the first motion first, correct?
Because it's still a live motion right now on the floor.
Would you be
correct?
open to amending the motion?
Yes, I'd be happy to amend the motion, but I'm wondering if, Mr. City Attorney, if those are two separate motions of hearing the item at 5 and the reconvening of it. Are those two separate motions, or is that in one?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Santamaria, you can do it all under one motion. So you can have a motion to reconvene item 14 to 5 o'clock, but allow for first public comment, and then after hearing public comment, to reconvene the matter for staff presentation, deliberation, and questions, and allowing public comment for those who did not speak earlier at a later time. So you can do that right now under one motion.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Yes, I'm happy to make that amendment.
Okay, seconder?
I'm also happy to second. I think our cues aren't working on the screen. I think because when I had seconded the motion, there we go. Okay, thank you. But I'm happy to second the motion.
Okay, very good. And the one thing I will say, as we put that motion forward, if you are here to speak and you fill out a speaker slip, and you'd like to go ahead and go now prior to staff presentation, that would be great. I'm going to suggest that if you're online, in the queue online waiting to speak, that maybe you put that off until this afternoon. You may continue to stay online if you'd like, but we can split that up that way. It'll only be one shot, so if you speak today, you can't speak tonight. It'll still be the same item. Okay, so it's a one-shot deal. But because of the confusion with the media and all that, we'll do it per the motion that way. And with that, I guess we'll have the vote on, you have the motion, Madam Clerk?
Let me state the motion, and the mover may correct me as necessary. Motion by Councilmember Santamaria, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon, to recess the item 14 until 5 o'clock, but to permit public comment by those in the room now before that time, and for staff presentation to be at the 5 o'clock time, and for public comment only now or later.
All right?
And if I just might make the comment that it's specifically to accommodate because of the two different time notices
Right.
In the public.
Specifically to accommodate the two different time notices
Correct.
that were.
Let's go ahead and
And
have the vote,
if I may
please.
to add one more thing to the motion, that only one public comment per person. So if they
Right.
speak now, they would not speak at 5 o'clock.
I thought I said that too. Oh, well.
You did.
Very good.
I'm not crazy.
Okay, good to vote? Let's go ahead and vote.
Okay, passed unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, with that, we will move to the consent calendar. You have some items to read, Madam Clerk?
I do. Item 2, authorized purchase of real property located at 816 Cacique Street, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council adopt by reading of title only, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara approving and authorizing the city administrator to execute the First Amendment to the Declaration of Restrictions established by City of Santa Barbara Conditional Use Permit Resolution Number 8/09, and approving and authorizing city administrator to execute the Second Amended Restricted Use Covenant imposed on real property for the operation of a homeless shelter and related services. Item 5, amending Santa Barbara Municipal Code Section 17.20.005C relating to slip waiting list, ordinance introduction. Recommendation that council introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only. An ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending Section 17.20.005C of the Municipal Code pertaining to slip assignment policy. Item 6, agreement with Mercy House Living Centers for referral-based emergency shelter services is 816 Cacique Street, resolution agreement. Recommendation that council B, adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending resolution number 25066, adopting the budget for fiscal year 2026 to appropriate Measure C funds in the amount of $1,596,751 to fund an agreement with the interim service provider for emergency shelter services at 816 Cacique Street. And that is all for consent, Mr. Mayor.
All right, very good. Are there any items on the consent calendar that need to be pulled for a separate vote or discussion by members of the council? Are there any, I don't have any speaker slips for specific consent items. Do we have anyone online for consent item?
Mr. Mayor, there are no raised hands online.
Okay, with that, I will entertain a motion on the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Hartman,
Second.
second by Santa Maria. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santamaria for the entirety of the consent calendar. Please go ahead and vote.
Thank you. It passes unanimously. All right, very good. With that, we will take a report from the Ordinance Committee. Chair Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. We heard it was a continued meeting, and we reopened it for updating the municipal code regarding massage establishment, massage technician permits. We were not completely we were in agreement that it's not quite ready, but we voted to bring the item back to full council after having more extensive cultural outreach and a few more considerations in the ordinance, and it will be coming time uncertain, but after spring break, back to council.
All right, very good. Thank you very much. With that, we will move to general public comment. I've got a number of speaker slips here, and because we limit the general public comment to 30 minutes before the rest of the item, I'm going to limit this to 1 minute. Do we have speakers online as well for general public comment?
No, a few raised hands coming in for general public comment.
Okay, so to make our timeline so we can hear what everybody's got to say, just say we got a minute each, and that's what we'll go with general public comment. I'm going to call the name of the speaker, and I'm going to call the speaker right after that. See if you can be ready to move up there, and Ms. Gorman will have the timer all set. Won't you, Ms. Gorman? I thought you would. Okay, Garrett Gustafson, followed by Smith.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Garrett Gustafson, and I am speaking on behalf of Lobster Joe's being reinstated for summer camp. I have been a resident here for 30 years, and most of that I have enjoyed childhood camps when I was younger. YMCA, Junior Guards, UCSB. With that being said, I am the father of two amazing kiddos, Carter and Summer there, who have attended Lobster Joe's, my son being one of the first to attend his first year, and has made sure that we have had him attend every year since. With that being said, he has also aspired to be a CIT there, and not only that, but he has enjoyed Lobster Joe's culture, and I think that is something that he does so well for Santa Barbara. He not only creates a safe, fun space for the children, but also hires some amazing people as well to foster what Santa Barbara community has come to love and enjoy. Including that, I am a businessman that manages my family business, Furniture Gallery by Mattress Mike's, and believe that Lobster Joe does not make this a monetary situation in any way, shape, or form. He's originally started during COVID, and did a great job of not increasing the fees or anything for a safe space for the kids
Thank you
to
very
enjoy
much.
camp.
We've got Smith, followed by Maverick Burleson.
Hello there, my name is Maya Smith. I am involved in after-school programs, and I'm very much into the whole idea of creating great opportunities for kids. I have to say that I know that Lobster Joe, by reputation, runs a very organized program and with great safety in mind. And I was very surprised when I heard that the program was going to be cancelled. I wonder what the stats are for any cancellation. I would be very surprised to know of any, as I believe he runs such a wonderful and very safe program, and I believe that all opportunities for kids should really be safeguarded in these difficult times. Thank you.
Thank you. Maverick Burleson, followed by David Thomas.
Hello, I'm Maverick Burleson, and I've been going to Lobster Joe's for like 5 years now, and I really like it. And it's taught me a lot about cleaning up the ocean and a lot of like safety precautions around the ocean. And even though Joe knows me and knows that I can swim very well, and everyone else who goes a lot, he always makes everyone take the swim test, and makes you wear and you have to wear life jackets when you go out on the Mega Sup, which is a big paddleboard. And I was very surprised when I heard that it was gonna be canceled, and I think it should stay as a camp. Thank you.
Now, you might be in contention for the coolest name of the day. Okay, I will ask everybody to not do the clap thing because we're not going to get everybody in 30 minutes. So, David Thomas, followed by Daniel Shepard.
You know, my comments were for the rent freeze.
Okay,
not
that's
for
coming
this.
up later on. That's item 14.
That's what I thought, yeah. I don't know why it came up now, but.
And
so,
you're Daniel Shepard, correct? Or you're
David Thomas, yeah,
David
I'm
Thomas,
happy to
okay.
speak at that time.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank you.
Daniel Shepard, please, followed by Tracy.
Yeah, hi, good afternoon. I'm Danny Shepard. I'm an emergency physician and a medical director for the 911 Santa Barbara EMS agency, which provides medical oversight for 911. So I'm also here to support Lobster Joe's. My kid's been going there for years. And as you know, like getting a kid out the door in the morning can be tough, but it's always the one camp she's like stoked to go to, really excited. And she's done all the camps. There's a lot here in Santa Barbara, but that's the one that she wants to do every year. So I think that the cost of childcare is a significant burden for many families. And if you have kids, you know, these camps are like, you know, day of one of registration, they're filling up. So we don't have enough camps in town for Lobster Joe's not to be a part of that community. So the parents of Santa Barbara need Lobster Joe's, and without sufficient camps, you're going to have kids sitting at home or, you know, riding around on their e-bikes or, you know, is that really what the city wants? The kids not having enough activities. And as a parent, if there's a concern about Lobster Joe's, I'd like to know what the issue is specifically. We use some of his counselors as babysitters outside of the camp. So we really have a lot of trust in Lobster Joe's, and I hope you reconsider.
Thank you very much. Got Tracy, and the last name starts with J, but I can't quite make it out, so, and I'm not going to try to butcher it.
That's okay. I'm Tracy Jupil, and I'm here also to support Lobster Joe. My daughter's been going there since COVID, and I think the city was doing a big disservice. Sorry, I'm really nervous. In not allowing this camp to stay put. It's taught my daughter a lot, and the counselors to camp goers ratio is unmatched with any other camp that I've ever seen. They take safety very, very seriously. They test the kids knowing how to swim each and every time they go. They make sure that there's sunblock on those children every single time, repeatedly throughout the day. There is no reason, I think, that you're doing a big disservice in not allowing Lobster Joe's to stay put. Thank you.
Thank you. David Crockett Williams, followed by Tallulah Borman.
Thank you. Well, I planned a 3-minute talk, but I have a minute, so I just wanted to say, since I spoke last time, I said I'd bring some and show some of my peace toys. These are like party favors for peace. It's a symbol of the message of peace depicted by the great law of peace, symbolized by the tree of peace like UCSB. And this is the global peace baton, and these are rainbow peace sprays. I gave you all one, and the message of peace is, make it with love, sends the message of peace, and when everybody has one, it will have world peace. And this is the tetramentation. Okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Tallulah Borman, followed by Margot Froley.
Good afternoon. I was a counselor at Lobster Joe's Beach Camp this past summer, and I just wanted to share one of the most memorable moments from my summer that I think really demonstrates the true impacts that Lobster Joe's has the ability to have on kids. So anyways, it was the last day of camp for the week, and one of the campers in particular was very excited. He was going to attempt the buoy swim and earn his rad Lobster Joe's wristband to commemorate this amazing accomplishment and bravery. On the first day of camp, this camper had never swum in the ocean before. Although with each day his comfort advanced, he learned to boogie board, body surf, and shred some gnarly waves. It was the end of the day, and his mom arrived to pick him up. He looked at me, "Lula, are you ready?" To which I responded, "Heck yeah, dude, let's do this." He zipped up his life jacket. I hopped on my stand-up paddleboard to offer him support if needed. His mom cheered him on from the shore. We swam all the way to the buoy and back. This was a favorite moment of mine from the whole summer. The smile on his face and the pride in his eyes. It was what Lobster Joe's is really about, giving kids the confidence and support to do anything they put their minds to.
Thank you. Margot Froley, followed by Joseph Evers.
Good afternoon. Hi, my name is Margot Froley. I'm a 40-plus year resident of Santa Barbara. My daughter Ruby is a third-generation Santa Barbaran. We're about 3 years Lobster Joe's participants. We're tremendous fans of the camp. What I see when I go to Lobster Joe's, our kids having fun in the sun. They are finding each other. They are well supported by the staff. They're all color-coded in their jerseys based on their swim abilities. I see parents who are at ease, who can go back to work and know their kids are having a fabulous day at camp with not a horrendous price point. I see also in Lobster Joe's a thriving and growing, locally grown Santa Barbara business, and I feel like these are the businesses we want to be supporting. What I haven't heard are specific or compelling reasons why Lobster Joe's has been revoked, having their privileges revoked. I don't understand why among the bevy of camps, Lobster Joe's is getting singled out. And I think we should be supporting our local businesses that provide such a valuable insight for our community.
Thank you. Okay, please note, Joseph Evers, followed by Rico Delgado. And Ms. McAdoo, maybe we could get an update, a council update on the whole situation with that, please, some informational. Mr. Evers, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, City Council, and Honorable Mayor. My name is Joseph Evers, and I am the imagination and operator behind the child care service known as Lobster Joe's Camps. I would like to bring attention to the ever-growing need for reliable and affordable child care options. While my camp was born out of a personal desire to become more connected to this wonderful community, it has grown into a communal hub across the county to engage in outdoor recreation in a space we all share, the beach. Youth recreation programs are essential for economic stability and family retention within our city, as noted by the City of Santa Barbara's general plan. For the past 5 years, Lobster Joe's has supported this mission by providing affordable childcare within the state's maximum reimbursable childcare rates. There are very few programs that successfully combine outdoor recreation affordability and a shared community space where children across the county can build relationships and find a common ground. Over the past 2 months, it has come to my attention that there's a belief that my programs did not have adequate staffing and were therefore unsafe. I respectfully challenge that assertion. Outdoor recreation programs operate fully in the public eye. The space I operated within fell within 6 overlapping EMS jurisdictions, was adjacent to a heavily trafficked bike path, and most importantly, was subject to the close scrutiny of parents, all of these parents who entrusted me with their most valuable asset, their children.
Thank you. That was time. Rico Delgado, you guys are taking up time. Don't clap. Rico Delgado, followed by Molly Sorensen.
Hi, my name is Ricardo Delgado. I'm born and raised in this city. All I have to say, because we've heard everything else, is that I asked Joe why was he restricted from receiving his permit, and he said that it wasn't safe. There was some complaints about not enough safety. So if that's all that needs to be done, he's willing to make those changes. I just suggest we tell him what needs to be done and let him follow through with that. We don't need, if we want to punish someone, we don't need to punish the children who are the benefits of this program. Do we agree? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Molly Sorensen, followed by Landon Lay.
Good afternoon. My name's Molly Sorensen. I'm the mother of 2 elementary school-age children. I'm here to support Lobster Joe's. Our family values outdoor time and community connection. We make a conscious effort every day to keep our children outside because it builds resilience, confidence, and a lifelong love of nature. We've tried many programs, but Lobster Joe's stands apart. Programs like skateboarding at Skaters Point and Beach Camp are not just activities, they are meaningful experiences where children grow, take healthy risks, and make lasting memories. We trust Joseph Evers, and I respectfully ask you to support the continuation of Lobster Joe's programs through Parks and Rec. Thanks.
Thank you. Then Landon Lay, and followed by Arnie Sorensen.
Hello, my name is Landon Lee, and I go to Washington. I'm in 5th grade, and almost every single Wednesday, I go to Lobster Joe's, and I like it. I've been going for the past 2 years, and I feel very safe there.
Thank you. Arnie Sorensen.
My name is Arnie Sorensen, and I've also been going to Lobster Joe's for about 2.5 years, and I want to keep going there because I have fun, because I get to hang out with my friends and, yeah, just have fun. And also, my parents don't need to supervise me because of the staff there. So, yeah, I want Lobster Joe's to keep going because it's really fun. I like it.
All right, best hair of the day now. Okay, Lauren Duncan, followed by Kristen Miller.
Hi there, I'm here with my son, Jude Duncan, and we're speaking on behalf of Lobster Joe's Beach Camp for the purpose of reinstating the permit to Joe Evers for 2026 and beyond. Both of my kids have attended Lobster Joe's Beach Camp since its inception, and since attending that first year, they regularly refused going to any other camp. This is to say they are picky, and this is the only summer camp they'll attend, week after week and year after year. We're now approaching aging out of camp, which makes me sad, but it's become an integral part of their childhood summer memories. From my children's perspective, Lobster Joe's is summer. This camp provides the perfect outlet to their energetic and adventurous needs. Joe's attention to detail and daily structure is unmatched, and he and his employees have found the perfect balance between structure, play, and free time, allowing kids of all ages to learn not only from the counselors but from each other. The younger campers have opportunities to look up to the older campers and the older campers gain self-confidence by being role models to the younger crew. Thank you.
Thank you. Kristen Miller, followed by James Jennings.
Hi, my name's Kristen. I'm here on behalf of Lobster Joe's and my son Ashton Miller. To us, Lobster Joe's is not just a beach camp. It's a place focused on beach fun, ocean safety, and most importantly, child development. My son started attending the very first year the camp was opened. At that time, he was shy, he was hesitant, and he was not a good swimmer. By the end of that first summer, we could barely get him out of the ocean. He came home doing backflips into the pool, not because someone pushed him, but because he had gained confidence, skilled, and trust in himself, and that didn't happen by accident. It was the result of a carefully designed program created by Joe and his team, one that prioritizes safety, structure, and emotional support. They meet kids where they are, build skills incrementally, and foster an environment where children feel safe enough to grow. Since that first summer, my Lobster Joe's has been the only camp my son will willingly attend. He may very well hold the record for the most consecutive weeks attendance since the camp's inception. That alone should say something about the environment Joe has created, because kids do not choose to willingly return to places where they feel unsafe. To cite safety concerns without clarity feels less like childhood advocacy.
Yeah, thank you very much. James Jennings, followed by Charlie Stelzer.
Hi, I voted for some of you, and I grew up in this town. Chief Mills could attest to that. I saw him in the back. I've been here almost 6 decades, and I got to tell you something. Lobster Joe is a star in this town. He's a fellow gaucho. I went nursery school through UCSB here. I'm very happy that I figured out how to stay here, and I'm not leaving. And my 3 boys have been to Lobster Joe's. They love it. Every kid I know loves it. Figure out the politics, cut the red tape, and give him the green light. That's what I say. And, you know, he's a star. You guys got to help the stars in this town. He's a gaucho, you know, and I've been here my whole life. I wish I had a camp to go to like that. I heard about him from John Palmentary, and that's when I went down there. I was like, whoa. And then I saw what he's doing, and the wheels started spinning.
Thank you. Charlie Stelzer, followed by Dustin Hoyseth.
Good afternoon, council members, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for being here on behalf of Lobster Joe's Beach Camp. My name is Charlie Stelzer, and I've worked for Santa Barbara Parks and Recreation as an inclusion specialist for over 10 years now. I've known Joe and worked with him since he started the program here in Santa Barbara, I believe 5 years. I would like to tell you a few things that I've noticed about Lobster Joe's program and what it means to the kids first and in the community as a whole. First little girl, probably first or second grade, on the first day of camp, crying, telling her mom that she's scared and she doesn't want her to leave. I noticed that Joe's staff members come over, get on her level and talk with her for a few minutes while her mom signs her up for camp. A few minutes later, the child walks away with a young adult looking for a new friend to look for seashells with. A few days later, I see the same little girl telling her mom she doesn't want to leave the beach because she's having such a great time playing with her new friends on the beach. I also noticed the gracious smiles and heartfelt thank yous from the parents as they leave their children for the day in the hands of trusted and energetic staff members who have been there on the beach for 2 or 3 hours setting up for the day's events, carrying huge 60, 70-pound bins of safety equipment, life jackets, boogie boards, surfboards, toys, buckets.
That's time, Sam.
And
Thank you.
so on.
Yeah.
Thank you for
Thank you.
reconsidering.
Dustin Hoyseth, followed by Terry Antone.
Hello, council members. I'm Dustin Hoyseth, Director of Public Policy with the Santa Barbara South Coast Chamber of Commerce.
Lobster Joe has been a longstanding member of the chamber. I've seen firsthand the passion, dedication, and professionalism Joe has had for these camps. He runs it just like any other business and that's a member of the chamber. I felt like it was important to lend the chamber's voice to the comments today because after hearing both Joe's and the city staff's perspective, it was clear to me from a third party's perspective that the situation which led to the termination of this contract is filled with misunderstandings and miscommunications. And if left as is, this will lead to an outcome that doesn't serve anyone's best interests, the city, the community, or Joe and his staff. I believe that council leadership can help address these misunderstandings and miscommunications and ensure the city can find a way to support the continued operation of the camp, whatever form that may take. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Terry Anton, followed by Mike Stoker.
Good afternoon. My name's Terry Anton. I'm the mother of 2 children who started off as campers at Lobster Joe's 5 years ago, and it's been incredible. Jimmy J's right. He's a star. He's amazing. So many people in town just love this camp, from parents to children. As my kids started as campers, they became CITs as they've grown through the program. One of them, my oldest, became a paid counselor. And then last year, he was the lead camp counselor, which was awesome. Loves it, totally owns it. He's just taken off as far as like management skills and just the stuff he's learned through this camp is incredible. And my daughter's right behind him, and this is her first year this summer. She's really hoping that she can be a paid camp counselor. This will be her first job. And to hear that this was cut, we're like, oh, you're kidding me. Like, they look forward to this every year. He's going off to college this fall, and so this was his last year that he's really, hoping to finish. So anyway, it's an amazing camp, and I really hope that this pulls through because it's incredible for everybody, parents alike.
Thank you. Mike Stoker, followed by Will. Mr. Stoker, is this about the general public comment?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
No, it's for the rent more. I
That's
ran out when I heard you, so
Yeah, sorry.
I just filled it out and I didn't hear the
Yeah,
distinguishment.
we'll be getting to that actually sooner than you would think. Stanley, Will.
Hi, everybody.
Followed by Mark Jacobson.
What's up, Oscar? I graduated with Oscar. I'm a former Royal, 2003, right? Good to see you. You wear those glasses, dude. That's great. Anyway, I'm here for a call to action because I believe Santa Barbara is heaven. I mean, today was so perfect. We have an opportunity to really make a change and demand truth and transparency in our government. We have been lied to from 9/11 to Afghanistan war to this recent Charlie Kirk to the Epstein files. We cannot let these pedos kill people and profit from it while we have sick children with cancer that we could be curing here in town. Let's throw a parade, guys. I need some help. Who's with me? Let's throw a parade and let's bring California up on it. And then let's bring the fucking United States and take over from these assholes who are pedos and they're
Let's keep the language a little clean. We've
I'm
got
sorry
kids in
about
here,
that.
please.
But somebody's got to be upset because ignorance is not an excuse, guys. I actually see the videos
Thank you.
like
That's-
on the
that's
dark
your
web
time.
of pulling dead bodies out and it's saying, weapons saying made in USA. We could do something, guys.
Thank you. That's time. Mark
Somebody
Jacobson.
help me. Please. Let's have a parade. Santa Barbara, stand up.
Or you, Mark Jacobson. Okay.
It'll be fun.
All right, very good. Do I have speakers online for this?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thou shalt not kill.
Okay, you had your time. Would you please be respectful for everybody else in the room?
We have 2 speakers online. We have Skylar Matthews and Kara Scott. Skylar Matthews, please go ahead.
People of the Santa Barbara community and city council members. I'm calling in today because I, for the past 12 years, have worked in youth development. I am from Santa Barbara and am a byproduct of the Parks and Rec camp system, and it really inspired me to, engage with our youth. I have a unique perspective because I was able to work with Lobster Joe's this past summer, and something that was very remarkable to me was the kids' ability to learn through curiosity. I think a lot of our youth, especially this age demographic, coming from COVID, spent a lot of time in isolation and with screens, and what I saw this summer was everything but that. I saw passion, laughter, I saw arguments, and they were able to resolve that and figure that out. And I think that with the world that we live in right now, it's so important to be able to have those
All right.
moments.
Thank you very much. That's time.
And thank you for your time.
Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Kara Scott. Kara Scott, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kara Scott. I'm a mother of 3 daughters and a multi-generational resident of Santa Barbara. And I'm here in support of Lobster Joe's and hope that the city will reconsider its position to allow the renewal of their recreation contract. I am calling in today because I am a working mom, and Lobster Joe's provides such a great service to families, communities, for people that are part of the workforce, where they know that they can drop their kids off in a safe environment to have a great time. If I wasn't a working mom, I would be at the beach with them. So the fact that Mr. Evers and Lobster Joe's staff provides these unforgettable childhood memories, and the flexibility allows me to remain a working mom in the summer. I just can't tell you how much you've heard already. So many people speak and give testimony on what a wonderful camp it is, how professional it is, how we feel safe leaving our children there. So
That's time.
I just
Thank you
really
very
hope that
much.
you reconsider your position. Thank you.
Thank you.
One final speaker.
Okay, then I've got the last speaker slip because we're over time already on this, and then we'll do this speaker online and this last speaker slip.
Very good. And this is Henrietta Meyer. Henrietta Meyer, please go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Henrietta Meyer, and I don't live in Santa Barbara, but I visit Santa Barbara every single summer and spend a week or 2 on the beach. That's when I first discovered Lobster Joe's, by being on the beach next to the camps. So then the next year when I came back to Santa Barbara, where I'm renting hotel rooms or Airbnbs, I'm going to all your restaurants, shopping on the plaza, just having a great time, and really adding to the economic activity in Santa Barbara, I decided that, you know what? Why am I not bringing all my nieces and nephews and my grandkids to Santa Barbara with me for the summer so they can experience Lobster Joe's too? So for the past 3 years, I've been bringing my family with me and renting out multiple places, and I have never seen anything that's unsafe at Lobster Joe's. All I see is excitement and joy and learning, and for me, that's what it's about. I am a former teacher, and I would advocate heavily for getting Lobster Joe's back up and running.
Okay, thanks very much. That's time. Thank you. Final speaker, that was the last online speaker, is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, then the last speaker will be Derek Correa.
Hello, City Council, Mayor. I work for the City of Santa Barbara. I've worked for you guys for 10 years. I've also worked for the school district for that same time, 10 years. I've been to Lobster Joe's since its inception. Never seen anything as a safety hazard other than me getting stung by a stingray over this past summer. Hurts really bad. I got a petition for the kids at the Washington school. I think a couple of the kids back here have signed it because they didn't want this camp to end. Neither do I. It's better than the kids being on a screen the entire summer for 8 weeks, and the only safety hazards are the ones that are unavoidable, and that's cause of nature. So, I mean, other than that, all of the counselors are very well educated on safety concerns and safety hazards, and they're all able to swim as well as myself. Yeah, and it's a shame.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, and with that, we will close public comment, and we'll move on to the next item. Madam Clerk, would you read that into the record? And for the folks that are the Lobster Joe folks leaving, just please, as quietly as you possibly can. We're still kind of moving here. Thank you.
The next item is item 12, appointment of Mayor Pro tempore, and chairs and vice chairs for Ordinance Committee, Finance Committee, Sustainability Committee, and Legislative Committee.
All right, very good. So this is when we kind of change the dance card around a little bit. And we'll start out with Mayor Pro Tem. And do we have a nomination and/or a motion for, I think it's Ms. Snedden's turn to be the Mayor Pro Tem. May I have a motion on that or another, okay. Harmon and Santa Maria in that order for first and second. And any other comments or go right to the vote?
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, could you repeat the motion?
I'm sorry? Oh, it was Harmon and then Santa Maria, that first and second on the.
Okay, very good.
For Mayor Pro Tem being Kristen Snedden.
Okay, very good, thank you. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria for Councilmember Snedden as Mayor Pro Tem. We'll go ahead and vote.
Pass unanimously, thank you very much. We'll go to the chair and vice chair for the ordinance committee first. Do I have a nomination for chair?
I'd like to nominate Vice Chair Oscar Gutierrez so that it rotates through.
Okay, very good. That's the nomination for chair. Any other suggestions? Any second? Second by Harmon. May we have the vote, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Harmon for Councilmember Gutierrez as chair of the ordinance committee. Go ahead and vote, please. Mr. Mayor.
Might have been me. All right, pass unanimously, thank you. And vice chair would be, Ms. Snedden, you have a,
I'd nominate Councilmember Jordan for Vice Chair.
okay. Any discussion on that? Okay, seconded by Oscar Gutierrez. Vote, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Jordan, nominating Councilmember Gutierrez as vice chair of the ordinance committee. Go ahead and vote, please. No. Sorry.
No. To his chair or vice chair.
Chair is Oscar Gutierrez,
Oh, I
Vice
apologize.
Chair
Sorry.
Councilmember Jordan.
Sorry. Okay, let's do that one more time. I'm just going to cancel that vote. All right. So this is for the ordinance committee vice chair, and this is a motion by Councilmember Snedden, seconded by Councilmember Gutierrez, to nominate Councilmember Jordan as vice chair of the ordinance committee. Better?
Yeah.
Good.
Give you one
Go ahead and
job.
vote, please.
All right, pass unanimously, thank you very much. Move on to the finance committee chair.
I'd like to nominate Megan Harmon so that it could continue to rotate.
Second.
Okay, any discussion on that? Ms. Harmon?
Thank you. I very much appreciate my colleagues' vote of confidence. I will also be nominating Councilmember Friedman. I realize it's very much atypical in how we generally approach the rotation of chairs. That said, it's been working really, really well, and I think part of my job is to be realistic about both my own capacity and the level of energy and focus that is required to drive the ship at finance as we move into this next year. For folks that don't know, I also chair the California Coastal Commission, so it's like a whole other job, and I do want to be mindful of that. So I want to just put his name forward, and folks can make their arguments, but it's been going very well, and I think also want to give a shout out to Councilmember Santa Maria. I think we've done a very good job in asking the hard questions, and I've really been proud to be a part of that committee over the last few years, this last year in particular.
Okay, Mr. Jordan, you have a comment?
Well, I'll second
Which
the
one?
motion for Mr. Friedman.
Mr. Friedman, okay.
And also just say, other than be careful what you wish for, Ms. Harmon. That's your own fault. But I think the points made on just the level of financial distress in the coming year is important enough for me to want to maintain the existing both corporate knowledge and leadership of that committee. So,
Very good, thank you. Mr. Doimus?
Just for logistics, we do have first an active motion by Councilmember Sneddon in terms of Councilmember Harmon being chair. So if the original maker wants to amend the motion and nominate Councilmember Friedman as the chair, that would be, but we just need to handle the one motion because we have
Okay,
one.
we had a motion with not a second, but the nominee declined.
It had a second.
We had
You
a second.
seconded
We
it?
had a second,
Oh, okay.
yes.
So let's go ahead and do that then. The maker of the motion was Ms. Sneddon, was that correct?
It was, and can I change that motion then to have Councilmember Wendy Santamaria as vice chair?
Well, it'd be first, let's do the motion on the chair if we want to amend that.
Yeah,
If we
would you
want-
amend
Well,
that, and then we can come back, I'll come right back.
Well, I'll
to you.
just withdraw it.
Okay, that's fine. You can withdraw as well,
As
correct.
the person
Okay.
nominated
Yes.
is declining.
Make it even this
But could I just
complicated.
make a comment, since we're talking about that first
course,
motion? I believe very firmly and strongly, as we do with ordinance, and has been the tradition for decades on council, that this position rotate. And every member still has all the same voting power, input, expertise that is still valued, but it is the way that we bring up leadership of other people on the committee is through that practice of running a meeting, that practice of having those meetings ahead of time. And I do believe it's a disservice to the other members of the committee to not have that opportunity. I've said it every year, it's nothing different about this year. I say it every year about this committee, that I truly believe it should just automatically rotate.
Okay, Mr. Friedman, you had a comment?
I do, thank you. Appreciate the support for the job that's been done at the finance. I don't do it alone, I do it with my colleagues, Councilmember Harmon, Councilmember Santamaria. In the past, I have always, if there was another person that I wanted to step up, always deferred to that. This year, one of the things that it's an anomaly of a year, and it gets to what Councilmember Jordan was saying, is we have a $13 million deficit. And over the last 8 years, I've put a lot into the budget, working with our finance director, and we have a lot of work to do this year in particular. And there's an opportunity that I want to be able to work with the finance director. There's a lot of preparation that goes into those meetings, and that's why I would like to continue to serve this year. Mr. Doimus, I think instead of having us to vote one or do substitute motions, which could come up, I'm fine. Hopefully we can get a unanimous on this, but if we don't, can we just withdraw the motions and then put both of our names forward, and then we do a roll call vote instead of taking a vote yes or no on a colleague?
I think we did it easier. Councilmember Sneddon withdrew the motion, so.
But then you nominated Councilmember Santamaria, didn't you?
As vice chair.
As vice chair, okay.
And there could be a second for
Okay,
that.
I'll second that, yeah.
Okay, so can we take that in one motion?
We'll do, yeah, we can take vice chair first,
Okay,
then
so
go back
do
to
you
chair.
understand the motion, Madam Clerk? Chair Friedman, Vice Chair Sneddon?
Yes, one
And
moment, please.
Vice Chair Santamaria? You got me doing it.
Okay. Again, throughout this, please correct me as necessary. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem, Motion by Sneddon, seconded by Friedman,
That's easier.
to nominate Wendy Santamaria as Vice Chair of the Finance Committee. Okay?
Yeah. And Friedman, what's that?
That's the first motion. We'll do it.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead,
And that
put it up.
motion by itself? Okay, please go ahead and vote.
Pass unanimously, thank you, and then the second part would be the.
Now we could have a new motion for the chair.
So moved.
Moved by Jordan.
Be for Mr. Friedman.
Mr. Friedman as chair. Okay, second?
I'll second.
Second, is that Mrs. Harmon? Thank you. Would you please have the vote, please?
Okay, and this is a motion by Councilmember Jordan, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, for Eric Friedman to be appointed as Chair of the Finance Committee. Okay?
Yep.
Go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to the Chair and Vice Chair for the Legislative Committee. Is a nominee for the Chair of the Legislative Committee.
I'll nominate Councilmember Sneddon. Is that whose turn is it? It's Sneddon?
It was on the Leg Committee last year.
It's me right now, so it's one of the other two.
I have a question because it's the three of us that are on the legislative and the sustainability, right? So could we have you be the chair of sustainability? Because that's something you've worked on, and I really want you to be that. And I've worked on the legislative this year, and for me to be the chair, I'm not the chair right now, Councilmember Harmon is. And one of the reasons for that is it ties in to the work I'm doing with the League of Cities. And so I think there's an opportunity, being the president of the Channel Counties Division, to tie into a lot of legislative things. So I'd like to be able to have on those two committees, support you for chair, and then serve as chair of the legislative committee for myself.
Very respectfully, it is a simple rotation, and that's what I've supported all the way through. And reluctantly, I did support finance chair, so I would really appreciate if it could just rotate through. I mean, it's 3 years before it comes around again, or 4 years.
Well, it's important to nominate because people may want to switch from one committee to the other as well, like ordinance and finance, which is not the case this year. But you're right, it doesn't really matter who's running the...
I'm fine with that. I was just raising the issue because of, there's a lot of legislative issues that are going with the chair, but I'm fine if you want to rotate it through. I was just saying because the three of us are on the same of three of us are on those committees to split it up, but if you, that's not the...
Oh, that would be
I'm
fine.
with that.
It's just if we start to move into the era where we're talking about the merits of different people in position, which seems to be what we're doing with finance, with ledge, then it moves out of that automatic rotation, which I'm opposed to. So it's not personal, but I don't need to be the chair of the ledge committee.
I'm fine without doing it.
So I will
let's go ahead
support
and make
you. I will support you.
Maybe I should be the chair of the ledge.
Okay, so let's make a motion for, first of
Yeah.
all, the Ledge Committee. Chair for the Ledge Committee, who's that going to be?
There was a nomination.
Okay, do we have a nomination, a second for that?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded. Who was it? Was it you? Okay, Ms. Sneddon, okay. Fine, okay, have a vote on that, please.
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria, to nominate Sneddon for chair of the Legislative Committee. Correct?
Okay.
Very good. Go ahead and vote, please.
Okay, passed unanimously, thank you. Vice Chair of the Legislative Committee.
I'll nominate Councilmember Friedman.
Second.
Councilmember Friedman, okay. We have the vote on that, please. You have the, do we have a second? Yeah, second, Sneddon. Harmon, Sneddon, Friedman for the position.
This is for the Legislative
Vice Chair of the Ledge Committee.
Committee, Vice Chair, motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Sneddon? Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon? Okay. Sneddon to nominate Friedman for
Vice Chair.
Legislative Committee Vice Chair.
Correct.
Go ahead and vote, please.
Unanimous, thank you. Okay, and then finally, the Chair and Vice Chair of the Sustainability Committee, which is the same cast of characters pretty much, so
I'll nominate Councilmember Sneddon for chair.
Sneddon for Chair of Sustainability. Second, okay, first and seconded by Harmon. May we have a vote on that, please?
This is a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, nominating Sneddon as chair of the Sustainability Committee. Correct? Very good. Go ahead and vote, please.
Thank you. And vice chair?
I'd like to nominate Councilmember Friedman as vice chair.
Freeman is okay.
Second.
Second by Harmon. Freeman is vice chair.
So for this, we have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, nominating Councilmember Friedman as vice chair of the Legislative Committee.
Right.
Yes? Okay, go ahead and vote, please.
Passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move along to item 13. Would you read that into the record, please?
Item 13, advisory groups and council liaison appointments.
Okay, very good. So we have a list of advisory groups, and I think since we are still a standing council, as was when we did all these assignments before, it might be quickest to ask if anybody has a change to make. And the first speaker is Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, one of my absolute favorite appointments over the years has been to the Housing Authority Board, and I truly did not want to give it up. And Mr. Fredericks, if you're watching, don't think you're going to get out of my messages all that easily, but the meetings are often during Coastal Commission hearings, and the truth is I just have not been able to attend. So loath as I am to give that up, I think that it's probably the right thing to do. So I'm happy to keep it. I love that board. I love the Housing Authority, love those folks. But if someone has availability to attend the meetings and an interest, it might be prudent that we make that
Okay,
switch.
very good. Ms. Sneddon, you have your light on, then we'll take see who wants to do that.
Oh, mine was about other positions to move.
Let's go ahead and do the housing, because that's one switch we know about. Right now, it's Harmon and Santa Maria's alternate. Are there any,
Put it in the queue.
what's that?
She's in the queue. Wendy's in the queue.
Okay. Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. As the alternate right now to the Housing Authority Board, I'd be happy to take on that role.
Okay. And anybody else or a nomination, or shall we move on that?
I'll nominate Santa Maria, the alternate.
Okay, second? Oh, no, for that, she is the alternate.
She is, because she's the alternate, I will nominate Santa Maria to be the primary.
Okay. And then who would like to be alternate for that?
I would love to stay.
Okay, so let's do that. So we'll switch to those two. We had that moved and seconded?
It was moved, I'm not sure it was seconded.
I'll second.
Yeah. Mr. Duemas, do we have to do moves and seconds for all these positions as well?
No, you can, to streamline it, you can
That's what I'd like to
deliberate, you can deliberate right now, decide any changes, and you can make the motion with like 2 or 3, whatever the changes are,
Yeah.
and the rest can be the status
What I'd like
quo.
to do is do that and then do the slate and ask everybody if we can do that for expeditions. Okay, so we have a switch on Housing Authority, Santa Maria, and Harmon. Any other changes? Ms. Sneddon?
Yes, recognizing that 3 of us are termed out at the end of this year, and Councilmember Friedman and I are the primary and the alternate on several different water-related committees, and discussing that amongst ourselves, we were hoping that Councilmember Jordan would be willing to be the alternate on any of these where we are each other's alternate now, to just start building that continuity. So that would be alternate for Water Commission, alternate for Kachuma Conservation and Release Board, and alternate for Kachuma Operation and Management Board. And I have 100% attendance, so truly the alternate position is for the briefings and to come if wanting, but it wouldn't be an extra time commitment at this point, if Councilmember Jordan would accept that nomination.
Okay, so that would be on which, that would be on the Water Commission?
Water Commission, Kachuma Conservation and Release Board, that's CCRB.
Where is that at?
It's under regional agencies.
That's
Regional,
okay, yeah.
and then Kachuma Operation and Management Board, otherwise known as COM.
So, Mr. Jordan, you're going to do the alternate in all those?
Back to the future.
That's right.
Okay. and
They'll be
we're-
happy to see you.
And we're okay with the primary, the way it is? That's you, Ms. Sneddon, is that correct?
Correct. I'm chair of CCRB and COM, and I'm staying in those positions.
Okay. So that's what we have, so Sneddon and Jordan as opposed to Sneddon Freeman on those. Are there any other boards or commissions where people would like to, advisory group liaisons, for example, anybody would like to switch around? Ms. Santa Maria?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I had a procedural question. Some of these committees, or commissions, excuse me, don't have alternates. Could we nominate an alternate if there's,
We have created
Oh, you don't
alternates.
need an
We felt
alternate?
the need to, but a lot of
I
these
see.
commissions are so infrequently convened that we
Okay.
just don't do it, so.
okay, that makes sense.
It usually
Thank
ends up being me, but yeah.
you. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Freeman?
So we have a new one this year. It's the Fire Safe Council. And so what I'd like to propose is that we actually have two of us that can go there, Councilmember Sneddon and myself. I know you've been working with them a very long time. And then with all the new additions of the potential benefit assessment district in the coastal zone, I think it's important to have that in there. So I'd like to put both of us on there. Just two of us, no primary, no alternate, just the two positions. And I checked that we can do that, right? Just wanted
Got a
to.
fire safe.
I think that's an excellent idea. I would be happy for you to be the primary, me the alternate, if you wanted to do it that way. I'm happy with it either way, but I think that's an excellent idea.
I think we can just do two on there. We don't have to do a primary or alternate. This way, we can just both attend as needed.
Okay.
So.
All right, very good.
So I'll second that if that was a
Yeah,
motion.
we're just, like I said, we're going to take it as a slate if we can, so we can get this done. Other changes in liaisons or committee members on this? Regional agencies? Okay, then I'll put it forward. If everyone is satisfied with what we've done, if we can go ahead and have a motion to accept the slate as listed. Or do we need it read into the record, or we can just,
Just,
read
I
the
think,
record?
Honorable Mayor, for clarity's sake, we can do a motion to accept the slate as is with the changes, and to read those changes into the record so we're
Okay.
clear. And then Ms. Gordon took notes on that, so.
All right, very good. So, do you have those, Madam Clerk, or would you like them read to you, and then you can read, or?
I would just like to be read what the decision was for the slate for the fire safety. I missed that.
Fire Safe Council?
Fire Safe Council, yes.
I think it was Freeman and Sneddon.
Okay, as joint.
As
Perfect.
joint.
Very good. Okay, let me read out what I have as the changes, and again, please correct as appropriate. For Housing Authority Commission, primary, Councilmember Santa Maria, alternate of Councilmember Harmon. For Water, alternate of Councilmember Jordan. For CCRB, alternate Councilmember Jordan. For COM, alternate Councilmember Jordan. For Fire Safe, we have Mayor Pro Tem Sneddon and Councilmember Friedman as two joint appointees, and that's all I have.
That working for everyone? May I have a motion on the slate, please?
So moved.
Moved by Harmon,
Second.
second by Santa Maria. I'll give it to her, she's down there. All right, can we have the vote on that, please?
Very good. This is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santa Maria on the slate as just described by the City Clerk Services Manager a moment ago. Go ahead and vote, please.
Slate passed unanimously, I can't even say it anymore. Thank you very much. And with that, move on to the big item of the day. Would you read that into the record, please? And once again, this will be a little unusual. We're going to read it in. We're going to have, okay. We're going to have a public comment, and then at 5 o'clock, we're going to do the staff report. I may read it in again at 5 o'clock, just so we can go. We want to make sure these speakers are assigned to this item. So it's item 14. So, Madam Clerk, could you read that in, please?
Yes. Item 14, tenant protection, temporary rent increase moratorium ordinance, and ordinance adding requirements for just cause Ellis Act evictions, ordinance introduction, ordinance adoption. Recommendation the council, 1, introduce and adopt as an emergency ordinance after reading in full, an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara establishing a temporary rent increase moratorium during the preparation, consideration, and potential adoption of a permanent rent stabilization program, and B, introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara, amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of sections 26.50.100 relating to additional requirements for just cause evictions for the purpose of permanently removing a unit from the rental market.
Well, thanks. Now I'm really confused. All right, very good. So a lot of speakers. We're going to go with 2 minutes per and just try to hear from everyone. Like to have as much civility as possible, no clapping, no booing. This has been a pretty emotion-filled subject. I've got to do a little clerical work here. Is Rich Applebaum here? Okay, is Eddie Jeppesen here? Okay, so those are people that got time donated to them, but they're not here yet, so we'll see how that goes. Okay, I'm going to call your name, and if you'd come up, I'm going to call the person on deck. And because of this really kind of confusing format, if you're not here when I call you, I will save your slip, and we'll get you up here later on, okay? But I'm going to call the name, the person on deck, 2 minutes each, if you would, please, Madam Clerk. And then once again, at 5 o'clock, we're going to actually have the item read in again, and we will start this little process all over again with the rest of the speakers. We're probably going to go all the way to 5 o'clock with these speakers right now anyway. We'll probably take a break in the middle. Okay, first up, Craig Griffith, followed by Lisa Sands. And Craig is not here currently. I don't see him. So Lisa Sands, followed by Jay Higgins.
Wow, I didn't think I'd be first.
You lucky devil. Go ahead.
You all know me. Again, a great appreciation to this council. I know how hard you work, and I want you to know how much I appreciate it. This is a hot topic, and I want to congratulate you on taking this very complex issue under hand. I support this temporary rent moratorium. Why do I do that? Because this is so complex and it involves every one of us, regardless if you rent, buy, own, anything. We want every one of us to flourish and to be safe and to be housed. And I think that this consideration of this program is smart. And I hope that eventually it will be permanent, where all parties on every level can win. So thank you very much. And I hope that it helps all of us.
Thank you. Jay Higgins, followed by Christian Bonillo.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Jay Higgins. I've lived here just about 40 years, and for 8 years I was on your planning commission. First of all, thank you for your service. I don't envy you today because this item is very divisive and it's going to be a long night, but I'll just make a quick comment and get out of your hair. For the record, I oppose what's before you. I thought it was interesting that in the draft ordinance, you're trying to tie this to the housing element in the city's general plan. I think that's a stretch, and more likely what's before you is in conflict with your housing element. I won't list all the ways now, but I'll say generally, the city's general plan is a tool to help us all evaluate development projects. And specifically, Housing Element 5.1 states that you're to encourage the maintenance and repair of existing renter and owner-occupied housing to prevent deterioration. I believe what you'll hear testimony today, that a rent stabilization ordinance and/or program, or how it's written, I apologize, will do exactly the opposite. So I look forward to hearing from your planning department on this issue later, but I would suggest to you that a potential amendment to the housing element is warranted before you proceed today, or this spring or summer as you advance something further. Thank you.
Thank you. So Kristen Bonillo, followed by Ana Bonillo. Any Bonillos in the room? Okay. Lee Waldron, to be followed by John Franklin.
Council and Honorable Mayor, my name is Lee Waldron. I worked for the city for about 36 years. My wife and I own a small rental property company here in Santa Barbara. I implore the council to reject the thought of a 0.6% of CPI rent cap or any other additional rent cap on any rental property within the city. This will push rental property owners of all shapes and sizes out of business, and we will see rental property within the city go the way of retail on State Street. Additionally, it will hurt property values, lowering tax revenue from real estate tax, which, as you know, is the general fund's largest source of revenue. Businesses must be allowed to grow in order to support their owners and employees. We are a small business. In order for the business to contribute to the public good and by providing clean and safe housing. As you know, the state of California already limits the amount of rent increases allowed via the California Tenant Protection Act of 2019. I believe that there is no sound reason to further restrict property owners who provide rental housing. Consider this. Property owners must run a sustainable business, which includes the following. Property costs. Even properties purchased many years ago require loan servicing. Maintenance costs, insurance costs, utilities, and other costs. Again, we are not opposed to some controls on rent increases. However, the state of California has already restricted landlords from over-increasing rent. Rental property owners must be able to sustain their businesses, which in turn goes a long way towards sustaining our community and making it the wonderful place we all live in. Please do not consider additional rent control measures. Let the current California Tenant Protection Act work as designed. Thank you.
Thank you. John Franklin, followed by Jim Youngson.
My name is John Franklin. I was born here. I've lived here all my life. And I would like to know if you people have read the emails that have been sent to you. I specifically sent one. I spent a lot of time working on it. And it was a generic one. However, I added about 5 or 6 paragraphs at the end, bringing out the important things. I think one of the things that really is overlooked so much is there's no assessment as to just how many people can be accommodated in Santa Barbara between the mountains and the ocean. There is not a long place to expand, and there simply is not enough room for all the people that want to come here. And as a result of that, prices are very high. And I'm certainly not in favor of trying to price people out of the market. I have a very good relationship with the people that are in my place. And I value them very highly. I think I'm very fair, and I think a lot of this is addressed to big companies that buy 50 or 100 apartments in the area and then manage to just maximize the amount of money, primarily because, first of all, the high taxes, and I think it's high time that the city of Santa Barbara and the whole government generally start looking at ways to avoid the increasing expense and spend as much time working on trying to cut the expense as they do on trying to figure out new sources of revenue. In any case, that's my case, and I hope that you will read the last paragraphs of that because it explains generally how I feel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jim Youngson, followed by Neil.
Mr. Mayor and Council, Jim Youngson. I've been a resident of the city for a long time. My wife and I have businesses within 3 blocks of here. I know all of you, I respect all of you, and the jobs you do. My family, including my parents, own some 60-year-old apartments in town. They require a lot of work. In the last 5 years, we've probably put $600,000 into them. Nobody had done anything in years. So I consider what you're doing today an attack on my family and me personally. I consider what we are mom and pop. But apparently, according to your definitions, we're not. That's offensive to me. A city council's responsibility is to work towards the betterment of all citizens. A rent freeze does exactly the opposite. It singles out one group and punishes them, in this case without warning. And it's particularly hypocritical when the city council continues to dramatically increase sewer fees, water fees, trash fees, over 33% over a multiple of years right now. Sales taxes have gone up twice in the last 10 years. That's bullying. The definition of bullying is to go ahead and tell others that they must do something that you don't have to do. Mark my words, there will be unintended consequences to such an immediate and draconian action, and I think we'll all regret them. I think some of them were mentioned earlier by some of the other speakers, so I don't need to repeat those, but I'll pull out one. Insurance costs have gone up 2.25, gone up 2.5 times in the last 4 years. The major carriers in the state will not, the affiliated carriers will not cover and insure. So remember, even Rob Fredericks, your housing authority provider, is against rent control. Thank you.
Thank you. Neil, followed by Tian Boydston. Neil? Okay. Tian Boydston? All right. Go to Linda Grass. Okay. There's one in every crowd. Okay, River Boydston. Bubbles. Okay, Sylvia Corral. Hillary Licht. Thank you. Followed by Cody Brown.
Hello. During COVID, I learned just how many essential workers, from school staff to postal employees to grocery clerks, commute from Santa Maria and Lompoc. And then in 2018, well, that's before, but in 2018, when the mudslides made getting to Santa Barbara along the 101 impossible, I learned how many doctors, nurses, and government staff commute up here from the south. The MTD had to mobilize shuttles and get critical personnel to work. We rely on commuters in Santa Barbara every day because affordable housing is so limited here. Now it's 2026, and blue cities and states have become our federal government's target. By default, Santa Barbara is in a predicament. As we move through this, all residents will need to rely upon one another, not just for services, not just for goods, but quite possibly for their safety too. I think we need to stand strong as a community, and keeping residents housed is imperative. A rent freeze makes good logistical sense in this climate.
Thank you, David Jones. And David will be followed by John Winiger.
Good afternoon. My name is David Jones, born in Santa Barbara, as was my wife, my kids, my grandkids. We all went to public schools here. And I am speaking today as a mom and pop landlord. Many years ago, I had the opportunity to buy an old 7-unit apartment building just a few blocks north of here on the east side. Not being very astute, I looked at the outside and just purchased it. It was in the month of February, and a horrific rainstorm came, and I got a call that night when the escrow closed about the ceiling on the upstairs unit crashing in. So I had to have the roof completely replaced at great expense, and my income then was almost zilch. I had to take out a personal loan to get this redone, and that was just the first of many expenses, mainly plumbing and continual fixes that have occurred. An older building has a whole lot of, it's like anything that gets old. It has to be repaired often, so. The cost of maintenance has risen, but my rental rates have not kept up. I'm approaching 50% of the current rate in Santa Barbara. That's pretty darn low. If I had all the units in Santa Barbara, I would rent them all at that low rate. I just don't like to gouge. I never have liked to gouge. And I don't really know what to do about it, but let me just tell you about Nick Welsh. Everybody knows who Nick Welsh is with the Angry Poodle Barbecue. Okay. His, in the November 14th episode, or Independent, he said, quote, "But don't show up with some one-size-fits-all to address the very real Santa Barbara specific concerns of our mom and pop landlords. Lip service to that is a deal killer." As for the freezes, I note that the city of Santa Barbara has to raise their rates on water and sewer and the trash and all the other stuff every year. Also, property taxes and especially insurance is going crazy. I don't even have insurance right now. I've been trying to get it, and by the end of this month, I will be without insurance. I don't know what to do.
All right, that's time, sir. Thank you very
Okay.
much.
Thank you.
John Winiger, followed by Nick Kuntz.
Good afternoon, City Council, Mr. Mayor. My name's John Wininger. I'm a retired police officer from the city of Santa Barbara. I own a duplex that I live in. I share a wall with my tenants. I'm also an attorney here in town. I've worked very hard to make a living here, and I've had to reinvent myself many times in order to live here. And I lived here while I served as a city police officer. And if it had not been for being the owner of the duplex that I have, I wouldn't have been here at the ready for all of you during the terrible floods in 1995 and 1997. In fact, when I got called to duty during that flood, all the streets were closed. Dispatch couldn't give me directions on how to get to the police department, so somebody had to come and pick me up to take me there on an open road. Now, this policy that you're trying to push through, the way that it's being done is being done arbitrarily and capriciously because it has not been scrutinized. The word we keep hearing over and over again, ladies and gentlemen, is complex. This is a complex problem. I don't believe that this would pass any scrutiny test at all, the way that it's being presented, without any substantive study. The consequences of some of your things that you have in your proposal are unconscionably punitive. There's no cost spreading for a guy like me. When my roof leaks, when I voluntarily buy my insurances, fire, earthquake, and flood insurance. All the property repairs come out of my checkbook, and it's impossible.
Thank you very much. Nick Kuntz.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor, esteemed council members. You all know me, but for the record, I'm Nick Kuntz. It's not my first time objecting to an emergency ordinance. During COVID, I spoke against the Emergency Economic Recovery Ordinance. That truly was a global emergency. But what was presented as a temporary use of the public right-of-way turned into years of de facto privatization of street space and blocked access for people with disabilities, exactly as I warned then. That history is why I'm skeptical tonight. Housing affordability in Santa Barbara is serious and painful, but it is not a sudden disaster. It is a decades-long problem. Calling rent control an emergency now in an election year, naturally raises questions about whether we are seeing genuine urgency or political timing. Emergency ordinances are supposed to be an ambulance lane for government, reserved for situations where there is no time for normal process. Using that lane for a long-running policy fight risks cheapening the word emergency and sidelining the public. If you believe local rent caps are the right answer, make that case through a regular, transparent process. Publish the proposal, take full testimony from renters and small housing providers, and let the community see the trade-offs. I also take issue with the city's hypocritical position on cost recovery. You pass municipal cost increases to property owners and now want to limit our ability to sustain them. I urge you not to pass this as an emergency measure. Respect the seriousness of both housing crisis and emergency powers you hold, and let the debate happen in the open. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I've got Andrea Moore McCormick. You're going to speak at 5. Okay, you got a couple people donating time to you as well? All righty, I'm going to put you in the 5 o'clock spot, which is over here. And I'm going to call on Mike Stoker.
Sorry for that confusion earlier.
That's okay, we're due confusion for a living here.
Mike Stoker, President and CEO of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayer Advocacy Center. On behalf of our over 350 members, we urge you not to support this proposal for a couple of reasons. Number one, the voters have already spoken. As you know, last November we had Prop 33 on the ballot. For people not happy with the current state of rent control, it failed decisively in the city of Santa Barbara, 58-42. Second, your proposal will lead to less rental units. With proposals like this, new construction is discouraged, investment in existing rental property decreases, property owners are incentivized to convert rental units into condominiums or owner-occupied housing. This results in fewer rental units. Third, your proposal would lead to reduction in city revenues. At a time when the city is facing serious financial challenges, expanded rent control will reduce local revenues. Caps on rental income reduce potential returns, making properties less attractive to investors. That leads to lower sale prices, reduced maintenance, less new construction, and ultimately lower property tax revenues for the city. Finally, I want to address the issue of appearance of impropriety. As a former elected and appointed official, I speak from firsthand experience. Public officials, in my opinion, should avoid not only actual conflicts of interest, but also the appearance of impropriety. 3 members of the council are renters and would financially benefit from a vote in favor of a rent freeze. While that may not be illegal, recusal would be appropriate to preserve public trust. I can assure you, I bet the 3 renters on the council would call for recusal from any colleague if they were a landlord voting to eliminate rent control. For these reasons, the Taxpayer Advocacy Center urges you to reject this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Gina Carose? Is she here yet? Okay, that's... Okay, Chelsea Lancaster. She's speaking at 5. All righty. Let's see, Reina Angel? 5. That's the 5 o'clock pile. Hannah Cohen?
5 as well.
Why don't you come up here? No, I just kidding. Matt Larkins? 5. Okay, we're done. All righty. It's actually starting to make sense, but not really. But and Stanley Zankoff's not here. Yeah. Okay, Hillary Blackerby. That sounds like a 5 o'clock as well. Nancy Avos. And there's just Nancy. Just old Nancy. Anybody Nancy? Let's put that in the 5 o'clock pile. Angela Tosca Zungri. Angela? There we go. We got one. Cool. And she'll be followed by Michael Schomburg.
Hello, my name is Angela, and I'm a longtime resident of Santa Barbara, and I am a child of an immigrant. My dad came here from Sicily a long way back, and worked very hard to create a security for his family and for my mother. He is now deceased. My mom lives off that property, off a rental property, and I would have to say, managing for her, my dad's last words were, "Don't raise the rent." Is that he would name every tenant and tell us not to raise the rent. And I think that that's what you need to consider, is that not every landlord is evil. Not every landlord is out to move people out and redo. I care very much about each and every tenant, every person, because you know what? I have children that rent in other cities. And so I'm on both sides, and I know what it feels like. And what they're doing in Los Angeles is now they're charging extra fees and taxes on top of rents because they cannot increase rent. So my daughter has at least $200 extra a month that she has to pay because they have that rent stabilization there. Just a note. So I would ask you all, please, take careful consideration and analysis of the entire picture. It needs to be a win-win for both sides. Bring us both together at the table to create policy and ordinances that win, because as landlords, property owners, the expenses are so high that having a profit, which you should because you invested and sacrificed, correct? Any of you don't want to make profit on your investments? I don't think anyone does. So that's what we need. We need that. We don't need the hammer thrown on us and we're frozen. My mom has a couple units that she has in Section 8, okay? And we're very respectful of that, and we're here for the community. But you also have to be considerate of us, because after a while, if we don't have the money, we're not going to do the improvements. It's just what's going to happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Michael Schomburg, followed by Rick Lang.
Good afternoon, Council and Mayor Rouse. It's not rent stabilization, it's rent control. You want to control the landlord's rent instead of the market deciding what rents are. This backward thinking is not how the economy works. But you know this, and you still persist. Controlling rents is very, very unfair to the landlords and very advantageous to the tenant. Where's the balance in your thinking? Name 2 things you have done to help the landlord operate their businesses here. I look at State Street, and you have bent over backwards to help the restaurants, even adding plastic sidewalks, crazy as that sounds. What help do landlords receive from the council? Unfair rent control. What reason could you have to control rents even more than the already implemented state rent control? Politics. Elections are near. Yep, that's it. Good luck on your election.
Thank you. Rick Lang, followed by Lloyd Beardsmore.
Thank you. The preamble of this ordinance says affordable housing is a human right. The American tradition of rights is based upon the right of self-determination, not the right to someone else's labor. This ordinance uses the government's police powers to require property owners to potentially have to rent their properties below their costs. All property owners want is to be compensated for the cost of producing the housing they provide. Tightening the noose around property owners is legislating all of the compassion out of the rental housing business. I have a wonderful symbiotic relationship with my tenants. Each of us realizes that we need each other and treat each other accordingly. If this passes, I'm going to have to sit down with each of my tenants and apologize to them in advance, because I'm going to have to prioritize my survival over their needs. Housing providers are being blamed for the high cost of housing, but it is really the economy and which is exaggerated by ignorant government intervention that is really causing the housing problem. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lloyd Beardsmore, followed by Don Kadich.
I'm wondering if I should have waited until the 5 o'clock emotional hour to make my comment, but I'll do it now. I'm struggling to understand how any of you can justify declaring an emergency today that requires a rent freeze especially when that justification began with a 10-year-old study. When there's a wildfire, we don't respond with a single tactic. We deploy engines, ground crews, and aerial water drops because a real emergency demands a full, coordinated response. What you're proposing here isn't that. It's a single policy response, a rent freeze, while you work to enact an RSO, while there's no simultaneous effort to increase housing supply, no incentives to build, no urgency to remove the barriers that drive housing scarcity in the first place. If this were truly an emergency, those tools would be on the table. The fact that they are not suggests that this is less about addressing a crisis and more about advancing a longstanding policy agenda under the label of an emergency. The economics are not debatable. The only proven way to lower housing costs is to increase supply. Freezes and RSOs do the opposite. They discourage housing creation and investment. So the question before you is not just whether to declare an emergency, but whether you're willing to make decisions based on recent data, economics, and long-term outcomes, or on your emotion and political strategy designed to maximize your votes in the next election. History's already made this clear. When city governs by emotion, it loses in court, and we pay. If this is politically driven, then I'll ask the question directly. Do you honestly believe your political consultants are better guides than economic reality and the long-term consequences to the community? Thank you.
Thank you. Wendy Essen, followed by Kathy Clenay. Yeah, so there she is, yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. I came here as an immigrant from a country that put controls into place that caused problems. I came here to a country that I thought was free and I would benefit from the ability to do hard work and gain an income for my retirement. Right now, I feel attacked. I provide housing for Section 8 as well as other tenants, and I have pride of ownership. I apologize for what I look like. I was working on the property before I came here. However, I did remove my knee pads. The property was purchased in 1970. It was built in the 50s. You've heard other people saying that there's a lot of work that has to be done on those properties. Recently, I had to put on a new roof. I had to termite the building. The insurance has gone up. Water heaters, microwave stoves, etc. The income does not, because I don't gouge my tenants, the income does not cover and give me a sizable profit what it is that I have to outlay. I ask that you consider carefully what it is that you're deciding here, because mom and pop, I was a mom and pop. I recently lost my husband, so I'm now a mom, and I'm offering housing to people in Santa Barbara. But with this kind of an ordinance happening, I honestly feel like I would have been better off staying where I came from. Please consider what you're doing here. You're affecting mom and pops who are trying to earn a living and have saved and worked for many years to achieve what they now own. Thank you for your service and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Kathy Clenay, followed by Sunny Mock.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. Everybody was very articulate before me, so I don't have to say too much. I just wanted to say I love being a landlord. I've been doing it since 1989. I've lived here since 1972. My husband and I separately have employed hundreds of people in this town, and every time I saved enough money, I bought a piece of property because I love being landlord. I love renovating the places. I love keeping them pristine. I love keeping them under the market. I love taking care of my clients. I love it. It's what gives me joy in my life. What these people have said is true. The reason that prompted me, what you're doing, plus I've been dropped on my fire insurance for one of my properties that's a block off of State Street. It went up from 5,000 to 15,000 last month. It took a specialist to find somebody who would insure it. Because I bought early, I don't suffer as much as everybody else. And because I've had other income streams, I don't suffer as much as anybody else. But it's not fair. It's not fair, because if I end up getting too tired to do this, because it's starting to get exhausting on all these every year leases, oh my gosh. I always had one-year leases that rolled over to months, and they stayed for years. But now I have to have this calendar and constantly looking, so it's created a lot more work. I don't want to stop. But if I sell, it's VRBOs are going to take it. It's not going to give you more rentals, and it's going to not give you more income on that level. So I just wanted to speak up for the mom and pops, because I think there's been really bad landlords, and there's been really bad tenants. But there's great landlords and there's great tenants. And I think you got to go back to the drawing board and be more creative and not do a broad brush. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Sunny Mock? Yeah, you have Eloise, is she here? And also,
I'm not going to need both of them.
what's that?
I won't need both of them.
Okay, great. So 4 minutes then on the, Madam Clerk? Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, Mr. Mock, go right ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Sunny Mock. I'm a local small housing provider. If a rent freeze or an extremely low 1% to 2% rent cap is imposed, it will not be possible for housing providers to keep up with increased costs for insurance, increased costs for utilities, increased costs for property taxes, and increased costs for repairs and maintenance. Costs for materials and hourly labor rates for repairs and maintenance have gone up significantly, especially in the last 5 years. It definitely will not be possible for housing providers to do any above and beyond improvements. There really is no incentive. Additionally, it would create a disruption to the balance of the ecosystem of hardware stores, tradesmen, specialty stores, building and planning departments, and others that rely on maintenance and renovation, work, jobs, fees, etc. Imagine in 5 to 10 years what this beautiful city would look like if every single housing provider did the absolute bare minimum to maintain their property and absolutely nothing to improve their property in response to the city imposing a rent freeze or a 1% to 2% rent cap. What a tragedy that would be. The city council would forever be in the history books for being responsible for that terrible outcome. Living in Santa Barbara is a privilege, not a right. It is one of the nicest places in the country to live. Imposing a rent freeze or imposing an extremely low annual rent increase like 1% to 2% will only attract more people who want to rent in this beautiful place. It will create a much larger influx of renters, which will result in a significantly more competitive environment for renters. People from all over the world would want to move to Santa Barbara to take advantage of its overly generous rent control policy. How would the city plan to handle this new demand and new residents? Does the city council represent both sides? Does the city council think housing providers' property values will decrease if rent control is imposed? Does the city council care if a rent freeze or a 1% to 2% rent cap would severely damage housing providers' annual income and investment value? Is the city council concerned that tenants in rent-controlled units will stay put for longer periods to retain their lower rent, even if the unit no longer fits their needs? For example, a 2-bedroom apartment for a single person. This misallocates housing resources, making it harder for growing families or those who need different-sized units to find appropriate housing. What about the small mom-and-pop housing providers that have rents severely under market? What will the city council do for them? Would they be exempt from the rent freeze or a rent cap until they are able to bring the rent up to market rate? Can the city council name one other business or industry in which they are imposing a price cap? Restaurants, grocery stores, gas stations, lawyers, painters, electricians, plumbers, all the trades that we have to deal with when we're maintaining our properties? I can't think of one. In closing, I would just like to say that these meetings seem very one-sided and unfair. by the city council. It feels like the housing providers have no representation on the city council. It feels like housing providers are being demonized and that they are having something very unfair forced upon them. I feel that housing providers have raised some extremely valid concerns in these meetings. The city council should not impose a rent freeze or rent control until all of these concerns are completely figured out. I urge the council to slow this process down, engage and include housing providers, and pursue balanced, data-driven solutions that protect both tenants and long-term health of our rental housing market. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Runyon, followed by David Thomas.
Thank you for your time today. I'm a third-generation Santa Barbaran. I was raised by two working parents. One of them worked two jobs to raise myself and my three sisters here in Santa Barbara. Through the 1970s, my father was a phone pole worker for GTE, and my mother was a real estate agent, and quickly learned that the only way to survive and raise a family in Santa Barbara successfully was to work extra hard and pursue real estate as an additional investment vehicle. I learned that by growing up, painting walls and doing different projects around rental properties. And I now have my own rental properties that I manage, not just for myself, or my mother as well. I want to address just a couple items. AB 1482, which put a rent cap a few years ago, there are still landlords that are suffering from that, still trying to catch up, and a rent cap or a rent freeze would push them even further behind. And then also the amount of short-term VRBO, Vacasa, those type of operators in Santa Barbara. I had property available in 2020, 2021, 22, and I was approached by a number of those operators out of LA Orange County to take over those properties for multiple year leases, and offered a 10% premium with no phone calls for maintenance, which sounded amazing, but it was in order to do short-term rentals. I was opposed to that, and I was told at that time there were over 3,000 such units in Santa Barbara County. I believe that number now is closer to 2,000, and I'm curious as to why the council is not pursuing those operators rather than coming after landlords when there's so much housing stock tied up that is mostly dark, other than the weekenders that come into town and occupy those housing units at a premium. And those housing providers are making more money than us landlords who are spending time at Home Depot, mowing lawns and maintaining our properties just to keep our housing stock in place for residents of the town.
Thank you. David Thomas, followed by Paulette Jensen.
Hi there. My name's David Thomas. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara. I'm a small property owner. It seems like the only sector being singled out here would be the small property owner who's providing housing for people in Santa Barbara. I would support a freeze if you could get insurance companies, utility companies, building material companies, roofing, carpet, paint, windows, electricians, plumbers, and carpenters to freeze their rates along with mine. I'm the only one being singled out. I'd like to know, does anyone on the city council own any income property? Would you put your hand up? Nobody. So it's 7-0. I feel like we have no representation. No matter what I say, I get the feeling you're hell-bent on approving this no matter what, and cloaking it under the guise of an emergency, which it obviously is not. Also, the 2% rent cap, I noticed is Wendy mentioning that and wanting rents to not double for 30 years. When I taught high school English, my starting salary has gone up 7 times now from when it was. I'm self-employed, but salaries tend to double historically every 10 years. And yet someone wants you frozen for 30 years, assuming nobody else's income is increasing. We're just frozen in place. That is illogical and unfair to say the least. Also, the 5-year thing, I was thinking, what if I'd moved my mother into one of my units and 2 years out, maybe she had to go to assisted living. So I can't bring that back for 5 years, but I was trying to help out a family member in a legitimate way. That is obviously a confiscation of my income, and representation is not being properly accounted for.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Paulette Jensen, followed by Deanna Brunner.
Honorable Mayor and council members, I have to say I've been in this community for 53 years, only in Santa Barbara City for the last 13, and this is the first time I've been in this council room. I want to tell you, Mayor Rouse, on the Saturday radio show, someone asked you, was interviewing you about this ordinance, and someone asked if single-family residents were going to be included, and you said at this time a decision hadn't been made. Are single-family residents included in this?
This is just you're trying to speak. We're not
No.
really having a conversation.
No, well, I didn't know if that was an answer. It didn't say when someone read about the ordinance whether it was going to be. But I am going to tell you, I own some single-family residents and have always been, like other mom and pops have said, you have always kept the rents low. People stay there 15 years, 30 years. They let you know when things need to be done. You keep them up as best as you can. And during the pandemic, one of my tenants, they were not able to work. And so then I was getting no income from them. I was able to get return through the programs that were available. But I have to say is you have people here that are concerned about supporting this community. And I love Santa Barbara, but I have to tell you, the inflation is taking its toll on me and a lot of people. And it is punishing those people who are trying to provide housing. And so as 90% of the people have said or more, this is unfair to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Diana Brunner, followed by Linda Honigman.
Thank you very much. I am currently a landlord with several properties. The cost of raising the rent, I keep that down to maintain relationship with my tenants. I provide them with everything they need and beyond. This thing I'm not supporting because there will be no sight as far as being able to raise rents in the future if this is established. Also, I have Section 8 housing, and the people have been there for 20 years. They love it. I keep them happy and safe and secure. I get a lot of comments from all my tenants everywhere that they are happy to be placed in my residence. Also, the cost of utilities are going up, the cost of landscaping to keep everything beautiful is very costly, and I am fitting the bill. I am not, people tend to think landlords have a lot of money. No, they don't. All my money goes to supporting others and supplying their needs, and I am living on minimal as a result of that. I want to be a good steward over these properties. My husband has passed away. I got this from my family, his family, and I'm taking extra good care of it. And also, I just urge you not to do this. Please, there's a lot of housing in the area. There's a lot of help. There's other means of helping and supporting those in need of housing without having to take care. This is my source of income. And a lot of renters, like Wendy, her husband just died, who spoke earlier, and she lives across the street from me. And I look like this because I'm upgrading all my places. It's a lot. So please, do not let this go through.
Thank you. Linda Honigman, followed by Guy Robinson.
To Mayor Rouse and council members. I'm Linda Honigman, an advocate for housing security that requires all three legs of a stool approach: housing production, preservation, and tenant protections. I would like to thank council members who voted to move on a rent stabilization ordinance and the staff who prepared the two items included in item 14. I am pleased to see broad-based support for rent stabilization from Strong Towns, Clue, and SB Can, among others. We are thankful that you moved the rent stabilization item 14 and additional comments to 5 p.m. to allow some workers representing thousands of renters who will be impacted by your votes to share their perspectives. Strong Towns Santa Barbara believe that protecting tenants from displacement must go hand in hand with producing more homes and preserving existing housing. A well-designed stabilization program can provide predictability and security for renters without replacing the urgent need to allow and fund more housing of all types. I also agree with SB Can, who supports affordable housing for our workforce and urges you to adopt the temporary rent increase moratorium and Just Cause Ellis Act protections. Building housing takes years, but displacement happens quickly. Without these protections, working residents can be forced out by sudden rent hikes or no-fault evictions. This affects more than individuals. Local businesses struggle to hire, commutes increase, and our community loses stability and diversity. Thank you.
Thank you. Guy Robinson, followed by Britta Bartels.
Guy Robinson, born and raised here. I don't know why it makes a difference, but 5 generations. And just like to say, I think a rent freeze is unfair, especially to the small property owners who have provided safe, clean, and updated places to live below market rates, as I have. I've owned a duplex for 40 years. My tenants have been with me for 26 and 13 years. And I've never raised the rents more than 4%. Usually it's around 3%. And even when I could have raised it 9%, so the greedy landlord picture just doesn't fit everybody, okay? It really doesn't. And a long-term tenant is worth a lot and actually saves me money because there's not the in and out and in and out. It's expensive. But a total rent free means I can't do business here in a reasonable manner, and the taxes go up every year. School bonds, every year we get more things like that. Insurance went up 40% last year and 100% this January. The cost of repairs skyrocketed after COVID. That was nobody's fault, but it happened, and it's really affected all the expenses. The housing provided by many of the mom and pop units work on a very thin margin, and we're not big corporations that can absorb this alone. Another problem with this proposal is the term temporary rent freeze. It doesn't apply when there's no fixed date for it to expire. Maybe this next summer, but no guarantee that it couldn't be extended again and again. For a year or two, you guys have been talking about this forever. On top of that, this was designed so that, if I'm required to sign a 1-year lease, if the lease is signed one day before the end of the freeze, it gives the tenants another year and costs me another full year. That's really unfair. It's built right into this. So, potentially this could really mean a 1 to 3 year freeze. We don't know. And the tenant union, of course, is not happy without already asking for a total eviction freeze. And if you can't raise rents or evict a tenant, who really owns my property? The one who controls it. That's who owns it.
That's time for you, so.
And the socialist takeover of private properties never worked. Ask Venezuela or any of the other, Cuba, try them.
Thank you. Britta Bartels, and followed by Jay Hartz.
Thank you for letting me speak here. So I have been a landlord since 2004, and so is my husband. My husband is 81, and so I'm basically taking over all the repairs, mowing the lawn, doing handyman work, because we cannot afford to hire people in this town. We have 3 rental units, and the people, they appreciate living in it, except for one we have had empty for 18 months now, because we're getting this 418 North Milpas project next door, so nobody wants to move in. So we're missing $3,500 for a 3-bedroom, not a 2-bedroom, which is way under market rate, and we have never raised the rents. We always keep it the way it is so people stay, and nobody has complained yet. But I wanted to say that when I see people thinking that we are the people that go to the beach and have pina coladas every day, no, we are hardworking people. I've never thought about becoming like a handy woman. It's because it makes us save the money. And our homeowners insurance was canceled recently, so we're stressing out about finding a new one that is not overpriced. We have a lot of expenses, including repairs. We had somebody demolishing our unit that is actually an orchid that my husband bought when he was in his 20s. We had to spend $60,000 to fix it up to make it livable again. And it wasn't rented out for 9 months because we had to do the fixes ourselves to save money again. So we didn't have any money to pay that mortgage because there was no rent coming. And so I feel like I would like to share this with other landlords, that it's not like we have everything paid off. The bills are running and everything goes up, including inflation. And handyman will charge more too if somebody's relying on them. So I feel like this is what it is, and I don't think we should do a rent freeze right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Jay Hartz. Followed by Terry Gray.
Yes, thank you. My wife and I are small property owners, and everything that you've heard so far is true for us. 2% rent freeze is just ridiculous in any concept of the real world. Every component of our costs is jumped up a lot more than that. I was talking to the guy at Capital Hardware. They were going to do a big project over there, as you know, in Milpas. He was telling me that before COVID, the cost estimates for the project were $27 million. Now it's $40 million. That's how much construction costs have gone up. That's how much repairs have gone up. All the components of what we live with have gone up. To do a rent freeze like this on an emergency basis particularly is just irresponsible, it seems to me. It also seems to me that you're talking about a whole comprehensive rental program that would include a rental registry, the development of another bureaucracy, a lot more money at a time when you're facing a $6 million deficit. Seems to me that's completely irresponsible unless and until you get a neutral economist who comes in and gives you the facts, what all this is going to cost, how are you going to pay for it, what's the impact on the housing pool. You don't have that. It's irresponsible of you to go further until you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry Gray, followed by Maria Moreau.
It says 20, okay. I too had immigrant parents. We did everything we could to survive. Because of that, I became a school teacher because it was a job that was pretty stable, and it had it had at least something you could count on for retirement. Other jobs don't. So I did that for all of my career for 40 years, and I didn't make much money. And my husband and I came to Santa Barbara to visit our daughter who was in school here, and we were renting a hotel, and we met a real estate agent who said, why don't you just buy an old house and fix it up and you could stay there and you would save money. So we did. And this house that we bought needed so much work, and she came back the next year. We worked every single weekend. He'd pick me up at 5 when he got off work, and we'd drive here, and we would work the whole weekend. And then the real estate agent came and said, oh, you did a good job on this. There's another wreck down the street. And so we went down and we worked on that wreck down the street. And we did this from Friday afternoon to Monday morning at 5 a.m. when we would go back. I would be correcting papers all the way up and back so that I would be able to do what I should for school. And we'd get back and start work. And we'd work, and we did this for a number of years. And what you are doing to us is unconscionable. You're young. Almost all of you have nice brown hair. And, you know, and you don't understand what it's like for we people who are old and counting on incomes to support ourselves. I know you're all going to vote against us because you want to get reelected. But anyway, good luck. I hope that the city won't be getting such a bad reputation as it seems to have right now with all the people I know that don't live here. Thank you.
Maria Moreau, followed by Chris Barros.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am going to say something that I experienced myself, through my life. My parents, my family lost all their property in Peru in 1964 because of the same control that you are doing right now. So I came to this country to have the freedom and to start all over again. But now you are approaching the same socialism and the communism that it was in 1964 in my country. Please don't follow that. We are, if you do it to a minority that owns land, please do it to everybody. Do it to the carpenter, do it to the plumber, do it to everybody. Don't be unfair. Why we are going to pay for all the damage that you are trying to impose on the property owners? Please, think it over. You are creating a communism. You are creating a socialism. Mrs. Santa Maria, please don't smile because you did when the other gentleman says about Cuba. And please don't follow that. We are in a free country. This is United States of America, okay? And I appreciate very much if you understand the position of all the landlords in United States, Santa Barbara, United States. Don't do that. Please, don't follow control. You are ruining people in Santa Barbara because the control will be for the property owners, and then why don't control the markets, for example? Why don't control the roofmen, the electricians, property taxes? Control the property taxes. Freeze the property taxes. I really thank you very much for your time, and thank you for being the government of Santa Barbara. Thank you.
Chris Barros, followed by Brian Johnson. Keep these separate.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council, City staff, and all present here and remotely. I'm here today to speak in favor of Agenda Item Number 14 and the staff recommendation that we and you, our City Council, our elected representatives, should vote in favor of establishing a temporary rent increase moratorium and the addition of an ordinance relating to requirements for just cause evictions. We all realize this is an emotionally charged issue. Of course, property owners and landlords have a right to reasonable return on their investments. No one is challenging that. The point is we have a crisis on our hands here in Santa Barbara, and it is now. Our Santa Barbara General Plan housing element goal is to ensure affordable housing opportunities. Our city's general plan housing element identifies nearly 60% of all housing in Santa Barbara is renter occupied. The housing element further documents that 44% of all households and 50% of all renters are overpaying for their housing. We have a critical portion of our population that is unhoused, and that number continues to grow. These emergency measures are necessary for the immediate preservation and the public peace, health, or safety of our residents. Please protect our most vulnerable community members. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Brian Johnson?
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I know a family that has been providing rental housing in Santa Barbara since the 1950s. We're talking multiple generations. This isn't a side hustle or a corporate portfolio. It's a small family-run business that has supported generations of local residents and provided homes for generations of tenants. Like many small housing providers, they don't maximize rent every chance they get. Over the years, they've absorbed rising costs, insurance, utilities, taxes, maintenance, labor, and materials, because stability matters and relationships with tenants matters. A rent increase moratorium ignores a basic reality. Freezing rent does not freeze expenses. Property taxes don't stop. Insurance doesn't stop. Utilities don't stop. Neither do repairs, payroll, or the cost of simply keeping buildings safe and habitable. And when people say, if it gets too hard, landlords can get a real job, I have to ask, what does that mean? Providing housing is a real job. It's a job with real risk, real responsibility, and real accountability. Most housing providers do this work because they believe people deserve a place to live, not because it's easy or especially rewarding. Yes, there are bad actors in every system. There are also tenants who exploit loopholes. But broad moratoriums don't target bad behavior. They punish everyone equally, including responsible owners and the tenants who rely on them. The unintended consequences are predictable. Small local owners will sell. Rentals will convert to owner-occupied homes. Large institutional landlords with legal departments will step in. Longtime tenants will lose housing options. Maintenance gets deferred because owners simply can't keep up. This policy doesn't preserve affordability. It actually destabilizes it. And I urge you to slow down, let existing laws work, focus on enforcement and education, and avoid policies that may feel good emotionally but fail economically. Santa Barbara is special, but it's not immune to basic math. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and with that, because this is going to be a 5 o'clock kickoff for staff to do a short report, and then we'll do some more public comment right after that. People put in their slips for public comment. So we'll be back for the 5 o'clock show. Thank you very much. Okay, good evening. We're going to reconvene. We'll start out, as a lot of you know, some of you have been still here from before. We had some of the public commenters beforehand, but we will reread the item, and then we're going to have the staff report, and we'll go back into public comment. With that, Ms. Gorman, if you would.
Item 14, Tenant Protection Temporary Rent Increase Moratorium Ordinance. An ordinance adding requirements for just cause Ellis Act evictions, ordinance introduction, ordinance adoption.
Okay, thanks very much. And we'll go into the staff report. I think it's a relatively brief one, so. Mr. Hinchke?
Thank you. Is this going to show up on the? Now it is. Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, good evening. I'm Dan Hinchke, Assistant City Attorney. I'll be giving the staff presentation for this evening on this matter. So why are we here? On December 16th, you had extensive presentation relating to the proposed and potential development of a rent stabilization program for the city of Santa Barbara. And the program, as described by the staff at that meeting, indicated that it would take time to develop the program for adoption of an ordinance in the summertime period, some implementation so that the entire program would be in place by the end of this year. Council directed staff to engage a consultant to evaluate and develop the permanent rent control system and to draft an ordinance to be presented later in the year. During the summertime is the idea when it would be presented for adoption. He also directed staff to develop a temporary rent increase moratorium and some permissible restrictions on just cause eviction for the purpose of removing a rental unit permanently from the rental market, or a so-called Ellis Act evictions. So that's what we're here to discuss with you tonight. First thing I'm going to do is I'm going to discuss the temporary rent increase moratorium. I want to make one thing very clear. The city of Santa Barbara can only regulate rents that are authorized by the Costa-Hawkins Act in state law. And so that anything that we do today with regard to a temporary rent moratorium is consistent with the limitations of Costa-Hawkins. So what are those limitations? Well, first, the ordinance would not apply to newer units. In other words, we cannot regulate at the local level rents on any unit that was got its certificate of occupancy after February 1st, 1995. And so those are expressly excluded in the draft ordinance that's presented to you. Single-family dwellings and most condominiums are also excluded from rent regulation at the local level. These are they're not specifically singled out in the ordinance as such, but they're referred to as units that are alienable separately from any other unit. So that's the language that's used in the state statute. It's also the language that we used in the draft ordinance. Transient occupancies, hotels, motels, any occupancy that's 30 days or less are not regulated as well. Those are basically hotel-type operations. Institutional and government housing, those are excluded. Units that are subject to a covenant for affordability. For example, units that have a covenant that says that they will be rented at rents that are affordable to low and moderate income households, or moderate income households, or low income households. Those are all excluded from the operation of this proposed ordinance. Also, Section 8 units are excluded from the operation of the ordinance. So it's a limited subset, but it is the entirety of the subset that we could regulate locally under a permanent program. The next thing, the proposed ordinance is temporary. As written, it would automatically expire on the earlier of either the operative date of a permanent program or December 31st of this year. So it's temporary in nature. If the council does adopt a permanent rent control program, then whenever that program becomes operative according to the terms established by the council, and if that's earlier than December 31st, then this temporary ordinance would automatically terminate, and we would be under the permanent program. So what does the ordinance basically do? It would prohibit landlords from increasing base rent during the term of the temporary rent increase moratorium. Base rent, which is a concept that's borrowed from most rent regulation ordinances, is a date by which you determine how you're going to calculate rents into the future. And in this particular case, we use the base rent as the rent that was in effective for a unit on December 16th, 2025. In other words, whatever the rent was negotiated between the landlord and the tenant and in effect on December 16th, 2025 would be the base rent for tenancies that were existing on or before that date. Because of the vacancy decontrol provisions of Costa-Hawkins, if a unit is initially occupied after December 16th, 2025, then it would be the date of that the tenancy was first occupied. That's because of the operation of state law. So then the other thing that we had to deal with is there is the ability before the effective date of an ordinance, whether it's an urgency ordinance or a regularly adopted ordinance, for a landlord to lawfully increase the rents pursuant to state law. If they're regulated by the Tenant Protection Act, then the cost of living increase plus 5%. If they want to increase to that maximum level under state law and they're subject to that state regulation, then that has to be respected by a local ordinance that we adopt. But what we've done is indicated that in that kind of an instance, if we adopted permanent rent control, the intent would be that the increase that happened between December 16th and the effective date of the ordinance would be counted against future rent increases. In other words, and I'll explain that in just a minute. So, an example of what of that last bullet I just talked about, this is just a hypothetical example. Let's suppose a landlord lawfully increased the rent for an existing tenant by, say, 6% on January 5th, okay? Did that last week. And then this proposed moratorium ordinance is adopted as an urgency measure. And I don't know why it says January 16th, I guess because I was being hypothetical. Let's use January 13th, which is today, and it goes into effect immediately, okay? Later, we adopt a permanent rent control. Let's assume that happens. And that ordinance, the permanent rent control, limits annual increases to, say, 3%. Well, then the 6% that happened under this ordinance would cover really 2 years of increases under the new rent stabilization program. So that's the concept there. What you're doing is you're establishing a base rent at a time when rents were kind of normalized. That is, in this case, we picked December 16th, and before the new program went into effect, and we allow that as the basis for adjustments going forward. And that's very typical in permanent rent control regulations, and we incorporated that into this ordinance as well. The ordinance does provide a broad definition of rent. Rent includes the payment for the unit and for housing services. And we specifically exclude things like refundable security deposits and avoidable fees. For example, if a landlord imposes a fee for a bounce rent check, that's avoidable. You don't have to write a bounce check, so it's an avoidable fee. Those are not included within the concept of rent subject to regulation. When the rent does include payments to the landlord for housing services, then a reduction in services or requirement for direct payment to a provider without a rent reduction is defined as a rent increase. In other words, if the rent, and let's just use a very simple example. If the rent includes utilities and the landlord decides to separate out utilities and have the tenant pay directly for the utilities and does not make a corresponding reduction in the amount paid for the unit itself, that would be a rent increase because, for obvious reasons, it's a shift of the economic burden, and so that's what we put in this ordinance. And again, that's not an unusual type of a provision. It's a very common definition of rent. And in fact, I borrowed much of this from a rent control or rent stabilization provisions of another city. It's not something we just made up. The ordinance does include findings that allows the ordinance to become effective immediately as an emergency measure. In this context, the emergency can be as determined by the council, and it can be a housing crisis emergency. It can be a rent regulation emergency. We put in the findings in the ordinance sufficient to allow the council to adopt this as an urgency measure if it chooses to do so. A moratorium does not have to be adopted as an urgency measure. You can adopt an ordinance that establishes a moratorium, a temporary hold. It's basically a standstill is what we're talking about. That can be adopted following the normal procedures of introduction and adoption, and then it would take effect not immediately, but an ordinance adopted by the ordinary process takes effect 30 days after its adoption. If you do choose to adopt this as an urgency measure, it requires 5 affirmative votes of the city council. If there are not 5 affirmative votes, but there are 4 affirmative votes, then the ordinance can be introduced and then adopted at a later meeting, like we do most of the ordinances that are adopted by the city. So, do you want me to stop there and answer questions about the rent moratorium, or do you want me to go on and do the rest of the staff presentation and take all of the questions later, Mayor?
Ms. McAdoo, you had a suggestion?
Thank you, Mayor. I think we should go through the whole staff presentation and then take council questions.
Please continue.
Absolutely. Okay, the next amendment are what we were calling at the last meeting, and as directed by the council, the Ellis Act amendments. And I want to make very clear something. There are provisions of the Ellis Act that we do not address in this particular small fix relating to just cause evictions. The reason for that is that the Ellis Act and the tenant protections in the civil code relating to just cause eviction address a little bit of different things because of the way that they were adopted and the purpose for which they were adopted. But the Ellis Act was a law that was adopted in response to a California Supreme Court decision called Nash versus City of Santa Monica, which had to do with permanent rent control provisions in the City of Santa Monica that made it very, very difficult for a landlord to get out of the business of being a landlord. And so the legislature addressed that by adopting a law that precludes local agencies like the city from adopting laws that prevent a landlord from taking property off the rental market. In our just cause eviction ordinance, chapter 26.50, and in the state law that also has just cause protections, there is a provision that a no-fault just cause for eviction is the good faith removal of a unit from the rental market. And that's already in our existing just cause. So what we focused on in this particular limited fix was to add 2 requirements that are consistent with the Ellis Act with respect to a good faith just cause to make a permanently remove a unit from the rental market. So the first requirement, it would prohibit a landlord from removing less than all of the rental units from a parcel. As it's currently drafted, it's our just cause eviction ordinance speaks in terms of individual rental units being removed from the rental market. Basically, what this would do would be if you have a number of, if the property has a number of units, the property needs to be removed. The entire, all property needs to be removed from the rental market. And so how do we implement that? First, notices of termination of tenancy would be required to be given to the tenants of all of the units at the same time. In other words, under our ordinance, in order to do a just cause eviction, you have to give an early notification of termination of the tenancy to the tenant. The landlord has to give it, so it would have to give it to all of the tenants. But because a property may have various dates at which leases expire or the tenancies would otherwise could be terminated, that the actual dates for eviction would vary based on the requirements of the individual lease or rental agreement. Many properties have a requirement for a one-year lease if a tenant has been there for a year. And is there an echo? Okay. If the rental agreement is, for example, for a year, the notice of termination might have to be given coincidentally with the renewal of a lease. It might have to be given at a different time. We can't really know without knowing all of the details of the various rental agreements. But the idea is some tenancies may be on a month-to-month. They're shorter-term tenants. Some tenants may be on a year. Some may expire at different times. But so the actual dates of the termination could vary. But you'd give the notices to everybody at the same time, primarily so that you don't have a bunch of tenants having an inconsistent message about what's going on with the property, particularly if the whole property needs to be removed from the rental market. There would be a one-year deadline to accomplish all of the evictions. In other words, you give the notice, everything would have to be done within a year. And given the fact that you would, the longest period of time would probably be a year from the time you gave the notice of termination to the actual eviction, that seemed to be enough time to accomplish that. And certainly, it gives the landlords the ability to time their notice in a manner that it is accomplishable. And then all of the other requirements of Chapter 26.50 would remain. Those that are lawfully able to be imposed on a eviction for permanently removing a unit from the rental market would apply in this particular case. So the second requirement has to do with implementing the permanency of the removal requirement. And that is, when a landlord has recovered possession to remove a property from the rental market, then the landlord is prohibited from using the property for residential purposes for 5 years. I would point out that the way that the ordinance is drafted, it applies to the property. It says if the property is removed from the rental market, the property shall not be used. Therefore, under the terms of the ordinance itself, it would also apply to someone who subsequently purchased the property, and so you wouldn't be able to use it as a means of avoiding the requirements of the law by sham sales or other kinds of sales of the property to avoid the restrictions. And so that's how it's written. So those are the substantive provisions. This ordinance is proposed for adoption using the standard procedure. The amendments would apply to proceedings to terminate a tenancy or recover possession of the unit that has not been fully completed before the effective date of the ordinance. It's the exact same implementation that we used the last time we amended our just cause eviction provisions. So we use the exact same implementation provisions. So the recommendations with regard to the moratorium ordinance are two, because there's two different methods. One is to introduce and adopt the ordinance as an urgency measure. The other is to, and by the way, if we choose that route, the ordinance has to be read in full before you take vote. You might want to do a straw vote in advance. I don't know. That's up to you. Just trying to make your life easier there. Or you can introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of the title only. That's our normal process of the ordinance. And then if you do that route and it is ultimately adopted, it would be effective 30 days after adoption. With regard to the just cause amendment, again, it's to introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only the proposed ordinance. That concludes the staff presentation.
A couple of things. First of all, we're going to cut off accepting public speaker slips. We have well over 3 hours worth of public speaker slips and online right now. Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is, normally what we do is we have staff presentation, council asks questions, and then we do the public speak. I'm going to look at my colleagues and see if you want to keep that pattern or if you want to let the public get in and do comments and questions after public speaking. Questions first. Public first. You guys are great. I can't get some. I think, actually, I'm going to let Mr. Doymus talk first. How about that?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor. No, you're well within your rights to do that. I just recommend, though, that we do, at this point, take a cutoff for receiving public comment, just so we can, so if you want to set a time within the next 10 minutes, we won't accept it. Okay,
Yeah.
that's perfect, so.
Online, and because we're, I mean, I hate to tell you folks, 3 hours is a bit seat time, so we'll be doing that. Well, I'll tell you what, let's do this. We'll compromise. Can we get, if you guys have a question, let's do a question, and I'll get into a line of questioning with the city attorney before we get into public comment. We had a lot of folks talk earlier, not quite 3 hours, but almost. And we'll do that. So can we just cut it down to one brief question each and not a line of questioning? Okay, so I'll start with Mr. Jordan. You don't have to ask a question, by the way. Not
Thank
required.
you, Mr. Mayor. Dan, I'm just confused on the first requirement on the Ellis Act amendment. So I'll just give my own examples. So let's say you have a 12-unit apartments, and each one of those units renews on each month of the year, January through December. So I'd want to give a notice of tenancy to the first one coming up, right? And then include everybody else in that process too, giving them notice when their applies, but the February one wouldn't apply until a year from February, March, and so on. How would it then be accomplished in a year? Does that make sense? So everybody's got a valid lease that comes up on each unit comes up on each month of the year, but the first one that's coming up is January. So I want to give my notice right then, and at the same time, I have to give them to everybody, but the one that's in December has a valid lease going through the end of December, and
I understand your question. So basically, you've got staggered one-year leases all the way through the year. How do you implement the eviction? That's actually a pretty interesting question.
Thank you.
I think it can legally be accomplished by if you give notice to everybody at like for example, on January 1st, that applies to everybody, because even when you get to the end, by the time that last lease comes up for renewal, you have already have given the notice. Now, that's my initial answer. It may be that it can't be accomplished because you'd have to start with the 1 year from the date of the last of the last lease. That might be the answer, but
So
The-
if I'm a tenant, don't I have the option of accepting, I have to be offered a renewal, one-year lease or month-to-month, and I have the option of accepting that?
Right, and that.
Yeah. So doesn't that mess all that up?
I don't know that it messes it all up.
Okay.
And the reason I don't know that it messes it all up is that our just cause provision does not have a specific timing requirement. Generally, because of the requirement for the offer of a one-year lease, if you've been there for a year, then you might have to give the notice concurrently with the renewal of a lease if you're doing it for somebody after they've been there for 12 months. So I will give you that. I mean, I hear people laughing at me, I get it. And that's okay, I don't mind. The answer is, I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll let you work on
And
it.
it's the kind of thing where that particular issue, you may want to say completed within 1 year from the date of the last termination, or something like that. I mean, the idea is, it can't just keep going on forever.
Totally.
And so,
Yep. Okay.
I thought 1 year would work. You brought to my attention that it might not. And so if necessary, we can tweak that. I would point out that there would be no situation in which if somebody was acting in good faith to terminate all the tenancies and had been going along and actually systematically removing the property in a lawful manner from the rental market, we're not going to take any code enforcement action if by chance a tenancy could not be terminated because of the operation of an existing lease. That's not going to happen.
Well, unless somebody reads it different. I guess my worry is if I was a tenant and it was June, I would take the one, and you were notifying January, February, March, April, May, I would accept my authority as a tenant to take a one-year lease renewal. And now what you're really talking is a year and a half into the start of your action is when I actually run out of time based on this process, right? Does that make sense?
What you're saying makes sense.
Okay.
What I wrote may not make sense.
Okay. I'll let you work on it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right, go, Ms. Harmon.
Well, Honorable Mayor,
I'm sorry, Mr.
Yes, yes.
Jordan.
If I can just ask, first of all, I'm glad Councilmember Jordan was not my law school professor, so I'm fortunate for that. But I just ask, as we, obviously we give a lot of time for public comment, as we deliberate on this issue and you have very good questions, allow us to really think these things through, just for the crowd to be respectful, allow us to have that comment, allow Mr. Henschke the time to think these through and answer these questions. You'll be very transparent and honest, as always, but just the respect so he can think through some of these very, very good and very difficult questions. That's all I ask. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Ms. Santa Maria.
Thank you. I just have a, thank
Oh.
you. Skip me. Thank you very much. I just have a brief follow-up, actually, very similar question to Councilmember Jordan, but coming at it maybe from a little bit of a different perspective. One of the concerns around the timing, the 1 year in particular, was that it might sort of induce or inspire the filing of an unlawful detainer action before the tenant's notice period has concluded. And so with that in mind, and I know you're going to sort of go off and think about this, while you do that, I'm hoping you can explain to us what would be the consequences of just removing that and must be completed within 1 year altogether. I think I don't fully understand what that does. And just so I can think about it while we're in public comment as well, what would be the impact of removing that?
I don't think there would be a significant impact from removing it. The idea was to make sure it was an expedited process. So, I mean, I do think it's important that all of the notices be given at the same time. you can always give it notices in advance of when something's going to happen. And so if you give them all at the same time, then at the time you give the first notice, somebody who might have a later date, you could do it. So simply deleting the 1-year requirement does not create an issue. I was trying to establish a process where we would be sure that it got done and not drag out. But if I didn't think it through thoroughly enough, and I may not have, sometimes that happens, I don't have a problem with deleting that sentence.
Very good. Other questions? I have a quick one, Mr. Hensky. What?
It's because the TV is on.
Yeah, we'll work on that for you. What do you got?
So we're having people in the conference. Well, so the other option is to close the door so that we're having a problem, the folks in the conference room couldn't hear the meeting because the TV was turned down too low and we can't close caption the live broadcast. So the option is to close that door entirely so the folks in the back of the room are not getting an echo. The folks you guys can still hear in the conference room. So if people want to clear out of that doorway and shut those doors, that will help everyone.
Available to help out with that, or maybe we have, yeah. Yeah, Mr. Valdez, maybe you can help out with it, please.
Thank you, guys.
This has been our whole day.
There are a couple seats up here in the front, in the pew, if anyone wants to come. There's a few seats up here if people want to squeeze in.
All right, so if we can settle down and move on here, that'd be great. Mr. Hensky, quick question for you.
Yeah.
What findings need to be made to declare an emergency?
Okay, so the findings that need to be made to declare an emergency are whatever findings the council thinks it needs to make in order to declare an emergency for the purposes of adopting an urgency ordinance. Well, I don't say that lightly. There is no specific magic words for the declaration of adoption of an ordinance to address as an emergency measure to address immediate need. And so we're not talking about declaring a national emergency based on a national disaster. We're not talking about declaring an emergency based upon an epidemic or a pandemic. What we're talking about is an immediate need because of an emergency situation act existing in the city for an ordinance to address that need to take effect immediately and not wait the normal basically about 45 days after introduction of the ordinance.
But so you are declaring an immediate need, though, as being a qualifier.
And in this particular ordinance, the findings that have been proposed are set forth in Section 8. I won't read them out loud, but basically they're saying that there's an immediate need to protect the public health, safety, and welfare because of a housing crisis that exists within the city of Santa Barbara due to rents. So that's the gist of what Section 8 of the proposed ordinance says.
So the findings are 5 votes, basically. I mean, it sounds like it's relatively amorphous that you're saying there's this immediate need when we've had this situation for a long time. So, okay, I'll leave you alone on that. I just was kind of curious because normally when you have a government agency saying there's an emergency or urgency, you have to have certain qualifying findings. So, and I guess I'm just wrong, so.
In this particular case, urgency ordinances or emergency ordinances are authorized to take effect immediately when there's an immediate need that the council finds it needs to act on.
All right.
And that's what we're doing here.
All right, we'll leave you alone on that one. Okay, we're going to get into public comment now. Like I said, we're trying to get through this a little bit. I have a few of my online speakers that were on at 2 o'clock. So I'm going to let a few of those guys go. Ms. Gorman, can you go ahead and fire up the first few of them for me?
Yes, we have Ana Garcia, then Richard Applebaum, then Elizabeth Newman to start. So,
Okay, 2 minutes, please.
Ana Garcia, you can go ahead.
to start by reminding us that we do not live in a free country and are currently under a fascist regime. We live in a highly propagandized nation full of intentionally undereducated population. Anyway, I am here to demand approval by this council of both recommendations before you tonight. First, I support adopting the temporary rent increase moratorium as an emergency ordinance. This policy is about stopping displacement while the city does longer-term work of drafting a permanent rent stabilization program. Renters in Santa Barbara, who make up over 60% of the residents, cannot wait while these rents keep rising and debates drag on. In the city, a single-person household earning $98,000 a year is considered low income. That fact alone shows how completely disconnected housing costs are from reality. Second, I support strengthening just cause eviction protections, especially around the permanent removal of units from the rental market and closing loopholes like those raised by a previous speaker, alleged practices in LA using added fees to force tenants to pay more money. Tenants should not be displaced in the name of profit. This moratorium is temporary, targeted, and necessary. It provides stability now while the city completes this work responsibly. It also sends a clear message that this council understands the urgency that renters are facing. Housing instability affects every part of life here. If essential workers, teachers, and public servants are forced to live elsewhere, this city does not function. We saw this during the debris flow and COVID-19 when people could not get here from Ventura, Oxnard, or North County. We see it now on our streets, lined with vans and RVs, clear evidence of displacement. Housing is not a business like any other. Renters do not have real leverage because housing is a basic need. As a renter, I am often coerced
That's time.
into accepting undignified conditions.
Thank you. That is time. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Richard Applebaum. Richard Applebaum, please go ahead. Rich Applebaum, you can unmute yourself and go ahead.
I hope that doesn't count against my time. Mayor Rouse and council members, I'm speaking on behalf of CLUE Santa Barbara's Housing and Homeless Justice Work Group. We've also submitted a letter. As we all know, rental housing is unaffordable for Santa Barbara's workforce. A couple of numbers from the Knee House report illustrate this. Median rent for a simple studio, $2,350. This requires an annual income of $94,000 to be affordable. For a 4-plus bedroom apartment, median rent is currently $6,000. This requires an annual income of $240,000 to be affordable. The actual median income for a 5-person family is half that amount. We have a major problem. Given numbers like these, we urge as a short-term measure that you adopt the proposed temporary rent increase moratorium. It's needed because some landlords anticipating rent stabilization will surely raise rents by the maximum allowed under AB 1482, which is currently 7.7%. We have heard honest, heartfelt arguments that a temporary moratorium will adversely affect some mom-and-pop landlords who support tenants with below-market rents. But what about the many thousands of tenants who are paying super high rents they can't afford? 3 out of every 5 city residents are renters. Something like half of all renters in Santa Barbara are rent-burdened, paying more than 30% of their income. A quarter are severely rent-burdened, paying more than half their income. I don't believe that a temporary rent freeze will break the bank for many. Most have hopefully priced routine maintenance costs already into past rents and rent increases, as is required by California law. Once again, this is a short-term measure. CLUE also supports the proposed ordinance's strengthening of Ellis Act requirements for just cause evictions, since it currently includes loopholes that permit the possible bad faith evictions you heard about in the staff presentation. I want to thank you.
That's time.
On my own
Thank you,
personal
Mr. Applebaum.
behalf. Okay.
Go ahead.
Just wanted to thank
Next
you.
speaker, please.
Next speaker is Elizabeth Newman, then Kim Paskage, Eve Sanford, and Fernanda Sanchez. Elizabeth Newman, please go ahead.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
I'm commenting today in support of a rent freeze moratorium and rent stabilization ordinance. My rent is so high that I'm commenting from home, sick as a dog, because I can't take the necessary sick days off of work and still be able to afford my rent. I work as a server and make, as of January 1st, 2026, $16.90 an hour. Anything besides minimum wage is tips and is never guaranteed. I work 2 jobs while going to school just to be able to make ends meet. Stop exploiting the heart and soul of the community for capital gains. We are not numbers on a graph depicting profit margins. We are real life, living and breathing human beings trying our best to make ends meet. We've come here time and time again to tell you the facts of what your constituents are facing. I myself and many others have pleaded with you over our experiences living in poverty here in Santa Barbara and how the exploitative practices of landlords have driven us to homelessness. How can you sleep at night knowing that you are aiding the process of putting desperate people out on the streets? Vote yes on this ordinance today so that all of us in attendance today, yourselves included, can sleep soundly. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
And next speaker is Kim Pascage. Kim Pascage, please go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here to strongly support the tenant protection agenda items before you tonight, both the temporary rent increase moratorium and the additional just cause protections related to Ellis Act evictions. Santa Barbara is in a housing emergency. Renters across our city are facing record high housing costs, stagnant wages, and growing uncertainty as to whether they can remain in their homes. These ordinances are measured, lawful, and necessary steps to stabilize our community while the city develops a permanent rent stabilization program. The temporary rent increase moratorium is a critical bridge. The council has already directed staff to bring forward a permanent ordinance later this year. Without a temporary moratorium, renters remain vulnerable to sudden rent hikes during this interim period, hikes that could displace families before long-term protections are even in place. The ordinance is narrowly tailored. It applies only to units legally eligible under Costa-Hawkah exemptions. Exempts new construction and single-family homes and fully respects state and federal law. It does not roll back rent or prevent landlords from operating. It simply pauses increases to provide instability and speculation while this policy is finalized. Equally important are the just cause requirements for Ellis Act evictions, which help ensure that tenants, especially seniors and long-term residents, are not displaced unfairly or selectively. Together, these ordinances provide essential protections. Renters are the backbone of Santa Barbara. Our workers, our caregivers, teachers, artists, and first responders. When renters are forced out, we lose more than housing. We lose the people, critical pieces of our community who make this city function. I urge you to adopt the temporary rent increase moratorium as an emergency measure and move forward with the Just Cause Ellis Act amendments. These actions provide immediate relief, prevent displacement, and give the city the time it needs to get the permanent policy right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Eve Sanford, then Fernanda Sanchez, Michelle Dottery, Anastasia Savansky. Eve Sanford, please go ahead. Eve Sanford, you can go ahead.
Hello?
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay. Hi, Mayor Rouse and City Council members of Santa Barbara. I'll keep my comments here short and sweet. I support this rent raise moratorium, and I also support their clause.
Okay, that was short and sweet. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Fernanda Sanchez. Fernanda Sanchez, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Wonderful. Hello, Santa Barbara City Council. Thank you for having this meeting. I am here to support the tenant protection temporary rent increase moratorium. To start off, I am not a landlord. Unlike the many people that I heard speaking today, I am 22 years old. I have to work 2 jobs to pay my rent while my partner works 3. There are people my age living in cars, commuting from other cities, or having to move away because they are being priced out by people who want to overcharge for a barely livable space. We're tired, we're overworked, and I'm not just here speaking for the youth, my generation, but the people working long hours who have to put most of their paycheck into a building that grows mold every month, into sewage that overflows during storms, or people who get sick from poor quality materials in their buildings. I support this moratorium. It alleviates the burden upon tenants and gives them a chance to invest in their own livelihood because we're living in a housing crisis. But this ordinance is only the first step. You should be able to fund public and affordable housing after this and not just use this as a way to check off a box, really. And I think it would be a great way to just make and help people who make the city livable and wonderful because my generation is done putting up with a capitalist system that exploits the working class all the time. We just want to be able to live comfortably, and we're done with companies and buildings and owners that are exhausting our funds. So please move forward with this tenant protection, and don't just do that. Invest in the community after. Invest in the people. So thank you, City Council, again for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Michelle Dettori. Michelle, please go ahead.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Thanks for taking my comment. I'm just here to express my support for a rent freeze and a just cause eviction moratorium. I do just want to note that the dates that are in the proposed ordinance are starting after your October 14th meeting when this first came up, and my rent was increased basically days after that meeting. So there are some people who were effective prior to December 16th. I also am curious about adding, or maybe this was addressed, I wasn't sure, but, I noticed in the just cause eviction, making there be a period of 5 years before the unit could be returned to market. And I just think it might be worth considering adding that to the other types of just cause eviction. Because a lot of times people will say they're putting in a family member for a year, but maybe that's really just a way to get the tenant out and put the unit back on the market within a year. So maybe 5 years should be considered there too. I appreciate you considering this. I love Santa Barbara and have worked here for years and just want to stay here like a lot of other good people contributing to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Anastasia Sanowski. Anastasia Sanowski, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Anastasia Sanowski, and I'm speaking on behalf of Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund. Planned Parenthood Central Coast Action Fund continues to reaffirm our support again for continued actionable, strong dialogue. For continued dialogue and strong actionable solutions that protect tenants and increase affordable housing options throughout the city of Santa Barbara, and that these solutions are held accountable by the council and treated without delay and with the urgency our community deserves. Because as we know, far too many in our community simply cannot afford one of the most fundamental and basic needs, which is housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Camille Borchard, then Mike Glick. Camille Borchard, please go ahead.
Mayor and Council, I appreciate the opportunity to comment. My name is Camille Borchard. I am a housing provider, and I am happy to be the fourth generation housing provider in the city. My great-grandparents built a small apartment building. My grandparents owned and operated it themselves until they were in their 80s, and I manage it today. As a family, we are fair with our rents. We had half of our tenants renew with us at the first of this calendar year, and although local ordinances would have allowed us to raise rents 8.8%, we applied 2 to 3% across the board just to try to keep up with our increased costs to operate the property. In the last 5 years, our insurance has tripled, our utility and maintenance costs continue to rise, And a rent freeze only freezes our potential to survive as housing providers. It does not freeze any entity from increasing our expenses that we incur. There are already rent limits in place to protect tenants from exorbitant rent increases. There are limits on the amount and the frequency that we can increase rent. And so I honestly feel that if you are trying to make being a landlord very undesirable, this is the way to do it. I hope that you take your time with this decision. This does not seem like an emergency. It seems like there are a lot of questions and fine tuning that needs to be done. And I hope that that results in a not passing this moratorium today. It does not seem like it has been thought through fully. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Mike Glick, then Nancy Avos, then Trey Pinner, then last online speaker raising hand in time is Stephen Battaglia. Mike Glick, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'll speak quick. I have a lot to say. First of all, just a couple comments on what I've heard today. I don't understand why you're duplicating all the effort that the state has done on AB 1482 and Costa-Hawkins. Your administrators obviously are not experts in this and are on a steep learning curve and will undoubtedly create a mess to the detriment of the rental market. Additionally, this is not an emergency in any reasonable definition. Short-term ordinances never get ended. People act like tenants are the only ones who work hard for housing. My wife and I scrimped and saved and worked our tails off for 40 years to scratch out one rental unit. If being a property manager was easy, everyone would do it. Rent control doesn't work and actually has the opposite of the desired effect. It drives mom and pops out of the business and forces them to raise rents as fast as possible to avoid getting locked in below market. This is the case with mom and pops like myself, who has historically kept rents below market to attract the best tenants, but was recently forced to raise rent when rent control threatened to lock me in at $1,000 a month below market value. You shouldn't tell a person how much they can rent their house any more than you should tell a person how much they should sell their house for. No one said I could buy my rental house below market value, so why is it okay for you to tell me I have to rent it out below market value? I was a renter for 10 years after moving out of my parents' house and before buying my first house. I've now been a property owner manager for about 40 years. I was considered buying a house in the city of Santa Barbara, but I'm now reconsidering that after watching your hearing on rent control. This is potentially one less house that would have been on the rental market from a mom and pop landlord at below market rates. Like I said, rent control policies discourage mom and pop property owners from putting houses in the
That's
rental
time.
market.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nancy Avos. Nancy Avos, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and honorable council members, on behalf of Santa Barbara County Action Network, SBCAN, thank you as always for the opportunity to provide public comment. We are proud to represent our renter community and our members in advocating for a temporary rent increase moratorium and for the revision and strengthening of the Ellis Act so that bad faith actors cannot continue to exploit it to evade tenant protections. I often hear that housing is a business, but what I don't hear discussed nearly enough are that businesses rely on our renters. Are we concerned about them, about our schools, our hospitals, the caregivers supporting our aging population? What happens to tourism if homelessness in our city continues to rise? We are done accepting the false premise that building more market rate housing alone will solve our affordability crisis. This theory fails to explain why the decades-old apartments that I have lived in here are mold-infested, periodically non-functional, and still prohibitively expensive. More importantly, while housing construction takes years, displacement has already happened quickly. It's not all landlords, but it is because of bad landlords that stronger rent protections are necessary. Unplanned rent increases would have devastating consequences for residents like myself who already spend far more than 30% of their income on rent. A rent increase moratorium is necessary to ensure that greed, not reasonable profit, does not drive displacement and homelessness. Your constituents are asking for stability. This is an emergency. Displacement has already happened. Please do not respond by throwing up your hands and telling us this is simply the way it has to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final two speakers. Next is Trey Pinner and then Stephen Battaglia. Trey Pinner, please go ahead.
Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, members of the council. It's always a pleasure to speak with you on matters for our city. You've heard a lot of good comments this afternoon and here tonight about the proposed ordinance. And I am in the field of commercial real estate, although most of our work is in commercial, not in apartments. I do handle a few apartments. And I think you've heard a lot of good comments tonight about the difficulty of dealing with the cost of affecting apartment owners these days, especially insurance. I'm dealing with a situation on an apartment complex that has been hit with a $200,000 to $300,000 uninsured loss. So we do need to keep those things into account. But most importantly, I want to raise a question that I think this ordinance is lacking. And every rent control ordinance in the state of California must require language regarding a fair rate of return language. This is also outlined in Civil Code 1947.15. And this ordinance does not provide for any way to determine a fair rate of return or an argument for a property owner to argue whether they're receiving a fair rate of return. So I think that is something that will have to be taken up with your ordinances discussed in permanent this summer. But I do not think it's appropriate to have an ordinance that as so-called an emergency ordinance. I do not believe this is a need for an emergency ordinance, but it must require a fair rate of return or it will be considered unconstitutional. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Final online speaker, raised hand in time, is Stephen Battaglia. Stephen Battaglia, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you for allowing me to speak. Rental housing in Santa Barbara is provided in two parts. There's affordable or subsidized housing, and it's provided by the housing authority or other nonprofit entities. The second part is provided by the private sector. Myself and many other housing providers in the chambers there or on this Zoom call make up this second part of the group. We actually provide the majority of rental housing in Santa Barbara. By pursuing this moratorium and ultimately rent control, you are working to degrade and destroy the private rental housing sector. Again, this is the majority of the housing in Santa Barbara. Just consider that you are spending as much time talking about the Ellis Act trying to prevent housing providers from going out of business. This should be a strong signal to you that you are driving housing providers out of this market. As you heard from some of the other speakers, they're really consider either selling or not buying and promoting housing in Santa Barbara. This is what these policies promote it's the degradation of the private sector housing. We'd love to be partners with you, but we have to be able to be free to just carry on business. We have California has rent regulations in AB 1482, so we have guide rails in place that prevent exorbitant rent increases and maintain a minimum frequency of rent increases. I strongly encourage you to focus on how to get new housing built. Look at the construction that took place when you modified zoning density several years ago. Permits just came out of the woodwork. Builders wanted to build. If you promote the ability for builders to build housing, you'll get more housing. You'll get more affordable housing that way. Again, Peter Rupert, I know from the UCSB Economic Board. Oh.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for your patience. We'll move into the speaker's lips now. We'll start out with Craig Griffith, followed by Christian Bonillo.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'm here to talk numbers. The real estate world is trying to get their figures together on 2025, just what happened and how much of it happened.
Microphone?
Hello?
Mike's on.
Mike's on?
Go ahead and belt it out there, Craig.
Okay, there
There
we
we
go. Got that? So I can back up and stop the clock. No. Anyway, they've come up with the figures that in Santa Barbara, the median price for a single-family home, because that's all they figured so far, are single-family homes, is about $2 to $2.1 million. And that's selling price. That's not asking price. Then they say they're talking equity. Some entities say, well, there's been a 5% equity increase in Santa Barbara during 2025. Others say it's 12% to 13%. I think maybe Montecito and Hope Ranch got in there a little bit, but there's quite a difference. If it's 5% at 2.2 million, that's $110,000 a year in home equity increase. If it's a 12%, it's almost $240,000 a year in home equity increase. That's, of course, a lot of money. And we wonder, how can landlords complain? Look at what they're getting. Well, yeah, they're getting it when they sell their property. They're not getting it every month. It's not monthly income. Well, why not? Why can't they access it? They can't go to the ATM and draw out on their equity. Well, if they're renting things out, it's commercial, and they can't get home equity loans, for example. And anyway, look into this.
Thank you. Christian
Help them
Bonillo.
out.
Christian Bonillo. Okay, how about Neil? That's all I got. Following Neil will be Tian Boydston.
I didn't prepare anything, but I think price control is just not the way to go about this, and you're going to end up having less housing than more housing. Providing housing, I've done it myself for over 30 years. I've been a renter a lot of the time within those 30 years as well. And it's expensive to maintain housing, especially these older houses that are the ones that are being affected by this, have maintenance upkeep, replacing doors, replacing windows, replacing furnaces. All this stuff costs money. The cost of living and the cost of providing the housing is not limited to a 1.6% a year increase. The cost of everything that we buy goes up by way more than that, probably closer to 10% across the board. So if you're going to cap the price that we can charge, you're squeezing us, and we're just going to leave the market. I'm a mom and pop provider of housing, and I have been for a long time, and I provide fair housing, and I eat a lot of expenses that are caused by renters that can't afford to pay. I eat it, and I have to fix these things to provide housing that is good for people to live in. This is a business like any. You're not going to, tell the grocer or the baker that they can't, what they can charge for a loaf of bread. You start doing that, I mean, that's a socialist policy, and it doesn't work. It's proven not to work. I've lived in rent-stabilized areas before in Berkeley, and there was almost no housing. There'd be 100 applicants for each crappy apartment that wasn't maintained. And why weren't they maintained? They weren't maintained because the landlords couldn't get the money back to pay for making these improvements. Houses that didn't have any heat. I lived in these places. And you can't blame those landlords because they're stuck. So I think price controls, if you can control and limit the insurance increases to 1.6% a year and the cost of a new furnace to 1.6% per year, okay, but you're not going to do that. So I would really, reconsider going forward with this. Is that the end of my time?
That was
Thank
it.
you.
Thank you. Tian Boydston. Tian Boydston. Linda Grasse.
May I speak from here?
No, because we need to record you on the,
I can speak loud.
I know, but the guys in IT really give me a hard time to let people do that kind of stuff.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. I'm in the middle. I am a tenant, and I have lived as a tenant in Santa Barbara since 2001. I happen to live in a single-family home, so this is not going to help me at all. So, number one, this does not apply fairly to all tenants because thousands of tenants live in single-family homes, so this is not going to help them at all. Secondly, I represent a number of landlords, and they are very kind, very honest, very decent landlords that do not charge maximum rent. So these landlords have not increased the rent for 3 years, and putting a moratorium on them increasing the rent when their insurance has increased, when their costs have increased. We just put a new furnace in one unit that cost $1,700 last year. It cost $2,200 this year. So the answer is not a moratorium. The answer is, how are you going to stop the greedy landlords from price gouging? So that is what I have to say. So please, find a solution. Don't create another problem. And if you remember correctly, about 5 years ago, 7 years ago, the boogeyman was the short-term rentals. So you banned the short-term rentals, and then guess what? It didn't increase the vacancy rate at all. It didn't reduce the rents at all. It actually, everything has gotten worse. So please, don't make things worse again.
Okay. River Boydston, otherwise known as Bubbles. I'm not making this up. Not there. Okay. Sylvia Corral. Sylvia Corral? Sylvia. These camera people are dangerous.
I'm a little short. Thank you. Thank you, City Council. I'm here to oppose your regulations because I think that this is a very emotional issue. I have children that cannot rent in Santa Barbara. I am also a mom and pop landlord. So I just had to go through the most painful experience of evicting a tenant of 12 years so my daughter could have a place to live. Now, that's not something I wanted to do. And let me tell you something that the McKinsey report wrote in May of 2005. It said, an often overlooked piece of the solution to the challenge of housing is to protect what's referred to as naturally occurring affordable housing. Existing affordable multifamily rental properties. These buildings tend to be older and owned by mom and pop landlords, and they constitute the largest supply of affordable units in the United States. So you have 50% of people in Santa Barbara that have more than market price rentals. But you also have 50% of people in Santa Barbara that have affordable housing. You cannot make this market so egregious that those of us who are providing affordable housing are forced by private equity to sell because we cannot maintain a business where we have fair, caring, kind housing for people, for the workers, for those that cannot be on Section 8, for those that have multiple families, for working families. So I urge you, I really urge you to stop this whole thing about a moratorium because
Thank
the
you,
whole...
Sylvia, that's time, but thank you.
Okay, but thank you very much, City Council.
Hillary Licht. Okay, yeah, let's not applause or boo because that's just going to take time. Yeah. No, hey, I'm going to tell you this. Let's not do that. We're going to take extra time doing that. Hillary Licht. Okay, we're moving on to Andrea Moore McCormick. Okay, and you have a couple of people that are donating time. One is Anna Arce. Is Anna here?
Yeah, she's in the back.
Anna, can you wave your hand at me? And the other one would have been Andrew Hawkins.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So you have 5
And I
minutes.
also think Maureen Mina.
You get 5 as, you're already maxed out.
Okay,
You're
oh,
good.
I'm already maxed. Okay.
Put on 5,
wonderful.
please, Madam Clerk. Thank you.
So, good evening, Mayor Rouse, members of the council. I'm speaking today on the Ellis Amendment to our Just Cause Ordinance. Being the subject of an Ellis eviction over the last 2 years has compelled a working understanding of how these state and local laws interact. I'm not a legal expert. I'm just a small tenant navigating these civil processes and their consequences in real life. I have concerns with the amendment as drafted. I'm bewildered by the inclusion of a requirement that evictions be completed in 1 year. Not only is there no such language in the government code, but it also potentially criminalizes a civil process and appears legally dangerous as written. State government code addresses procedural requirements for withdrawal from the rental market, not a deadline by which tenants must be physically removed. It protects against bad faith filings. A completed withdrawal is about intent and conduct, not possession. It includes not offering the unit for re-rental and compliance with all notice, procedural, and recording requirements. It ensures the withdrawal is carried out without pretextual delay. It does not, and under state law cannot, condition compliance on the outcome or speed of mutually agreed upon landlord-tenant negotiations or civil unlawful detainer process. This seems untenable for the simple reason that it would require the landlord to begin eviction proceedings prior to the expiration of the notice term. This is illegal under California law and renders that action subject to dismissal. This threatens to criminalize landlords while interfering with the tenant's right to due process and exercise of statutory defenses. For a city that is as risk-averse as Santa Barbara, this is an alarming oversight. Let's call this rent freeze what it is, the beginning of rent stabilization. By removing arbitrary, illusory end dates, we gain access to the full scope of protections allowable under the Ellis Act, including extended notice periods, right of return at the former rent, landlord liability for failure to comply in good faith, restriction on the property record, and full applicability to any successor owner. Without Ellis in full, the door remains open for speculative abuse and regulatory laundering. By invoking this rent freeze with continued review dates instead, it can function as the system of control under the government code, activating protections. By recognizing it now as the initiation of rent stabilization, all this becomes quite simple and quite possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Please don't. Ian Bauke? Ian Bauke. Is he in here? Is he? There he is.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. I am here today again to encourage you to move forward with rent stabilization and to adopt the proposed moratorium. I think it's important to just point out the most compelling reason we need to do this is to stabilize the population in Santa Barbara that is most vulnerable to being displaced to homelessness. The population of Santa Barbarans who would like to stay with their families, with their dependents, in their homes where they live, and pay their rent, pay increased rents, but rents that are reasonable and reflective of what the economy provides. I can understand concerns and I can understand that there are trade-offs, but at the end of the day, what's most important is protecting the stability of Santa Barbara and Santa Barbarans to live in the places they call home. This is not going to solve the affordable housing crisis. I think we can all recognize that. This applies to too few units, unfortunately. But the reality is we need to do this and supply and increase the amount the city contributes to subsidize affordable housing. None of these things are an either or. You have to do everything. You have to keep moving. It's past time that we do this in the city of Santa Barbara. It's been done well. I trust you and I trust the staff to be able to tailor this effectively and to protect the people that call the city home. Thank you very much, and thank you for your public service.
All right, very good. Kim Gensler, and followed by Kim Bertelson.
Thank you. My name is Kim Gensler. I've been living in Santa Barbara for 8 years. I used to live in District 2, and now I live in District 6. I want to live here for the rest of my life, but rent makes that difficult. In the course of living here, I've had to pay rent on credit card when I was between jobs. When my lease comes up for renewal, I get nervous because rent is already half of my paycheck. I have a college degree. I work a professional job as an accountant, but people like me won't be able to continue living in Santa Barbara if rent increases in this fashion. At 32, I have to live with a roommate to afford to live here. And as I already mentioned, rent is half of my paycheck. I urge you to support rent stabilization and the eviction moratorium measures while you work for a more permanent solution. Thanks.
Okay, Kim Bertelson, followed by Kim Cochran.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. As of January 1st, 2026, the cost of my health insurance went from $0 a month to $84 a month. The cost of my medication that I take every day went up $20. Plus, I suddenly have a $5,000 deductible for anything that's not regular maintenance. Likewise, in June, my lease is going to renew, which means my landlord is most definitely going to raise my rent. I know he can raise it about $150 per month. I don't know if you're keeping up with the math, but it sounds to me like living the exact same life as I did in 2025, same house, same job, same medication, same health insurance plan, is suddenly $7,300 more expensive in 2026, just because. And since I'm not getting a raise, I'm gonna have to pull that money out of my ass, pardon my language. Which is very hard since I'm already only making about $30,000 a year after taxes. So while what I would love the most is to put my boss, my landlord, and Blue Shield of California in a room together to have them work it out amongst themselves, I can't do that. What I can do is come here again and ask you guys for just a little bit of help, preferably before I have to choose between moving out of the town I've lived in my entire adult life or giving up a medication which improves my quality of life tenfold. Thank you.
All right, Kim Cochran.
Yeah, I think I'm yielding my time.
I'm sorry,
I'm yielding my time.
to whom?
Rick Morse?
I'm sorry, your name again is?
Rick Morse.
Okay, Rick Morse. All right, so I'll save that for when you come up on the list here. Andrea M. Okay. Katie Castleberg Storm. Nope. Zoila Carrera. Thank you. And she'll be followed by Estela Montano.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio. Mi nombre es Zoila Cabrera. Pensando en lo que ha estado pasando con nosotras las familias aquí en Santa Bárbara, siendo afectadas por la administración, y es necesario ahora más que nunca el apoyo de ustedes como concejales, de pensar en el bienestar de la comunidad. Yo pido que voten para apoyar la monetaria temporal del aumento del alquiler y protecciones contra los desalojos. Tengo décadas aquí en Santa Bárbara y sigue pasando lo mismo. Y pido su apoyo para el moratorio. Gracias.
Okay, Estela Montano, followed by Monty Wilson.
Buenas tardes, miembros del ayuntamiento. Nuevamente estoy aquí para poder pedir su ayuda para poder pasar este mandatorio de no aumento o congelar más que nada ahorita el aumento a las rentas, porque he sido afectada, son $150 que me aumentaron, y si esto sigue y ustedes no pasan la estabilización de renta, serán $200, $250 la próxima vez, cosa que se me hace exageradamente algo para lo que yo gano, para lo que yo aporto a la ciudad también, porque como miembro de esta ciudad trabajo y también gasto todo mi dinero aquí, y más que nada se va en la renta, a eso es a lo que voy. Por eso también la petición de la estabilización de renta lo más pronto que puedan, porque no podemos esperar más. Tenemos suficiente con todo lo que estamos viviendo en nuestro caso, y como para poder seguir pagando exageradamente rentas y tratos de mal vivir como termitas, que supuestamente ellos incrementan, dicen que les incrementan los costos de arreglar las propiedades, pero quiero saber en qué los gastan, qué costos, qué es lo que arreglan. Cuando llevo años pidiendo que hagan un tratamiento para las termitas, no es saludable tener las termitas cayendo en la mesa donde comes, en el cuarto donde duermes. Entonces creo que no sé qué es lo que hacen con el dinero cuando pagas mes con mes, y no una sola persona, miles de personas a los dueños. Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you. Monty Wilson, you guys, please, let's not do the applause thing so we don't waste time with that. We have a lot of people we want to hear from. Monty Wilson, please.
Great, thank you. My name is Monty Wilson. I would ask us to pause for a moment and ask ourselves, are we solving the correct problem? Everybody that we've heard from tonight, is going to bring up a lot of the same issues, but isn't the root cause problem the one we should be focused on, and that's a shortage of housing? Perhaps, just think for a second, what if we had an emergency ordinance on how do we create a fast-track process to build more housing? Because isn't that going to cause that supply and demand maybe to even out a little bit? The second point that I'd like to try and make is really about perception. So, we hold our public officials, our elected officials, to the highest standards of honesty, of truth, transparency, and we've seen that, and thank God you guys do what you do, because it's a thankless job, and I thank you for doing that, because there's a lot of heat you get. All you got to do is look at next door and you can read it yourself. But the reality is that 3 of you are renters, and this is likely the largest check you write every month. If not in there, it's probably in the top 2 or 3. That perception that creates somewhat of the notion of conflict of interest. Now, I did investigate it. I talked to an attorney. It's not illegal. But the reality is, that it creates a lack of trust, because you're allowed to vote on something that has a direct impact on your pocketbook. So the thing I would ask is that this is not an accusation. It's not about questioning anyone's integrity. That's not the point. The point is to create the integrity of the city council, the trust in the city council that goes forward. The public's confidence is paramount, and we have to have that. And it depends on us making good decisions. So tonight, take the opportunity to demonstrate that. And if this vote you feel that is in your conflict of interest, I would ask you to recuse yourself. And then we move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, let's see, Betty Jeppesen. And Betty, you have some people donating time to you. Let's see if they're here. Melissa O'Neill, thank you. Lydia Perez, right there, thank you. And M. Rustin, wow. Okay, you have 5 minutes, Betty.
Thank you. This morning, Assembly Bill 1157 was heard in Assembly Judiciary Committee. It would have limited rent increases to 2% plus CPI, did not pass, citing concerns that it would significantly impact the production of housing, impact small mom-and-pop owners, inhibit those owners trying to provide affordable housing, and the fact that 60% of California voters voted against rent control. The amendments being considered at this meeting are worse. Is this housing a right under the U.S. Constitution? No. And the U.S. Supreme Court has consistently refused to recognize it as a right. What the U.S. Constitution does recognize as a right is the right to due process, equal protection under the law, and prohibition of government interference in private contracts. The proposed amendments do not afford property owners due process, which requires just and fair treatment to everyone if their life, freedom, or significantly, property is at risk. Here, the owner's property rights are at risk. The proposed amendments do not provide property owners with equal protection under the law because these proposed amendments provide benefits only to tenants, and equal protection requires government to treat all people equally. The proposed amendments unconstitutionally interfere with private contracts between owners and renters. The Contracts Clause of Article 1, Section 10 of the U.S. Constitution prohibits government from passing any law that impairs the obligation of contracts, protecting existing agreements from retroactive legislative interference, and promoting economic stability. It prevents government from altering contracts and applies to statutes, constitutional provisions, and here applicably ordinances. The recent case of Darby versus United States held that the eviction moratorium during COVID was unconstitutional, and cases are being referred right now to the Federal Court of Claims for payment to those housing providers who lost rent money. For these reasons, the proposed amendments are unconstitutional and constitute an illegal taking, which is prohibited by law. Discussion has been had in these chambers about the unfairness of paying 30% or more for housing. Let's look at that. NAR, the National Association of Realtors, has recently made a survey that revealed that the average first-time home buyer pays 40 to 42% of their gross salary for just the mortgage payment. That does not include property taxes, insurance, and utilities. Freddie Mac and Fannie Mae routinely provide loans that constitute 42 to 45% of the borrower's salaries. Renters fail to realize or admit that while they pay 30% of their income for rent, the owner pays for the mortgage, the insurance, and certain utilities. The costs for insurance and utilities have skyrocketed. The proposed amendments do not take into account these rising prices for owners while attempting to limit the price allowed by rent. To say that the owners can simply go out of business and get a job if they can't make it ignores the fact that it is not their business, bad business practice which would cause the owners not to make it in the rental industry, but the unreasonable, and I would argue, illegal restraints on overregulation by government. In the past, owners and renters were on friendly basis. Now, the government interference has made them enemies. One of my clients was assaulted by a tenant last Friday, and he's pressing criminal charges. Owners need renters, and renters need owners. This should not be a fight. Look to a different method of ensuring housing for workers in Santa Barbara. Look to rent subsidies. The City of Santa Barbara is a member of the Coastal Housing Partnership, which offers home loan assistance and rental reductions. The Housing Trust Fund of Santa Barbara County offers a variety of housing programs and may offer down payment assistance loans. Why not apply to these agencies for guidance instead of putting the entire burden of housing assistance on owners who are not all rich and who did not all buy their property so long ago that they have no mortgage and are simply raising rents for no reason? There is a quite specific reason to raise rent when insurance costs, utility costs, and maintenance costs keep increasing. Or consider implementing CAM charges, as commercial properties do, which would require that the tenants share the burden of rising costs as part of their rental increases. Thank you.
Thank you. You guys, okay, Meadow, you guys, knock it off, because we're going to take a bunch of time listening to you guys clap as opposed to moving through these speakers, okay? Both sides, please. Okay, Meadow Herons? Stevens. Thank you. And followed by Gabrielle Barona.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Meadows, and I'm an organizing intern for AFSCME 3299. AFSCME is a labor union made up of blue-collar workers, specifically for UC campuses, that are the reason that UCSB is known for its beautiful, lively campus. Except, a large majority of workers don't live in Santa Barbara because they can't afford it, and instead of commuting long hours from their homes in Oxnard or Ventura, some settle to sleep in their cars to avoid the drive all over again. Workers are on the verge of homelessness, if not already, from how unaffordable living in Santa Barbara is. How is this not an emergency issue when the people upholding our city are pushed out by rent spikes and inflation? A rent moratorium is needed if Santa Barbara wants to maintain its community and vacation side reputation that's solely upheld by the working class that can't afford to live here. Landlords are getting away with charging thousands of dollars for unmaintained properties. I know many people who live in 10-people units, deal with black mold, and have to drop out of school in order to afford rent. Is working 2 or more jobs a new norm to adjust to inflation that's purposely pushing out generational families and marginalized communities? I don't think so. I hope you all will vote efficiently in regards to renters and advocating for the people who have the power to keep you in office. Thank you for your time.
Gabrielle Barona, followed by Sophia Lane.
Hello. Hello, everybody. I'm Gabriel. I'm also a UCSB student. I'm also an organizing intern for AFSCME 3299. Where'd it go? Yeah, thank you, everyone, for attending and taking time out of your day to participate in this discussion. I'm here to voice my support for the tenants' protections that are being proposed today at a time where mothers and fathers are being separated from their children. So many of our families are losing the people that bring home the money to support them. A rent freeze, along with the rest of the protections, would provide breathing room to all the families targeted by ICE terrorists, along with the other renters currently experiencing financial uncertainty. I believe that this is a line in the sand, a line that if crossed would show everyone here and across the state that the people that are meant to be representing us care more about the financial interests of corporations and the economic elite more than they care about protecting the working class people that keep our economy afloat. The cost of living in Santa Barbara is 57% higher than the national average, and it is the sixth most expensive city to live in the U.S., according to CNBC. This measure would ensure temporary peace of mind for the people who keep this very expensive city running. One note, to the woman who had to kick out her tenant so that her kid could afford to live in Santa Barbara, you mentioned that the true enemy is corporate landlords and private equity, not mom and pop landlords. I think most of us here can agree on who the real enemy is, but we can agree to pass these rent protections and increase regulation on these corporate entities at the same time. They do not have to be mutually exclusive. I believe that the housing and financial security of our renters and our immigrant community should come before the profit margins of the multi-property owning individuals and corporations of this city. If that makes me a Cuba-loving communist, then that I am. Thank you.
Okay, enough. Okay, Sophia Lane. And be followed by Gina Quiroz. I'm sorry? Sophia, I'm going to go here. Yeah, it's either Lane or Lake. Okay, all right, very good, thank you. So Gina Quiroz. And you have some folks, let's see who you got here. You've got Miles Hagan, right there. Max Golding. See you back there? And Fernando Banuelos. No, I just put that there. Okay, you have 5 minutes, please, Madam Clerk.
I probably won't use up all my 5 minutes because
That's okay
everything
with us,
changed for
trust
me.
me.
So, good afternoon, good evening, council members. My name is Gina. I think the fact that we have 2,459 people who are experiencing homelessness right now in Santa Barbara County is an emergency. We recently just had the Longest Night Memorial where we honor those who have passed in the past year while they were experiencing homelessness, and I had the misfortune to add 10 names to that list. That, to me, is an emergency. When families are displaced, I work for a nonprofit. We help house those who are currently experiencing homelessness and those who are at imminent risk of becoming victims of homelessness. And we just ran into a family who was priced out 3 weeks ago and had been living in their car with their 2 school-age children. By the grace of God, my coworker was able to house that family. They had to relocate to Lompoc. So, as somebody who has personally experienced 6 years of living on the street in my city, it's traumatizing and it's unnecessary. This should not be happening in the wealthiest country in the world. We should want housing for everybody and it should be affordable. Correct? It's not okay that people are being displaced and put out onto the street like they're nothing. These are human lives. 2,455 people, residents in this Santa Barbara County, are without the safety of a home. That's not okay. I don't wish that upon anybody. It was the hardest thing I had to get myself out of, and that's why I will come here all day, every day, to let you know what it personally feels like. It sucks. So please, let's put a freeze on it. I mean, what's wrong with stabilizing this community for everybody? Is that so hard to do? We're talking human lives here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Chelsea Lancaster. Chelsea Lancaster. Okay, then Reina Angel, or Angel. Reina Angel.
Hello.
Hello.
I am in support of both a rent freeze and tenant protections. If you vote against a rent freeze, you are voting for housing displacement. Rent freeze is not radical, nor is it rent control. This is the middle ground. Rent stabilization protects affordable housing. I work full-time for a local school district in special education, and I have a part-time job. 70% of my income goes to rent, and the food banks are bare. It is an emergency to the most vulnerable part of this community. Santa Barbara working class renters need your support. Imagine if landlords had a 10% increase in their mortgage every year. There is no mom and pop, it's a business. Housing is a basic human need. We need an emergency rent freeze now before displacements incur. A lot of renters could not come because they are too afraid to leave their homes. ICE is taking people every day, and we've had the highest amount of kidnappings in California, in this county alone. So it's a huge, dire emergency that we get rent freeze now.
Larry Barrett.
Mayor and members of the council, I'm Larry Barrett from Indivisible Santa Barbara, speaking in favor of the proposed rent and evictions freeze. Now, I've listened to some decry the supposed unfairness of interference in the market to help renters, so let's talk a little bit about the ways government and taxpayers subsidize property ownership. We provide tax deductions for mortgage interest, property taxes, and allow property owners to calculate depreciation on rental properties, even though those properties are appreciating in value. Property owners can borrow against this appreciation tax-free to further build wealth. We so encourage this lending that the S&L industry collapsed in the 1980s. The entire banking system failed in the 2000s. Ordinary taxpayers, including renters in this room, bailed those lenders out. We tax gains on sales of property at discounted capital gains rates and allow deferral of these taxes through devices like Section 1031 exchanges. We ultimately allow these taxes to be deferred forever through substantial elimination of estate taxes, along with the ability to write up the cost basis of property on the death of the property owner. And Prop 13 requires that property taxes be paid on only a fraction of a property's true value, and permits many to transfer these artificially low assessments from property to property. I'm only scratching the surface here. Overall, government has effectively transferred trillions of dollars from ordinary taxpayers to property owners. We now ask the City Council
to provide renters with what amounts to a tiny fraction of the benefit government has bestowed and continues to bestow on property owners. Thank you.
Hannah Cohen, be followed by Matt Larkins.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here to urge you to pass the temporary rent increase moratorium and implement it immediately as an emergency ordinance. Many landlords have already stated that they would raise their rents as high as currently allowed before a rent stabilization ordinance goes into effect. This could displace countless residents who contribute an incalculable amount to this city. What will we do when our essential workers can't get to Santa Barbara in an emergency because they were all priced out? Wages have not increased anywhere near the rate of housing prices, and most residents are just barely able to stay afloat. Housing is a human right. Thank you.
Thank you. Matt Larkins. And you have a few folks donating time to you here. Is Sophia Lake, I think I saw her earlier, right? Okay. And also Nicole Yanquito back there. Okay. And Sandy Houtree. Back here somewhere? Okay, very good. Thank you. 5 minutes, please, on the Madam Clerk. And Matt, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Matthew Larkins, and I'm a working professional in the local tech industry. I've lived in the Santa Barbara area for 8 years now, the last year of which I have lived downtown. I want to start by briefly explaining to you all what the Santa Barbara Tenants Union really is. Because based on the way I hear you talking about it, if I didn't know better, I would assume that it's some disembodied, shadowy corporate organization whose entire purpose is to collapse the local economy. This could not be further from the truth. The Santa Barbara Tenants Union is a group entirely composed of local tenants who are either currently going through housing-related crises or know how easily they could find themselves in a similar situation. We have no president, executive, or leader. There is no individual who dictates what we do or do not say, and there is no individual who can speak for the whole of us. We simply act under the shared interest of protecting those most vulnerable among us. And yes, as I'm sure you all have guessed by now, I am also a member of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union, and I'm damn proud of it. I joined because I, like many others in the city, realized that being a non-property owner makes us far closer to losing everything and being put out onto the streets than we'd ever care to admit. I joined because I realized that one of the biggest lies that our society tells us growing up is that the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. As with many of MLK's quotes, his words are all too often stripped of all context and disseminated in ways that unknowingly weaponize them against the working people. Without the context of mass movements of people during the civil rights era, this quote is left as if to say that the pursuit of justice is a passive process. No. That it happens all on its own. No, it doesn't. The only time progress is made towards building a more equitable and just world is when people like me, people like all of those before you today speaking on behalf of themselves and tenants everywhere, stop sitting idly by and make progress happen. And speaking of making progress happen, part of that job is holding those in elected office accountable. Council members Harmon, Santa Maria, Sneddon, and Gutierrez, I want to start by thanking you all for your work and support thus far. You are a sizable part of why we have made it this far in this process, and I'm happy to know that we have people in office who are willing to actually listen to those who are traditionally brushed aside for the sake of increasing rents and property values. Again, thank you. Mayor Rouse, you sit here, well, not currently, but you sit here having been part of the unanimous vote to have moved the rest of the rent freeze agenda item to 5 p.m., meanwhile, you are the sole reason why the vote had to happen in the first place. You reneged on the city's promise to hear all rent stabilization related items at 5 p.m. in order to allow those of us who work for a living have a voice. All the while, you hide behind hollow platitudes of being concerned for the city employees who have to commute to Ventura, Oxnard, or Santa Maria. If it weren't so damn expensive to live here, they wouldn't have to commute so far. Randy, no, in reality, you don't care about the city employees who have to commute so far. You would rather have the invisible hand of the market price them out of their current homes, forcing them to commute even further to hear you effectively say that they don't deserve to live here. In reality, you just don't like that your constituents, what your constituents have to say, and wish they would shut the hell up. And since we won't, you decide that you would suddenly change the agenda to suppress the voices of those who have to request time off to work, find childcare, or just generally can't afford to attend the entirety of the city council meeting in order to have that voice. After all you've done to stand in the way of the working people of Santa Barbara, all I can say is good luck to you on your reelection. I don't have much more time now, but I also want to call out Councilmember Friedman for all of his no votes on the previous actions for rent stabilization. Specifically, I want to call out the December 16th vote where you voted against the urgency ordinances here today. It was selfish and childish of you to cite it as we didn't come to you. Thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you. Okay.
Next up, Stanley Zankoff, followed by Hillary Blackerby.
Thank you.
Hello again. So I suspect, I certainly hope, that we all want to live in a region where everyone has a safe roof over our heads, in a city whose leaders that we elect really believe that everyone is able to not just have housing where we can hang on by a thread and survive, but actually thrive in the community. I don't think any of us here believe that, anything to the contrary, but each and every time I'm up here, each long meeting, late at night, been at this for a long time, I worry that it's actually an issue of a disconnect in our lived experiences. Everyone wants to be the good guy, the good person doing the work, right? But I just think that we're actually out of touch. That even well-intentioned people, out of touch with the reality of everyday people can make bad policy. And I'm so concerned about claims. I keep hearing that this has somehow always been an issue. Santa Barbara's always been unaffordable. And it's just rude and dismissive of the real experiences that so many people have had of commuting farther, packing in tighter, and living in fear of coming home to another notice on our doors. Mayor Rouse, respectfully, even in this meeting, you repeated yourself again just moments ago with the claim that somehow this issue has just always been a problem. It's not an issue of urgency. And just in the last few weeks, I've had personal friends of mine, not even through the organization I'm a part of, who have had their property management aggressively push them to sign leases right after the meeting that we had last time, less than a month ago or so. So we're seeing what we knew would happen, that, what some opponents of rent stabilization threaten they do. And the longer we keep talking about rent stabilization without acting, the more damage we'll keep feeling. So please do the right thing today. Thank you.
All right, Hillary Blackerby.
Someone donating time, Ace Bailey.
I'm sorry, one more time?
Ace Bailey is donating time.
Okay. Oh, you had a slip in there?
There's, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So you have 4 minutes then.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Please adopt both of these as urgency measures today. And even if you think maybe, this rent stabilization thing, not for me, I don't really buy it policy-wise or whatever, there's really nothing to lose in calling this timeout while the ordinance works its way through the process. There's nothing for you to lose. There's really nothing for landlords to lose. There's plenty for us tenants to lose. It's a cooling off period, 1 year or less if you get it done sooner. I happily spent hours here last month at your December meeting doing my civic duty. I don't mind. I'll be here 3 hours, 5 hours. Feels good to me to be in community, frankly. And 48 hours later, I got a lease renewal offer with the legal max increase, as I've received the past 4 years, I think, which would go into effect on February 1st. For me, my family, it means $200 more a month. About a week later, our property management company then proceeded to send me and my neighbors threatening texts saying if we didn't sign in the next 72 hours, they'd assume we weren't renewing. This is while several of us had emails to the company that had gone unanswered. Well, I haven't signed yet, and I'm just waiting for today. I'm waiting to see what you do tonight. By voting to adopt these ordinances today in an urgency fashion, renters in all of your districts, every single one of you, will get to take a deep breath for the first time, maybe ever, when it comes to their housing. That maybe, just maybe, there's some hope on the horizon that they get a little bit of relief. So for now, wait your decision. Will I be able to put those $200 a month toward childcare, toward groceries that get more expensive every month, it seems like? Heaven forbid, put it towards savings. That's a joke. We can't do that. But it's one of the things that my colleague, Mr. Sankoff, just mentioned about the possibility of being out of touch with the common Santa Barbaran is, I'm sure that if you're a however many generation Santa Barbaran, 5th generation or whatever, and you've lived in your home or you manage your grandparents' apartment building or whatever, it's hard to really understand what people are going through. But you're lucky in that we come and tell you every time what's going on. And we're not making it up. We really aren't. And so when you think about who's the most vulnerable in the community and who could use a break for, let's say, a year while you guys figure this out and come up with the best policy, I think you probably know deep down what the right answer is. Thank you.
Okay, all right. I have somebody, Nancy, but there's no last name. All right, very good. We'll move on to Michael Katz. Following Michael, we'll have Don Kadich.
After graduating from UCSB in 1983, I stayed in town working in the arts, serving young people in elementary schools. I was always able to find an affordable place to live and landlords who believed having a good tenant is worth more than making an extra dollar. In 2006, I moved to Berkeley, paying slightly more in rent than I was paying in Santa Barbara. Each year in Berkeley, my rent was raised a reasonable amount with rent stabilization. When I moved back in 2016, Santa Barbara rents were now much higher than Berkeley. Enough landlords had taken advantage of the housing shortage by charging exorbitant rents. To me, Santa Barbara is becoming a town that cares more about making money and serving the rich and tourists than it does about the people who live and work here to support these businesses and the community. Local artists, educators, and the elderly are forced to leave because they can't afford to live here, which is destroying the character and heart of this town. Renters are people, not a piece of steak at a restaurant, as one landlord used as a comparison for covering rising costs. Steak is a pleasure, housing a need. Renters have very little rights currently. The scale is unbalanced. Both sides are speaking from fear and anger. A temporary rent freeze and eviction moratorium are what is needed so that we can catch our breath and come up with a plan that is fair for all tenants and landlords. Thank you.
All right. Don Kadich, and Don, you have somebody donating time to you.
Yes.
Angelina Dentamonte, I think, or is she here? She left, okay. Oh, she's here. She's back there somewhere?
She's outside in the hallway.
Okay. Go ahead then, Don, you'll get 4 minutes.
Thank you so much. Mayor, council members. In the city's history, Every decade seemed to have a theme for limited housing development. In the 80s, it was the water shortage. In the 90s, it became environmental protections. In the 2000s, parking requirements and preserving green spaces. Then came the teens. Wildfire designations, code upgrades took the stage. Each obstacle came with urgency, noble intentions, and good-sounding headlines. But behind every rally, behind every well-meaning ordinance, the message that reached those trying to build housing was always the same. Developers are not welcome in Santa Barbara. Those very people, the builders, the planners, the investors, are the ones who could provide the housing the city now calls a necessity. Yet again, they're being told to leave, this time through another unproven and misguided idea called rent control. A prior speaker stated, basically the solution is all the above: rent freeze, rent stabilization, and development. Well, the problem is no developer is going to invest their money in an area that has rent freezes and rent control. Pause for a moment to look at State Street, another example of good intentions gone horribly wrong. Once a vibrant, bustling heart of Santa Barbara, now lined with vacancies and confusion over its identity. Is it a street, a promenade, a park? Meanwhile, a short drive away, the marketplace in Goleta hums with activity. Families strolling, businesses thriving, parking easy to find. Why? Because Goleta says yes. Yes to opportunity, yes to efficiency, and yes to better growth. Santa Barbara, on the other hand, seems to keep saying no. No to permits that move quickly, no to businesses that need flexibility, no to developers who might actually deliver the housing we all talk about. And let's not even mention Paseo Nuevo. This rent freeze and the rent control that inevitably will follow is not a gift to tenants. It's a warning to every builder. It says, once again, go elsewhere. And they are. They're going to Ventura. They're going to Lompoc. They're going to Santa Maria. Places where the doors are open, projects make sense, prosperity is praised, and communities grow as a result. You know, let's take the Tobes Group as an example. Michael was a very giving donor to this community, liked by many. Even at the October meeting, the Tobes Group said, we can't work with this ordinance. We're going to push out the one landlord that has proven time and time again the heart to develop in this city. And when you see, let's go back to Lompoc, Ventura, and Santa Maria for a second. So when you see these long lines of cars each morning and evening, workers commuting in and out of Santa Barbara, don't call it evidence of a housing crisis that justifies rent control. Call it for what it really is, a reflection on failed city policies that lock out Santa Barbara's own people. Until Santa Barbara chooses to welcome instead of restrict the very people who can solve the problem, the affordability crisis will remain just another slogan in a long history of preventable regulatory failures. Thank you.
Thank you. Rick Morse, and you had Kim, who I saw earlier, donate your time?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So 4 minutes.
Mayor and members of the City Council, I really appreciate you guys being here after hours. It doesn't just show community support, it shows that you're dedicated to actually resolving this issue. I'm a recent graduate of your City of Santa Barbara mediation protocol, unsuccessful graduate, I should add. Time permitting, I'll get into that, but I'd like to tell you how I arrived here at the City Council this evening. In November of 2017, my son suggested I move to Santa Barbara to be closer to the family, my grandson and my son's family. And he told me it would be more difficult to live here, that I should be prepared. And I said, all right. Apparently, Craigslist is the platform to find rentals. So I went on Craigslist, found out 50% of all the Craigslist listings in Santa Barbara are scams. When I finally did find somebody that would rent to me a room, it was a shared house, parking available. I arrived January 1st, 2018, right about the time of the Thomas fires, to find out that the tenant in the room I was about to rent hadn't vacated the premises yet. So I was told that it wouldn't be available until February 1st, 2018. And that night, my dog and I slept in the U-Haul. The next day, my son and I went around to talk to all his friends to find out if there was a way they could accommodate me for a month until the room became available. A friend of a friend told me that I could sleep in a tent with my dog in their backyard for $900 a month. So I did. I slept in a tent in the backyard with my dog for $900 a month. February 1st comes around, and I'm allowed to actually move into the rented room. One of the things that the landlord didn't tell me prior to renting the room was that I would be the only one in that room, but every other room would have at least 5 other people, because there were 16 people that were already living there when I moved in, including 4 children, 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen. That was the first time I heard the name Dario Pini. All right, I love that reaction. Thank you, Tom. All right. So I've got to admit, the people I lived with were great people. They were accommodating, as quiet, and they were clean, and they were great people. I thought it was a little expensive, but I was told that you should expect to pay for quality. So I'm living in Santa Barbara. I'm thinking it's worth the rent. The problem with the parking was the street, if you parked a car on both sides, you couldn't fit a car down the middle. You could barely fit a car down the middle, which means you couldn't enter or exit a driveway after everybody had parked on the streets. I was assured that there was parking in the driveway, first come, first served, but there were 16 people in the house with 12 different cars, so I wasn't first come, first served. I moved into a cottage behind a house after that, and so my dog could have a yard. COVID hit, my landlady got sick, she needed to move her sister in. So I ended up in Carpinteria in a studio, and it's a beautiful place. It's a wonderful place to live, but I started having problems with the landlord not long after I moved in. And that's how I arrived at your mediation protocol in November. Let me make 3 comments really quick on the mediation protocol. It is not neutral. The mediator disregarded every fact I told him, disregarded the fact that I was advised by counsel and I knew my legal position, and then gave me legal advice and told me that I should consider signing the offer of the landlord, or I could find myself being evicted after the first of the year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, J.B. Aligiani, followed by Karina Svacina.
So, when does an emergency end? In New York, just after World War II, they declared a housing emergency. Well, they passed more laws. They passed laws to try to regulate housing. Then the emergency got extended. Then it got extended again. In fact, it's still an emergency 80 years later. So when does it end? Especially won't end if you discourage housing providers, which will greatly limit new units coming on the market, which is the source of the problem ultimately. I lived in San Francisco for many years. I saw the damage that ever-increasing restrictions and overregulation did to the city that I once loved. When I purchased my 4-unit building in the early 1990s, every owner on the block had all their units rented. By the time I gave up and left the city a few years ago, many of those units were empty. And that was because owners were responding to overregulation. They were either empty or they were sold as TICs, where someone buys a portion of the property. So they're not a renter anymore. Small property owners decided they couldn't take the risks and liabilities of being a rental housing provider. The units that were rented still were commanding absurdly high rents because of the shortage of rental housing. If you adopt this law, then how about if the city does the same? Freeze all your revenue sources while allowing your expenses to increase without limits. If you do that and leave it in force for as long as you impose this moratorium, then you'll understand firsthand what you're asking us to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Karina Savasina, and you have some folks donating some time to you. I've got, let's see here, Frank Velasquez over there.
I probably only.
I
that's
think that was
fine.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you were more popular than that. Okay. You get 4 minutes.
I'm here once again to urge you to pass a rental stabilization ordinance that includes a rental board that has the authority to enforce the current laws in place. From my recent experience, it became clear to me that landlords in this town count on the fact that the city has little to no ability to enforce its own laws. I think we all know what case I'm talking about. Instead of taking pride in the quality of their property, landlords in this town seem to take pride in how much they can get away with. If we pass a rent stabilization ordinance, don't worry about landlords deferring maintenance. They're already doing that. I live in a place for $900 more a month, and I wish it was $900 more a month nicer, but it's not. I am glad that I stayed at 215 Bath as long as I did. I want to say that right now there's just no easy way for tenants to hold their landlords accountable easily. One would think tenants could go to the rental mediation board to help resolve their issues, but as you just heard from another tenant here, the rental mediation board doesn't mediate rental agreements. They don't help with habitability issues. They don't help mediate anything. They mediate the end of rental agreements. That's it. And ultimately, they're just another strong hold for the landlords to use in their arsenal. Tenants in this town shouldn't be living in newly renovated buildings that have electrical wiring held up by painter's tape. This is our reality right now, and if you don't believe me, you should talk to your code enforcement about some recent violations. Your city workers are trying to enforce basic city and state laws on landlords, and they're also struggling to get landlords to be compliant. Tenants and code enforcement need a system that works for them, not against them. This is why we need a rent stabilization board. We need a way for both tenants and city workers to easily sound the alarm. Please pass a rental stabilization ordinance so that we can hold landlords accountable, because they're already deferring maintenance and cutting corners every which way that they can. And so since I still have a little bit more time here, I also just really want to urge you that any ordinance that goes into play, it needs to include taxation and regulation for landlords that rent by the bed, like Dario Panini, like Beach City. This by-the-bed unit model is inflating the market overall. It will continue to drive up prices if the expectation is that every room shall be shared, as well as anything that says that it's student housing. It needs to be actually affiliated with an educational institution. It can't just choose to be a student dorm. People need ethic classes. Thank you.
Okay. Chris Agnoli. And I think Mike Agnoli's here to donate time to Chris. That would be the one that looks like Chris. All right.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Chris Agnoli, and I'm fortunate enough to have been born and raised here in the city of Santa Barbara in an apartment building on the west side. I am opposed to a moratorium and rent stabilization. I've seen a lot of changes in my town that I've grown up in, and not all are for the good. I own a small real estate sales and property management company here in the city. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in real estate. I'm a past president of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. I'm a past president of the Santa Barbara Rental Property Association. I'm still involved on committees and boards with both those organizations. I'm a past member of the Rental Housing Mediation Task Force and served as chair of that task force. And what's frustrating for me about this serious issue is that I've come to the realization that this council just completely ignores facts and data that are provided to you. You can make a chart with the place that you rented and how that property's gone up in value and think that you're an expert in housing, but you're not. You know who is an expert? The UCSB Executive Director for the Department of Economics, Dr. Peter Rupert. He has a Bachelor of Science degree and a PhD, has offered his advice and data and told you these restrictions don't work, but instead you make jokes about them. I think that's disrespectful. These restrictions have failed in every place that they've been tried, including Santa Monica, San Francisco, New York, and the list goes on. Freezing rents are not going to solve our problems. Freezing rents are not going to help our teachers, firemen, nurses, and just regular workers who have to travel from out of town to come here for work. It's going to make things worse for them. You need to shift your focus and work on providing more affordable housing, more workforce housing, like Jacaranda Court. How your legal counsel can tell you that putting restrictions on a small select group of people, being the owners of multi-unit housing, for the benefit of only a small group of people, the tenants of multi-unit housing, it's beyond me how they think that can be legal. I remind you, this council recently overreached regarding relocation fees, and you were sued and you lost, and you had to pay the opposing side's attorney's fees. You're setting yourselves up again, and you will lose again, and the residents of this city should be pissed about the taxes that will be spent on this, tax money that you guys don't have. There is already a rent cap. It's 7.7%, and that may seem like a lot, but for those owners who have kept their rents far below market, who are now faced with insurance going from $900 a year to $10,000 a year, who are forced to replace roofs and change electric panels to keep an insurance policy, they shouldn't be penalized for keeping their rents low. Santa Barbara is a beautiful place to live, but that shouldn't mean that everyone that comes here is guaranteed to afford to live here. And try as you might, you won't succeed in forcing that. Every owner that we work with as managers has been very concerned about all these constant changes. These constant changes are absolutely the reason why our owners have wanted to raise rents in fear that they'll be caught with their pants down with stuff like this that you're proposing, and they were right. I miss the days when the owners and managers and tenants all got along like family. Unfortunately, those days disappeared about a half a dozen regulations ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rob, okay, that's Rob Hunter. And you had Ray Hayes, but she's not here, right?
She's not here.
Okay, so you get 2 minutes, Rob.
Yeah. Good evening,
Madam Clerk,
Mayor
too.
Rouse and City Council. I've been here before on these items. I did my undergraduate studies at Cal Poly San Luis Obispo in city and regional planning and architecture. I moved here about 10 or 11 years ago, sold all my assets in Pasadena and bought in Santa Barbara, thinking that this would be my retirement. I bought multifamily, and I did that at a time where there were no controls. It was the market, the market was controlling it. On one of my properties, this is just to give you an example, I've never increased the rents in 8 years. There's a person in a one-bedroom apartment of mine that pays $810. And now that my insurance is increasing double, I can't pass that along to anyone. I can only increase her rent 7.7%. I have another person in a one-bedroom the same size, $1,300. So the numbers that you guys put up here, I'm not even getting those. And so I'm just saying that I'm one of those people that don't raise my rents all the time. I just don't understand there's no findings for this thing being an emergency. When the city attorney is speaking of this, it's so confusing that trying to deal with this moratorium it's way too complex. I don't know how you're going to administrate that. I oppose the two ordinances.
Thank you. Kim Gensler? Kim Gensler, okay. Brian Canty. You Kim? No. Okay. Brian Canty. Okay. Emily Pelstring. Alrighty. Alex and Trankin. Oh, this is Emily? Okay, very good. All right, Emily.
Hi, everyone. My name is Emily Pelstring, and I'm a public servant for the state of California as a regulatory analyst, and I've lived here for 5 years. As much as I do not want to say goodbye to my community, I plan on leaving Santa Barbara in 6 months' time as the city is unsustainable financially. Even though I am decidedly leaving, it is not too late to keep other folks in our community around. I'm asking today that you adopt the proposed rent freeze and eviction moratorium until the more permanent rent stabilization is passed. Additionally, I am pleased with the decision of the council to move this item outside of working hours, but I'm concerned that this change was required in the first place. I would like to remind the council that it is their democratic duty to foster as much public input as possible, just as it is my duty to comment today. Thank you.
She's saying she wants to speak now? She wants the remainder of the time. There was no time left. He got 2 minutes or 4 minutes. There's no time left. Alex and Trankin, followed by Emily Heckman.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and Council. I'm a renter in Councilmember Harmon's district and make this comment in my personal capacity. As a result of some painful and unfortunate circumstances over the past year, I've been blessed with spending a lot of time with my elderly parents. Over the holidays, I had the opportunity to teach my 83-year-old father how to use an iPad to read his favorite newspapers. I set up shortcuts for The Independent and Mr. Molina's rekindled news press. Later, when we were discussing his life insurance and strangely continuing business license, he brought up his remaining rental property. And we talked about what he saw on the iPad, what was going on in Santa Barbara. He's a lifelong Republican, functionally retired from a long career as a real estate broker, landlord, and in partnership with my uncle, real estate developer. In his retirement, he's kept this one rental property. He was stunned to hear that anyone thought that their business would collapse if they could not raise rents for a year, or that annual increases of 10% were necessary. I believe his actual words were, "Raise rents by 10% and you'll have no tenants." I joke that this sometimes seems like that is in fact the point. He could not understand why anyone would go out of business if they had to hold off on rent increases for a year. Then he proudly brought up his lease negotiations in his early days in real estate in the late 70s. He was extremely proud that he got his tenants to agree to leases that increased at 3% fixed every year. He was able to bundle these and sell them. And as he has all of my life, he reminded me of the power of compound interest. It doubles. I say this to put on public record and into the conversation that the ideas being discussed here are not in any way radical. My father voted for Reagan and Trump twice, and he counted it as a business success 45 years later that he got 3% rent increases. Thank you for your time. Compound rent is power over tenants over time.
Emily Heckman. Emily? Okay, so Angelina, why don't you go ahead and come on up? We can compromise and give you a minute if that works for you.
Thank you. I appreciate it, Mayor Rouse.
Okay.
I just didn't know if we were going to start. Good evening, Mayor Rouse and council members. For any of the city council members who are tenants, for the purpose of transparency, have any of you disclosed to the public that you are renters? For the sake of impropriety, council members who are tenants has it been considered to abstain and/or recuse yourself from your vote tonight on agenda item 14, including but not limited to any and all further related matters, current or future? Thank you for your time and consideration and accommodations. Have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Gavin Spencer. Followed by Janet Farrow-Scalia. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello, Council. I just want to say that I have had the privilege of being born here as a St. Francis baby, and I've spent my entire adult life here. I've spent and built my career upon the love of the environment and making the place that I call home even more beautiful than which it already is. Unfortunately, because of cost of living and working a salaried job, I have to face the choice of what it's going to be like to leave my home. This is a very real threat to my life and what I've been able to build up in my sense of identity and place of home. I just want to circle back and state that on December 10th in 2019, the Board of County Supervisors declared a climate emergency. Yet, and Mayor Rouse, you said at the beginning of this meeting that you wanted quants to be able to help make a decision. Well, here you go. County of Santa Barbara Department of Sustainability indicates that half of the county's greenhouse gas emissions comes from transportation. If renters are continuously displaced, we are going to increase the already existing climate emergency that we are far behind on tackling. That doesn't even begin to address the human issue. On my way to work, on my commute, I have the ununique experience of driving past elderly, houseless community members. As somebody who has experienced homelessness while putting myself through school, working 3 jobs, doing everything quote unquote right, I too have experienced homelessness. And as a working class, a proud working class person, I know just how precarious our community is. The fabric of Santa Barbara is built upon labor, just as it is everywhere else in this world. And the people that make the beauty that people enjoy as their assets appreciate are dependent upon affordable and safe housing.
Thank you. Nancy, please don't for the clapping. Trying to move through this here. Nancy, and then followed by Janet Farrow-Scalia. Sorry about the name.
Hello, thank you for letting me speak. I'm opposed to the rent freeze and rent control. I do not think that it actually provides protection for tenants. I am a housing provider. I have lived in Los Angeles for a long time and witnessed firsthand rent control and also systematic code enforcement. First, they put in rent control, and then they put in systematic code enforcement. And I delivered meals to people that were really sick along apartment buildings along Mid-Wilshire and downtown. And when they put in the rent control and then the systematic code enforcement, it drove all the owners out of business, and they were like local people. And also, all the people that I delivered food to got stuck out onto the street, because then when the owners went out of business, corporations came in and bought the buildings. And I literally watched people go out onto the street, literally thousands of people. And those buildings along Mid-Wilshire and downtown turned into fancy high-rises. And I just think that it doesn't really work. And also, the rents are very high in Los Angeles. In the past 15 years, it's become one of the highest rent places to live. So the rent control didn't work. And I feel like what you are attempting is very nice, but I don't think that it actually is going to do what you're hoping that it will do. And, and it also sounds nice to people that are tenants, but I don't think they fully understand that it actually isn't in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Janet, and I really am struggling with the last name, so good. You'd have to help me out with that one.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Janet Farrusquilla. My family and I are born and raised here in Santa Barbara. We have been long-term tenants at our current home since 2011. I strongly support the rent stabilization ordinance and want to emphasize why its enforcement is so critical for families like mine. Over the past year, after a management change at our property, our living conditions have deteriorated. We've dealt with unresolved leaks, flooding, mold concerns, escalating pressure to sign new leases, harassment, and now an active 3-day notice that we are formally disputing. The ongoing stress, unsafe conditions, and harassment we've had to deal with has had a real impact on my family's health and well-being. No family should have to choose between living in unsafe conditions or risking the loss of their home. Rent stabilization is about more than policy language. It's about keeping working families, seniors, and children safely housed while disputes are resolved fairly and lawfully. I urge you to continue strengthening tenant protections and ensure they are enforced in practice, especially in cases involving habitability, retaliation, and displacement pressure. Thank you for your time and for standing with Santa Barbara families.
Thank you. Brian Hinojosa? Followed by Ludmila Panina. You guys are really testing me tonight.
Good evening, council members. My name is Brian Hinojosa, and I'm just here to say that I do support rent control. But I think most importantly, accountability for the landlords and the management property. Some people are talking about numbers and stuff like that, but if you really think about it, just to even move to an apartment here in Santa Barbara, it's going to cost you like $10,000. A lot of people don't have those $10,000, and we don't know what the landlord or management companies are doing with that money, where we could have probably invested in our families or something else. And then the other thing is, like, I'm not telling you how to manage your money, but where I've been at, I did the calculations, and I've given my landlord close to $500,000 in rent. I've never complained, not once, up until 3 months from now, that I said, hey, this is what's going on. They responded with multiple lawyers, and they gave me a 3-day notice that I need to get out of the unit without any legal basis. And this is why I said that we need some kind of control. I'm not telling you what to do or what, but there needs to be some kind of system in place for things like this not to happen. Thank you.
Okay, Ludmila Panina. Ludmila, there we go. Followed by, and it looks an A something Bailey. I can't really, it's pretty hard to read, so go right ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Ludmila Panina. I am a UCSB grad, a Santa Barbara resident, and I'm scared of public speaking, but here I am. Santa Barbara is my home. I live here, and I love people who live here. I was living in a more affordable rental property, but then my landlord informed us that she was moving back in and that we had to leave. As soon as we told her we were moving out, she raised the rent by hundreds of dollars and put it back on the rental market. That is illegal, but seeing as I didn't have the time or money to sue, I just moved on. Now I live at a different spot. My rent is $600 more than it was back in 2023. Landlords keep complaining about maintenance costs, but here's the thing. We pay for the day-to-day maintenance costs. We pay for utilities. We take care of the house. Costs are going up for everyone. We don't need a new furnace every year. My landlords haven't bought anything new for the house in years, yet that hasn't stopped them from raising my rent by hundreds of dollars every year. What's going to happen if our rent keeps increasing unchecked? If landlords keep prioritizing profits over the lives of people? Young people like myself won't be living here, falling in love here, raising families here. Businesses you and I love will close because there won't be enough locals to sustain them, and the ones left won't have enough disposable income to keep them afloat. The few remaining, largely corporate businesses will have workers commuting every day, as they do now. Imagine the healthcare workers that provide you and your family with life-saving care, having to commute long hours every day. Is that sustainable for them or for you? You will be left with empty storefronts, congested roads, and tourists. Santa Barbara will be pristine, sterile, cold, but dead. Thank you.
Somebody, Bailey, I kind of making it. I'm sorry? It says, no, it's, can you read that, Eric? That's kind of beyond me. Some A, B.
AIS.
They donated their time to someone earlier, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, then there's a Daphne Bailey. There we go.
Don't worry, I'm very quick. I'll have a lot of leftover time. I'll be really, really simple. I'm disappointed in all of you. You have all failed the city. You failed the people who actually work jobs, not people who collect and suck off the teat of people who do work real jobs. Most importantly, I want to know, do you care about tenants' ability to stay housed, or do you care about landlords' profits? One or two? How many for one? Raise your hand.
This isn't a conversation.
Raise your
It's a
hand.
chance to speak.
How many for two? Okay, so you do not, none of you care about tenants? You only care about landlords' profits who buy and sell you? Yes. Oh, well, thank you. That's my time. Have a good one.
Very good. That was productive. Okay, Hudson. Boy. Hudson View. Hudson? All right, very good. Followed by Rob Rosenthal. And I think we did that one already. Okay, go right ahead.
I'm hopeful at the majority on this council that supports rent stabilization and tenant protections. Council members Santa Maria, Gutierrez, Snaden, and Harmon the people are counting on you for your yes votes. And I condemn the rest of you, Randy, Mike, and Eric. Our neighbors live paycheck to paycheck, and you choose to lick the boot of these parasites. The landlords fill your campaign coffers and take you to nice dinners, so you betray the people you are supposed to represent. It would be nice if you changed your minds, but I harbor no hope of that. God willing, your conscience never lets you sleep, although we all know you have none. The landlords say they will leave. They threaten capital flight everywhere that rent control becomes a possibility. But they won't, because Santa Barbara is too beautiful, too sought after, and too great a place to be and to live. They will not leave because they will still make money. People will still pay them their rent. They just can't jack it up. You have heard how they screech and whine at the idea that we might restrain their worst acts of exploitation. They're fighting not for a roof over the head like the people are. They're fighting for their 12th, 15th houses, a yacht, maybe more. Their greed knows no bounds and never will except for the ones that we the people impose upon it. Every no vote today will stain your name with the blood and tears of our most vulnerable neighbors, with the cries of children asking why they have to go camping for a while as they leave their toys and bed behind.
Okay, enough for the plot. You guys, please, I'm going to have to clear the chamber so we can't stop doing that. Really? We got to get through these. Rob Rosenthal, I think might have spoken already. Dora Maria Perez, followed by Scott Foreman.
Buenas noches, miembros del concilio y alcalde Randy Rose. I'm here to support tenants protection and rent stabilization. During the recent rains, my studio apartment flooded due to the heavy rains. I always pay my rent on time or even before the due date. I informed the landlord about the water damage in my apartment, but he ignored the situation, telling me that if I didn't like the situation, I should move out and find another place to live. That wasn't the response that I expect from him. Unfortunately, I had to stay in the studio because finding another place to live would have taken me time even longer. I believe there are many inquilinos going through the same situation, dealing with poor maintenance in their homes, or perhaps even worse conditions. Please support tenants' protections. There are many inquilinos paying more than $3,000 for a bad condition apartment. That means some landlords make profit over inquilinos' needs, even corporation apartment. Remember, hardworking families contribute to the economy of Santa Barbara, and it is fair for them to stay and live here in Santa Barbara. Now it's time for you, as a city council members and Santa Barbara mayor, to act with integrity and respect, supporting your community members in general, not just the elite, or those who take advantage of low-income families and working families as well. Thank you.
Scott Foreman, followed by Ken Aiello. Scott Foreman? Okay, Ken Aiello. I was wondering if that was you. I don't think I've seen you since we washed dishes together back in the...
Well, good evening. Thank you. Local Santa Barbaran, and speaking on behalf of my wife, myself, my family, we own properties in Santa Barbara, have for years, and we've always looked after the tenants. And we've always tried to just make even. Because it appears to me that people don't realize that landlords, mom and pop landlords like ourselves, have to deal with the increased costs of everything. Everything. And those things are not freezing. They're not. Property tax, you think you're going to freeze property tax? Business license fees? All the increases for us to do maintenance? Those things increase and we incur those. And we look after the rent that we charge our tenants. And we're not these big bad people. We're just trying to do the cash flow. All these increased costs every year that we are forced to pay, and our mortgage, there's no excuse. You have to pay the mortgage, which comes from the rents of our tenants. And so to freeze those rents is a solution that I can't support, because those other costs are not frozen, and the council cannot freeze them. And we are stuck to incur those and pay those. There's no going back on that. You can't argue. All those have to be done. And so what it does is it drives us out of business. It drives Santa Barbara. So thank you.
Thank you.
We're against these things.
Rebecca Cage. Rebecca? Okay, Faith Ellington Baker.
Hi, I'm Faith Ellington Baker. I'm the operations manager at the Santa Barbara Maritime Museum. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara, and I cannot afford to live here. I don't think it's a radical idea that somebody born and raised here with gainful employment should be able to live in their hometown. I understand we're dealing with a major moral crisis of greed on a global level, on a national level. What we're able to do on a local level, if we can, is absolutely imperative that we do it. I know Ian mentioned earlier that this is maybe just the beginning, and we have to do something. Something needs to change. The people of Santa Barbara are what makes Santa Barbara so special, and people are being displaced. It's very, very important to me that I kind of explain to you how emotional that this is for people. From everything I've heard from the landlords tonight, it is a business transaction. We are talking about people's lives. I am begging the landlords in this room to have a tiny bit of perspective, because when people are displaced, I've experienced homelessness as well, they are 40% more likely to undergo PTSD, sexual assault, regular assault. I implore every landlord in this room to work 3 jobs and spend a week on the street, and then to come up here and see what they have to say. And all of them, I really don't believe a 1-year rent freeze would also tank your business. If that is the case, then I think that you're not doing business correctly. And also get a real job. And yeah. So anyways, that is about everything I have to say. I have always lived in Santa Barbara, so I know it's always been expensive. This is beyond the pale. What we're dealing with now is unprecedented, and I'm sick of hearing anecdotal evidence from people over 50 years old who don't understand what's going on. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Fernando Banuelos. Fernando Banuelos. Let's see. David Sullins. Wait. I can't, I'm sorry, I can't quite understand. What's your name?
You know who I am. I'm Chelsea Lancaster, and I'm here to reclaim my time because you were good to call on me on Zoom. So if you need somebody to fill in, let me know.
Okay. Thank you. Mr. Sullins, go ahead.
Yes, good evening, Council, Mayor. I'm here to oppose affecting the rental market. And I'd like to just give, the issue of emergency caused me to look up a few data points. I think I have time to just read these. I did a 10-year search on Fred, which is the Federal Reserve Bank of St. Louis. And from the fourth quarter in 2015 to 2025, for a 10-year spread, real estate in California went up 83% statewide. This was using like appraisals of properties that sold so that the new price would make the new value. In New Mexico, it went up 88% in the 10 years. In Colorado, it went up 92%. In Arizona, it went up 120%, more than doubled in 10 years. In Nevada, it went up 15%. In Santa Barbara County, it went up 89%. So Santa Barbara County paced ahead of the state about 6 points over 10 years. It's not a local emergency. This is inflation that's happened in our whole sector, of course, but in the state. It's a problem, and there's many people who haven't been able to keep up with inflation in the fixed incomes and such. That is a problem. But this isn't landlord caused. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Margie Sullivan, followed by Tim Sullivan. Okay, very good. So Margie, you have 4 minutes.
Hello, am I?
You can pull it down.
Okay, here we go. All right. Hello, Mayor and Council. My husband and I, who are in our late 80s, own a Victorian 6-unit building downtown. Because of its age, a number of upgrades over the last few years have really, really impacted us, both emotionally and financially. And I do want to point out emotionally has been horrendous for me. Okay, for example, the most impactful thing for us was a state law that was passed a couple of years ago regarding balconies and safety. We had to replace a stairway and a balcony as mandated by the state. Add to this a bathroom repair and a refurbishment at the same time. The cost was roughly $95,000, not $9,500. Then add to that repairing and refurbishing, there was another apartment that needed care. And to that, add the new refrigerator, and these are all in the last couple of years. The stove, the bee removal, the major tree service, the parking lot resurfacing. The costs are just getting to be so horrendous. Regarding tenants, for the most part, we have had wonderful, wonderful relationships with our tenants. We have thank you letters that I can show you the kind of people we are as housing providers. Our rentals are roughly $500 less than the City Housing Authority pays their housing providers. Yet, just at the beginning of COVID, when we were ready to evict a non-paying tenant, the law was passed prohibiting eviction. Over a year later, we had a non-payment rental loss of over $20,000. We are retired, and the time involved makes running our building our job. Don't we deserve to be paid for our job? Not to mention, as I said, the emotional strain regarding situations like the above. I feel, as my husband does, that what is being considered is the unfair taking of private property, and it appears most discriminatory to only apply to rental property owners. What if we applied the same stabilization to everybody else? Not only the workers, but to the insurance companies, to the utilities, to the taxes. Who would like to buy our building? Thank you.
Okay. Carlos, Carlos? I don't really have the last name. It's C-O-M, I think, something, but I can't really. Carlos? No. Okay, we'll go to Miguel Avila.
Council members, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much. I know it's not a pleasant topic. It seems like we've been talking about this for years and years. Anyway, so I'm here speaking as a realtor, as a citizen, resident, a landlord, and someone who has represented many small landlords or mom and pops landlords. So I'm kind of like speaking in their behalf. I know for a fact that every one of them, all of us, we are good landlords. Take good care of the tenants, look after the tenants, keep the rents affordable, not abuse. I know that for a fact, so that's why I'm here speaking in behalf of all these mom and pop landlords who I not only had the privilege of selling them the real estate, getting them into income property, being owners, but also to spend time, quality time with them as members of this beautiful community. Unless you are in their shoes, unless you are a property owner, income property owner, you really don't know what's going on. If you've never been an income property owner, you have not experienced all the high cost of materials, all the high cost of insurance, all the high cost taxes, everything. I mean, it's not really what everybody thinks. I'm not here speaking for the mega landlords, just, 2 to 6 units. That's kind of what I have represented. And so I'm here to tell you these ordinances, I'm totally opposing them, totally flat out opposing them. They're not good. They're biased, they're confusing, they're one-sided, they really won't solve the problem. There's a solution to everything, and the solution is, since landlords need tenants, tenants need landlords, we need more discussion, more communication. That's really what we need. But these one-sided ordinances will not solve the problem. So please don't drive landlords out of business. Thank you.
Thank you. F.L. Oliver? F.L. Oliver? Oh, okay, Jim Smith? Followed by Veronica Strauss.
Good evening, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. My name is Jim Smith. I've been an attorney here in Santa Barbara for over 40 years with law firms. I also own rental property. I've owned rental property in Santa Barbara, I've also had the privilege of owning rental properties in other states and currently own them, and I'm the trustee of a trust that owns rental properties all across the United States. There's clearly a problem here. Otherwise, we wouldn't be here at 8 o'clock enjoying ourselves. And despite my position as a landlord and an attorney who represents landlords, I'm for, and I want to choose this word very carefully, tenant protection. And anybody that believes there isn't tenant protection, just take a look in the civil code. But we need tenant protection here in Santa Barbara, above what we have in the civil code. But I'm going to tell you, the ordinance I saw up there and have read, and as I have had explained by your staff, capable staff, sets up a quagmire. It's not understandable. Councilman Jordan assailed it with one question. There are problems with that ordinance. It will be challenged, and it's concerning to me. And there's only two solutions I've heard here tonight. One is pass it or don't pass it. There's a third solution. There's a third solution, and that's to bring tenants and landlords together. It works in other states. I've seen it in other states. This ordinance isn't the problem. And I'd give you the solution, but I see I'm running out of time. And for those who are renting, please don't vote on this ordinance. I've seen Councilman Rouse not vote on a rental increase on a slip because of a conflict. So those of you who rent, please recuse yourself. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Veronica Strauss. Veronica Strauss, followed by Hillary Klegger. Hillary, okay, and then Chelsea Lancaster. Oh, who did I get here?
Yeah, Hillary coming up.
Okay, Hillary, come on up, and then we'll follow you with Chelsea Lancaster.
Hello. Hey, thanks for hanging in here this long. Good evening, I'm Hillary Klager, speaking in favor of the proposed emergency moratorium and amendment. In between the 3 jobs that I juggle in order to live here, I have owned a home and a rental property in Lake Tahoe prior to moving to Santa Barbara to work at a local nonprofit. Here I have experienced stints of homelessness, even while employed due to the lack of affordable housing, looking for months and even up to a year for something I could afford. Many local landlords, especially those born and raised here, are fair and honest and provide safe and affordable housing for Santa Barbara residents. This isn't about you. But the wages are not increasing yearly for the majority of residents. Even when I worked at UCSB, I wasn't guaranteed a COLA each year, and when it was given, it was 3 to 5% max. When rent increases yearly but incomes don't, our residents are becoming homeless, and they leave the area, as you've heard from many people before. We're talking about nurses, firefighters, social workers, employees of the university, the city of Santa Barbara, nonprofits, construction companies, and people who work multiple jobs to provide services to all of Santa Barbara. The restaurant employees and people who work in grocery stores. Remember a few years ago when we called them essential workers? We need to make living affordable for Santa Barbara, for them, and for all of us. Santa Barbara minimum wage is $16.90. At 40 hours a week, that's $676 times 4 weeks is $2,700. You can't get a 1-bedroom for $2,700. HUD says to spend 30%. Well, that would be $811.20. You can't even get a shared room in a bedroom, let alone. The average is $2,400 to $3,000 for a 1-bedroom, and that is really, really low. 50% is $1,300. We're drowning. We're drowning. We need this. Thank you.
Thank you. Veronica Strauss and then Chelsea Lancaster.
Hi, Veronica here. I feel like I'm having a deja vu. It's really the same issue, I think, that we had with the reno eviction. I thought we would have learned from that experience that we can't be sitting on these very critical issues that are having such a negative impact and on so many people. And, so is anyone familiar with the Maslow's hierarchy of needs? If not, allow me to introduce you to it. Maslow's hierarchy of needs is a psychological theory that outlines 5 levels of human needs, often depicted as a pyramid, which individuals strive to fulfill as a hierarchical order. The theory posits that basic lower-level needs must be met before individuals can focus on higher-level psychological and self-fulfillment needs. And at the base of the pyramid, housing is there. And I think we can all agree that housing, we all need a home. A home is the foundation, the firm foundation from which everything else comes from. It springs from, okay? If we don't have that, we can't function well as citizens of our city. I'm a single mother. I've been in a nonstop, literally no exaggeration, housing crisis in this town as a single mother for the last 7 years, in all of the last 3 homes we've lived in, me and my son. And, I'm exhausted. We've lived with mold, we've lived in these substandard housing conditions, and I've heard through the grapevine today, people, especially landlords, talking about, well, why don't you just move then if you can't afford it? It's easy for them to say because they're not on the receiving end of this, and they're living in their comfortable lives. My dad lives here, he's gonna be a senior, I wanna be here to take care of him. Please make it the right decision about this
And
law.
then Chelsea Lancaster. I'm sorry? Did you have a speaker slip in? Okay, go ahead, 4 minutes.
I know, so disappointing. So my first part of my comment, I'm going to give on behalf of Matt Larkins, wanted to finish his comment. Councilmember Friedman, I long for the days where I stood in the council chambers thinking I could convince you that the fight for tenants' rights is just. Unfortunately, I've attended too many council meetings and have watched too many times as you actively look for any way you can think of to stand in the way of what we renters so desperately need. During the October 14th meeting, you voted against agendizing a future discussion date for rent stabilization. Let me emphasize that. To be able to discuss the topic, to defend your no vote, you cited concerns that a rent stabilization program would take city resources away from the short-term rental ordinances. But again, the vote wasn't on whether to enact a rent stabilization program at the time. It was to agendize a future date for discussion. On December 16th, you voted against directing city staff to draft the very urgency ordinances we are here to vote on today. This time, since the city attorney has assuaged your fears of diverting city resources, you decided to throw a temper tantrum instead, citing that you felt like your fellow council members weren't trying hard enough to find a middle ground with you. But here's the thing, Eric. This process isn't about you. It's not about any of you, frankly. This is about whether or not renters in Santa Barbara deserve to have some semblance of stability living in Santa Barbara. As we move towards voting on today's urgency ordinances, I want you to remember, having recently announced that you're running for mayor, that 60% of Santa Barbara constituents are renters. After all the public comments you are hearing today and have previously heard on the subject, telling you how much the working people of Santa Barbara are struggling every day to pay for the basic necessities of life, if you vote no again today, you will be directly telling each and every one of them that they aren't hurting enough. If today's urgency ordinance doesn't pass with at least 5 votes, the rent freeze won't go into effect until February 27th, which means you will be actively encouraging landlords to raise rent as high as possible in that time because there's nothing anyone can do about it. It would mean that you are saying that you are fine with people being put out onto the streets because they can no longer afford their rent. If you want any chance of becoming mayor of Santa Barbara, you need to show that you're willing to go to bat for those of us who live in constant precarity, fighting just to have their suffering acknowledged. At the end of the day, none of this is about whether or not we are pushing small mom and pop landlords. This is about the threat of displacement, be it through eviction or through the impossibility fast pace of increasing rents. This is about the fact that, to us tenants, we are forced to trust that a good landlord won't suddenly decide to massively raise rent or try to evict us through one of the many ways that we are being disposed of. Rent stabilization, eviction protections, and the institution of a rent-free, non-negotiable. Whether they realize it or not, landlords have a gun pointed at their heads, at our heads. And without these protections, you will be telling us no. I also want to name, Randy, that you opened this. Maybe you should do some research on the connection between houselessness and trafficking. The fastest growing population of houseless people in this community are elders. So all of you elders that mourn for a world that does not exist anymore, when grandma couldn't leave grandpa and people of color couldn't buy a home, and you got to redline Santa Barbara, all the old, pale, stale, and male leadership, no more. No more.
That's
Every
time.
single one
That's
of
time.
you, no more.
That's
You're
time.
done. Save yourself the time.
That's time.
Save yourself the time. We will walk until our feet bleed. The ice age is over.
All right. That was a great little finale. Okay, comes back to council, and Mr. Henschke, would you put the recommendations up on the screen, please, so we have the things you want to do?
Okay, I gotta scroll up.
We had them.
I did, and then I didn't.
Can you,
Oh.
can somebody help Mr. Henschke out,
Don't
please?
hire a lawyer to do this kind of work.
Yeah, I did.
That's above my pay grade, Randy.
You're one of those over 50 guys you were talking about, I understand.
Oh, we passed that harbor many years ago.
Okay.
Okay,
It's
I'm
back
sorry.
to council, and Mr. Jordan has his lights on. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't think I need to repeat the points I've made repeatedly over the past year. It's obvious this is, well, seems obvious this is moving forward. I would just ask that we do the best job we can on the nuts and bolts and the details, particularly the one I asked about earlier, that whether it's this or the following action of whatever it's going to be called that comes after that in 6 months, that we really test those out as for example proofing them and in simple language. You know, I still am a little annoyed for everybody involved that even for tenant protections, we don't have handout sheets in English and Spanish for both landlords and tenants that tell them simple language that I can understand, what are your roles and what are your protections. And I think that's overdue. And so I'll just make the request again that we get out in front of this for this and also for whatever the subsequent action looks like too. And we really concentrate on dumbing that down for Mike so that I clearly understand it and can explain it to people out in the community, and even more important, that both the tenants and the landlords understand it. And it doesn't have to be tested by somebody being evicted or being charged rent when they shouldn't be and not having the resources to get an attorney, and the other side too, that a landlord not really knowing how to pursue what they can and have to go pay for an attorney to interpret the city instructions on that. That's about all I have to, oh, one other suggestion too. You know, I don't know if we have a policy or not, but it seems like we have a frequency that quite often when we have adoption items, I mean, I know there's always a environmental paragraph on the end, but it seems quite frequently there's a financial impact or budget impact paragraph on the end too. And it would seem to me that we could begin to anticipate costs on the subject of freeze. And the next time we talk about stabilization or rental control, we should be able to anticipate costs, and those should be part of the discussion early on, so it's clear, and we're not just barking at the moon on adoption day on what it's going to cost without everybody that's sitting up here or out there having known what the consequences are to the budget in particular. There will be a consequence, and I think it needs to be impressed upon us as early as possible.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. And that will be a part of as we move forward in researching the more comprehensive program, what it will take in terms of staffing. I think we had talked about in terms of maybe leveraging our existing business license database to become to become a rental registry. So all of those costs we will be coming back at certain checkpoints with the council to check in. And so this particular ordinance, today we don't think it will have a significant cost or staffing impact. It'll be on a complaint basis that we will look into matters, and so we feel like this can be accommodated with existing staff. That said, going forward, a more comprehensive rent program will obviously need more resources, so we will make sure that that is a part of the conversation.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. A lot of things to say here. I'll keep it, I think, just to what's before us today. I think, when we heard that people weren't ready or didn't like what came forward in the ordinance in October, we rightly said, let's pause and do it right and go out to the community and get input. I've already been having some meetings with more than one tenant group and more than one property owner. I want to emphasize that pause was for the benefit of the mom and pops. It doesn't benefit the tenants. Every time that this has come before us, and in my 8 years, every time we have made a pause. When Councilmember Gutierrez and former Mayor Kathy Murillo brought it forward, we said, well, I actually believe it was Councilmember Rouse at that time, or said, oh no, excuse me, it doesn't matter who it was, who said, we have the expertise locally. Let's take our time and get the tenants together and the property owners together and meet with stakeholders. Well, we took 2.5 years pausing, and that pause was for the property owners. That pause was for the mom and pops. And that whole time, tenants' rents were being raised. And if these pauses, I was looking back over my notes from when this has come up before, and I have letters from property owners. I have letters from Realtors Association, each time saying, please, just pause and be reasonable. And I feel that 8 years of pauses has been reasonable. I feel like meeting with over 32 stakeholders on all sides has been reasonable. And I feel it's especially reasonable and preferable to take this next year to do it right. I'm grateful to Councilmember Harmon for having us take that pause and take our time. And it's really for the benefit of really listening to the mom and pops. So it hurts to hear that you feel slapped in the face. I've heard that more than once. And I feel like we've spent 8 years really trying to pause, to listen, to adjust. If we want to do it right, if we want to take that pause and not keep having the rents go up for the tenants who are pausing and pausing and pausing, then we need to have a moratorium so that we can take that year. The whole reason for the moratorium is for the mom and pops. So please come and talk to us in this year time. Come share ideas. I have many ideas already from talking to people about how some of these things in the final ordinance can actually benefit the mom and pops. Please take this year, but we need the pause. And every time we take the word for it and say, okay, let's take our time, the rents go up and up. If that wasn't the case, this room wouldn't be filled 8 years later. The problem didn't fix itself by waiting and pausing. We're all locals here in this room. You've seen each other here all these years. Let's work together. We need the local, small-scale property owners to stay and be stable. We need our local tenants whose main identity is not tenant. The main identity is healthcare worker, teacher, childcare worker, mom, pop. We talk about the mom and pop property owners. You've got moms and pops who are struggling with their rent and working 3, 4 jobs to be able to see their kids stable at night. These are grocery clerks, seniors, the people who draw your blood. Michael Katz, this is for you. When you came in here, and I remember you being the storyteller to my kids for over 20 years at our local schools, at our libraries. When I think that those who are offering the arts, offering magic, offering the care of our children, struggling over and over and moving again and again and again, it's just not good for any of us. And it's certainly not good for all of us. I think now more than ever, we need to look out for each other, all of us in this room, all of us out there. We all want to stay, especially now our community needs stability, needs to feel safe, needs to feel that we belong, and that really is all of us. And please, if you don't believe that this applies to all of you, please come talk to us. Please come share your ideas. As council members have mentioned, this is moving forward. Work with us. Let's work together. You're here. We're here. We need this pause so we can get it right. I will ask that if we do accept that this is going to move forward in one way or another, that we treat it with the urgency that it is. And frankly, it's the urgency that we, the council, has created every time we talk about it and then take a pause. We have created that urgency for these rising rents. I think that we should act with the urgency for the moratorium.
Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, there's so much of what was just said that I agree with, so I don't need to reiterate all those points. I do support the moratorium and the Ellis Act revisions today. I think with the change that we discussed, and also in recognition that there will be further iterative changes around Ellis Act and eviction protection that will need to come forward before us in order to fully effectuate that law here in Santa Barbara as we develop the rent stabilization program. I don't think that it's necessary tonight to even reach the question or the set of questions around the rent stabilization program, because what we are doing is truly about ensuring that the state of play as it currently exists can continue in place as we develop that ordinance. As my colleague said, this is about preserving what currently exists so we can have honest, challenging, I imagine they will be challenging sometimes, conversations about how to put together a program that truly serves Santa Barbara. Without this, our community is at risk, all of our community. To me, this is, and I recognize there are differing perspectives on this, but this action tonight is about good governance. It is about doing policy the right way. I know folks have been challenged by my positions on governance and policy making, and this is one of the ways that we do good policy. It's by putting this pause in place so that we can have those real difficult conversations without the other pressures coming in and challenging both our decision making and the ways that we communicate with one another. I do recognize that this is difficult for some folks in this room. I think the difficulties associated with not doing this would have profound and long-lasting impacts on the fabric of our community. And to not do it is just simply something not only that I could not get behind morally, but also I think would challenge our ability to do good policy making. So I do very much support this, and I also think that putting it in place will encourage us to move forward quickly, with urgency, and responsibly at the same time as we develop this program. So my vote is yes, and I'm happy to either make the motion or support my colleagues if they choose to do so when the time is right.
Okay, I'll look back to you when we're done here. I'll go to Ms. Santa Maria next.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to start off by addressing the categories of housing providers that we often agree on that should be protected, right? So we're talking about this, what you would call the small property owners that own single-family homes, right? Or those that are placing their units in a Section 8 program. Those units are not affected by this ordinance. I am so sorry that that wasn't made more clear. Our city attorney went over it in the presentation that single-family homes are excluded. Section 8 and others are excluded as well. I highly encourage you, please, if you are a property owner or manage rental properties, go look again at the staff recommendation. It may not have been super crystal clear in the ordinance language because it's not really written in your regular language, right? It's written as a law, and it can be confusing, and I do apologize for that. I agree 100% with Councilmember Jordan that we need more information that is provided both to property owners and tenants ahead of time in English and in Spanish so that everybody understands what we're getting into. Because it truly breaks my heart to hear so many property owners come out here scared that this is going to affect them when this entire time the ordinance exempts them. And it's not because we chose that, but that's something that is dictated by state law. State law doesn't allow us to implement these types of regulations on single-family homes and Section 8 and others like it. So I'm sorry that you are riled up for nothing, and if you did the riling up, shame on you, 100%. Now, I will say that, you know, before I sat on this dais, I was a community organizer, and a lot of you may know this, but I was out, you know, in the community helping families address the deplorable conditions that they were forced to live in. The rents have always gone up, far outpacing wage increases, displacing workers, and the mold and the mushrooms in those units continue to grow just as much as those rent increases do. And the repairs have never been anywhere in sight. So I truly don't buy the allegations that if we provide some breathing room to tenants, all of a sudden landlords won't be repairing units because you weren't doing it already. This sounds more like a threat than anything else, and it is simply not good governance for us to be reacting simply to threats. And a lot of tenants are already being left out of this protection either way. Like we mentioned before, there are plenty of exemptions. There are a lot of types of properties, the newer builds, there's a lot of these that this doesn't even apply to. So I would go as far as saying that what is before us is not enough. But it is a start, and it is a start that I am happy to champion and vote for. I think I want to direct my attention actually to my colleagues now, because I think we don't do enough of speaking to each other, and we are often speaking to the room, and I just genuinely want to direct myself to my colleagues, especially the men on that side. I think any one of us who considers ourselves fit to lead this city, and I think that's all 7 of us, we have the obligation to vote for this pause. Even if you vote against the permanent rent stabilization ordinance, I do think that every one of you should at the very least support an immediate pause and breathing room for everybody so that we can craft a long-term ordinance with the care and public input that it requires. I am committing myself openly here that I will work with any one of you to work out the details. I know, Councilmember Jordan, I'm gonna single you out again. I know you mentioned, you know, you're willing to work on the details and on how this is going to happen. Even you said, you know, it's gonna happen, so let's try to figure out how to make it best work for everyone. So I'm all in. Let's work together. Let's work with everybody in this room and everybody who couldn't make it, because at the end of the day, this is happening and it's just a matter of how. And I just want us to just put things in perspective. We are talking about, you know, the allegations of I'm going to lose my building, right? We're talking about somebody losing, you're not gonna lose it, but losing a second, third, fifth, 10th home. For tenants, what they're fighting for is potentially losing their only home. And then that means an increase in homelessness and an increase in our budget for homelessness services that people are already saying we're already spending too much money on. But why do you think we have homelessness? Why do you think we have to think twice or 3 times about having these long meetings because our own city workers can't afford to live in the city? It's because these rents are going up. So I won't speak any further. You all know where I stand. I'm happy to support a motion made. I would request that we make a motion for the rent freeze and the just cause provisions separately, of course, since they are separate ordinances. And I just want to implore all of you on this dais, at least for now, just give us all some breathing room. Even if you don't vote for it in the long run, it would signal a compromise for you to at least be willing to take a pause and just breathe and give a breathing room to the working class now. Thank you.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, everyone. First, Chelsea, thank you. I actually appreciate that, someone yelling at me, because it shows the motion in the room. I'm sitting here, I look you in the eye the whole time. But just so you know, I will never take a vote because I'm going to take a vote because I'm playing politics to become the next mayor. I will never do that. And if it costs me becoming the mayor, that's fine with me. God will provide, and I will go on and do something else. So I just want to put that on the record. And the other thing is, I have to remind everybody all the time, I'm the only one up here who was a child who grew up here, who had to leave because of the rents, and we moved to Lompoc. And I say that every time, and this is exactly what you're talking about. So the easiest thing for me to do would be to support what you guys have said, but I've come to a different conclusion. I don't think it's right or wrong. I think there's this data, and you can fall on either side of the issue. So just that's all I want to say. And for me, I want to clarify, the 2 main issues on this is this whole discussion we've had is it does reduce housing supply when you put in these extra restrictions, because housing units come off the market, there's not investment in new housing. And the other component of that, and I've been talking with the building trades about it, and these are our essential head of household jobs. It reduces the supply, it reduces the investment, so it reduces the number of jobs that they have available. And these are electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and those are essential workers too. And the construction of new housing is not only creating new units, it's providing jobs for them. And this has impacts on the building trades. And that's something that's important to me. I've consistently supported new housing construction. Every appeal that's come up here, I've supported it. And back in 2023, Megan and Harmon and I worked for 9 months to create what ultimately became the Local Housing Trust Fund. We spent a lot of time, brought it forward, and that's what it became, and we were able to fund the initial $3 million into it that has created new affordable housing projects. And I was proud to bring that forward with Councilmember Harmon because it hadn't been done. So I've been focused on the supply side, and I think this conversation ultimately reduces the supply side. That's why I've taken the position I had. It's not because I'm in the pockets of landlords or whatnot. And I also, again, support the building trades who have a vested interest in this as well, because we need to get them to work. So that's all I got to say tonight. And again, so thank you.
All righty. So we talk about this in terms of a pause. But what this is, if we enact a rent freeze, it can be up to a year. It can be up till the 31st of December 2026, or whenever we agree on there being an ordinance of some kind for rent stabilization. It's not there's not an off-ramp for having no program. Because if you get to the end of the year and we still haven't decided on an ordinance, we can extend the freeze. We can do things that will really be hard to recapture whatever's lost to landlords when it comes up to the ancillary expenses they've all heard about tonight. The worst thing that happened in the state for a long, long time was AB 1482, which was called the Tenant Protections Act, 5 plus CPI. And what that did was to set a floor, and it was the reason why rents went up for the full amount for the first 3 years wasn't greed. It was because landlords realized that something like this could come down on local agencies and totally freeze it out. And the thing is, I had to kind of laugh the other day. I spoke to a group, and this lady walked up to me with an old Paradise Cafe menu, and it showed me in the 2000 something or other when Paradise Burger was $6.25. And I was laughing because when I sold in 2019, it was about a $16 idea. And I said, the amazing thing is, at $6.25, I was actually making more money back then. And what happened was, it did not exactly a rental situation. Somebody, yeah, you can't live in a hamburger. I get that. But the thing is, oftentimes, things go up beyond your control, and as a merchant or a purveyor of some kind of quantity, you really want to make sure your customers are still there. The landlords are not the people said some really unfair things about landlords, not up here on the dais, but there was some pretty emotional things going on. Okay, I get it, it's emotional. I mean, Friedman and I love being yelled at, so I would do this job. But the matter is that if you control the price, if you froze that price at $6.25, but I needed to get up to $16 to even break even, not make quite as much, I've been out of business a lot sooner than 2019. What you don't want is landlords going out of business. I know 4 landlords already that own multi-unit properties that have sold, or one of them's trying to sell right now. It's kind of hard because nobody can anticipate the market. So here's the unfair part about this, to me. We don't have the data. We don't even know how many units we're talking about. We don't have that. We don't have the number of, we still have a whole gamut, a whole menu of potential, who we're going to charge, who we're going to not. I mean, we've written some stuff up, but it's not in detail. So we haven't done the monetary research, we haven't done the physical research that it takes to do something this incredibly impactful in a community. We haven't done that yet. I think it was Jim Smith says something about we really need to get the landlords and the tenants together in a working group and decide this. But we said, well, we'll get a pause instead. Landlords aren't doing retribution. They don't hate you guys. They might hate us. I get that. But it's not about retribution. It's trying to stay in business, trying to stay even. And as somebody who spent my entire adult life in business, I totally understand that. I totally get that. And some landlords, yeah, they might be making money. Some landlords, you wouldn't know what their base is. We don't know what their expenses are. And we're going after the sector of the rental units that are the ones probably most in need of maintenance because it's pre-1995. Also, they are the one source of sub-market rents that a lot of landlords chose to do because two things. They may have a relationship with their tenants. It's also really expensive to change tenants. You got the lost rent, you've got the repairs. Some people spend, I got a buddy in Paso Robles who just spent $80,000 changing a tenant out. So that's not every tenant, but that's what happens a lot of times. So I think that the couple out there that talked about, having an old Victorian. I mean, every time you move somebody in and out, there's a big expense besides what you may lose in rent by the time you get done, by the time you get, if you got permits or you get painting or whatever you're doing, there's a lot of expense and there's a lot of lost opportunity for rents. But this is kind of like when you test pasta by throwing it at the wall and see how many strands stick. We're just, let's just freeze everything first, let's call a timeout, and then we'll sit there and we'll kibitz on this ordinance. And why don't I have a lot of faith in us getting to a decision? Let's think about State Street for a minute. We've been looking at that for all these years with Title 31. And we're finally getting around this year, hopefully, but we don't know if we're going to come to a conclusion, a consensus on what we're going to do. Well, probably extend 31 after the first of the year. Who knows? We don't know. I don't know. We don't have a good track record of that. So now but we're not playing with house money here. We're playing with your money. We're playing with your properties. We're playing with your investment. We're playing with your future. And I think it's wrong. I think it's morally wrong. I mean, there's a lot of emotion out here. I get that. But the responsibility for the emotion and the status of affordability in this town, we're laying on one small sector of landlords in this town. I don't see the fairness for 1 minute. And as was pointed out earlier, we've already been sued once for overstepping our bounds on tenant relocation, where we had to, pay the attorney's fees and go back from 3 months to 2. So I'm not saying we're going to get sued. I'm saying we might. I've been told by my attorneys this isn't a taking. And, okay, so taking's got a legal definition. I'm certainly not an attorney, but man, if it walks and talks like a duck. I mean, that is, we're basically taking your properties and freezing them until we decide what to do with them. And I just think that is not responsible. I think not getting all the facts, all the data, everything we know, and including how big of an impact this is going to be, is irresponsible. I also think it's discriminatory to one set of landlords out of all the different landlords in this town, whether they're single-family units, whether they're post-1995 developments, whatever they are. It's discriminatory to do this. Lastly, you've heard it before, half of you don't believe it, but this has never worked anywhere. I've had people writing me letters going, look at all these successful cities that have it. They're the same cities I use to show, look, it doesn't work. I've spent some time with the lawyers in Santa Monica. They spend $6 million a year running their program in the same size city. And I know 2 lawyers that have still have their crash pads down there because they didn't want to give up their rental. Ed Koch, when he was the mayor of New York, kept his rental unit. Happens all the time. New York's not a great example for rent control. Why don't we work together? Why don't we work as a community? Why are we not doing this? I mean, we're in there, there's a lot of emotion and whatnot. There's emotion on both sides, and rightly so. Both sides feel threatened. But we're not going to progress with rent control because if you can show me the community where it has helped, great, show it to me. I haven't seen it. We talked about Peter Rupert earlier. He studies this stuff for a living. So I think that we are going on emotion. We're going on anecdotes. We don't have data. We don't have facts. We don't have financial models. I think the pause needs to be us pausing, because what we're doing right now is precipitous. It's wrong, and I don't see the how we justify what we're doing by weaponizing this emotion and whatnot against one side to try to create something that we don't know if it's going to work. It's a model that hasn't worked anywhere else. Why do we think we're that special? But it's going to cost a lot more money. We handed staff 10 pounds of direction in a 5-pound bag, and they're supposed to put this together and come back to us. It's arcane. And as you saw when Mr. Henschke tried to explain a few of the nuances to Mr. Jordan, it's really confusing. It's one of the most confusing kinds of law there is, are tenant protection laws. And like this, I think it was Jim Smith said, tenant protections are important, and they are, and they're state standards. AB, was it the one that just failed today, actually, I think it was 1157 or whatever it was actually going to be, I think it was the cap at 5%. But it was also going to try to roll in single family. It's going to try to roll in and make it broader. And as landlords and whatnot, you're probably fearful about, well, what if we take this the next step further? What's going to happen next? What if the dominoes start to fall? Are we out of business? And who's going to back us up? The answer is nobody. So if we get to the end of the year and there's no decision on the ordinance, and I think that's entirely possible, what happens then? Do we just keep extending until we figure it out? Do we go to court 1,000 times with the different plaintiffs? I don't know. I just think what we need to do is sit down and speak with each other. Right now we're yelling at each other, and it really isn't working out. So don't know what's going to happen tonight. Well, I think I kind of do. But I'm not proud of it, and I don't think any of us should be. So with that, Ms. Santa Maria, you have your light. Is this about a motion, or is it?
Motion.
Okay, I think Ms. Harmon claimed either one.
Sure. Okay. I'll start. Sure. I'll make the first one and move. I think reading the tea leaves, we don't have 5 votes, so I guess I'll just make the motion. The second motion that we. Do
you guys need a sidebar?
Let me ask our.
You can.
Our city attorney, may I ask you a question? If we make the urgency ordinance motion, do we need to read the entire ordinance before the vote or after the vote?
Honorable Mayor Rouse and Councilmember Harmon, it would be after. First you see the votes, and if it's approved, then you have to read the entire ordinance into the record.
Okay, then I will move the urgency ordinance that we pass the temporary rent moratorium on an urgency basis.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded? Okay, obviously I'm going to oppose that, and I think that is particularly onerous is doing the emergency ordinance, because once again, it's only emergency if 5 people vote. That's the only finding we have to make. Do we have 5 votes? So,
Correct, Your Mayor. For urgency, it must be 5 votes. For regular ordinance, today it has to be 4 votes.
right, I know, I get that. I'm just saying what the findings are, and the findings are not factual. They're just numerical, and that's a little disappointing. Okay, we have a motion on the floor and a second. Madam Clerk, you want to go ahead and give us, you have the motion, right?
Yes, I have a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santamaria to move the urgency ordinance for the rent moratorium on an urgency basis.
Thank you.
And go ahead and vote, please.
Okay. Okay, motion fails in 4-3 with Rouse, Freeman, and Jordan dissenting.
Thank you.
Ms. Harmon, back to you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we proceed with a regular ordinance implementing a temporary rent increase moratorium pursuant to staff recommendation.
And once again, with staff, can we get the timeline on that, how that would work?
Yeah, I think, it would be introduction today, adoption at the next meeting, and then 30 days. Is that correct?
Right, that's correct. And could you please make the motion in the form that's stated on the, can you read, or?
Okay, yes, I'm happy to. I move that we introduce and subsequently adopt after reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing a temporary rent increase moratorium during the preparation, consideration, and potential adoption of a permanent rent stabilization program.
Second.
Second by Santa Maria. So you have that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Santamaria to introduce and subsequently adopt after reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara establishing a temporary rent increase moratorium during the preparation, consideration, and a potential adoption of a permanent rent stabilization program.
Okay, may we have the vote, please?
Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes 4-3 with Rouse, Freeman, and Jordan dissenting. Ms. Harmon, are you still on the motion roll, or Ms.? Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Harmon, Mayor Rouse. So I'd like to make the motion for the following ordinance.
Can we put it back up on the screen? There we go. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to move that we introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Section 2650-100 relating to additional requirements for just cause evictions for the purpose of permanently removing a unit from the rental market, with the change that was discussed of removing the language. That was the...
And that would be the deletion of the final sentence of section 26.50.100B. And the deletion is, we will delete the sentence that reads, all evictions must be in accordance with this chapter and completed within 1 year. And that will be deleted.
Thank you. In addition, also direct staff to return with an additional ordinance that adds the remaining Ellis Act provisions that are not included in our current just cause ordinance in accordance with state law.
Second by Harmon. Okay. Do we have the motion, Madam Clerk?
One moment. Okay. Motion by Councilmember Santamaria, seconded by Councilmember Harmon, to introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Barbara, amending the Santa Barbara Municipal Code by the addition of Section 26.50.100 relating to additional requirements for just cause evictions for the purpose of permanently removing a unit from the rental market, with the change that is the deletion of the final sentence of Section 26.50.100B. That sentence reads, "All evictions must be in accordance with this chapter and completed within 1 year." And additionally, directing staff to return with an additional ordinance that includes the additional Ellis Act provisions that are not included in the instant ordinance. I'm sorry. Let me say that direct staff provision again. Direct staff to return with an additional ordinance that includes additional Ellis Act provisions that are not included in the just cause ordinance in accordance with state law.
Mr. Hensky, does that sound like what you're talking about?
That's fine.
Yeah.
We're all good.
You don't want to add some confusion to that?
I've done enough damage tonight.
Okay, may we have the vote, please?
Very good. Go ahead and vote, please.
Motion passes 4-3 with Ross Freeman and Jordan dissenting. All right, very good. And that wraps up that item. Thank you all very much. Do we have anything else? No, we don't. Do we have any committee assignment engagements thing anybody need to talk about?
I think we're all.
Okay, let's go ahead and adjourn the meeting, then we'll see you guys. Well, that was about as much fun.